Variety princess, yeah. Variety princess, yeah. Variety princess, yeah.
Hey guys, welcome to the stream. Bow out. We're not gonna be screaming, okay? He's next to me again, guys. He's so needy as of late. Here, talk to your friend. This is his friend, by the way. Talk to your friend. Let me turn this down a little bit. This is like loud as shit. How are you guys doing? Happy Friday. I know I was supposed to start this stream earlier, or at least I said that's what I was gonna do, but I started late. Baby, you're gonna have to get covered up if you want to act that way, okay? Let's not act that way. I think these lights may be a little bit too harsh for him, though. He has a lot of lighting in his face. He acts a fucking mess. He acts a fool. Maybe this is more suitable for him. Go ahead, take you a nappy nap, okay? But yeah, guys, hello. Happy Friday. I see Neo is trying to assassinate Mango in the chat again. There's some strange dynamic going on where Mango's dad Mookie has put a hit on her. So please ignore that, guys. Hi, Lynette. Hi, Jason. Hi, Spidey. How are you guys doing? Welcome in, guys. I have a slow mode on, by the way. The reason I have that on is... Here, talk to your friend. The reason I have that on is because yesterday when I was playing, you guys were talking super fast, and I was actually struggling to keep up with the chat. I don't normally have that issue, but a bitch was struggling, y'all. I was like, hold on. And I take pride in responding to everything for the most part, so I'm not one of those people that likes to, I respond here and there. Like, no, like I try to respond to everything for the most part. So, yeah. Oh my god. Let's see. How's everyone doing? Hi, Key. How are you? Welcome in, guys. Okay, so we're starting at the investigation. No spoilers. You guys know the drill. No fucking spoilers, please. Bow Wow might be a little talkative, but I honestly think he's going to end up falling asleep soon. So just bear with me with his Tweety bird ass. What was I gonna say to you guys? Oh yeah, no spoilers. Don't tell me what to do during the trial. Like, oh, you need to pair this with this, unless I ask. It's self-explanatory. Some of you guys are probably like, well, duh, but there's people that come in here and try to walk me through the whole trial without letting me try shit on my own. So it's very annoying. Oh my god. Oh, I forgot to say, guys, your princess has arrived. So let the chaos commence. That's my little intro, guys. Do you like it? All right, we're gonna jump into this. I have my glasses over here. I probably should use these. If you're gonna be screaming, you're getting covered up. Because there's nothing wrong with you. You just want fucking attention right now. I don't give a damn if we stream it. Try to bite at me again and see what happens. Sorry, guys. Hi, Sveta. Who's my favorite character? I don't know, guys. I feel like my favorite character is shifting a little bit. Like, I think Grace is hilarious, but I really like Damon. I really like Damon. Who else is kind of growing on me? I don't know. I think Grace is really funny, but Damon is like, he's my fave right now, honestly. All right, guys, let's jump back into this. I heard this is really long. Like a penis. Just kidding. I'm drinking tonight, by the way, guys. Bear with me. All right, the victim is Wolfgang Akure, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He is kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is approximately 9:35 a.m. It still pissed me off seeing everything except the cause of death listed, especially when I knew the reason why. The cause of death. When we investigated the dummy's murder, the tablet oh wait, this is Damon talking, my bad. The cause of death. When we investigated the dummy's murder, the tablet explicitly said she died from blood loss, but this tablet, it doesn't list Wolfgang's cause of death anywhere. Of course, saying otherwise would make things too easy. The tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the spotless have equal chance of success. Tozu's definitely compensating for the killer, probably because they failed to hide their own tracks, and withdrawing information might be his way of balancing the odds.
We'll lose.
Bullshit rules. Who's to say they won't be abused? Regardless, Wolfgang's cause of death should be treated as the crux of this mystery. If I can figure out how he died, then everything else should fall into place. Tozu tablet number 2 has been added to the truth bullet section of your Tozu trinket. Alas, poor Wolfgang, the guiding light of the ultimate student, snuffed out in an instant. No use crying over it though, there's a mystery to be solved. Like any true investigation, important evidence won't always be visible on first glance. Should you ever find yourself stuck, press F3 to view the game's controls. By the way, any truth bullets you obtain will be logged by your Tozu trinket, which can be accessed anytime by pressing F1. You know, in case you need a reminder. That's all from me. Bye-bye. I know, R.I.P. Wolfie. Wolfie was kind of pissing me off, though. He thought he was running shit, so... I'm not saying he should have died because of that, but, like, I can't say that I'm, like, super upset about... super upset about this. Because he was, like, the one that was, like, the leader, so it's gonna be interesting to see, like, how the dynamic changes now. You know what I mean, guys? Okay, let's look at the blood. Our favorite hot pink blood, guys. I gotta ask, does Tozu creep anyone else out? Because I felt like Monokuma was cute and fun, but Tozu was just looking at... Oh, hell yeah, Spidey. I feel like Monokuma... Hold on. Our king over here. Our little king. I feel like Monokuma's, like, devious, but in, like, a cute, like, mischievous way. But I feel like Tozu is giving me Illuminati vibes, and like he's about to fucking have me sell my soul to him, and he's gonna do some sort of satanic ritual with it. That's how he makes me feel. There is blood speckled across the floor. I didn't notice it at first due to the room's restricted lighting, but now after my eyes had time to adjust, it couldn't be more obvious. Looks like it passes into the hallway too. I'd completely missed these during the blackout. Speaking of, after the body discovery announcement, everyone barged into the boiler room through this door. Yet these blood spots don't look smudged. I'm guessing they were already dry by the time any of us got in here, in which case, could this be Wolfgang's blood? Blood spots has been added to the truth bullet section of your Tozu trinket. They electrocuted the fuck out of his ass. Ah, a taser gun? Pretty random thing to be lying around a crime scene. It definitely wasn't in the boiler room prior to the murder either. Did that mean this taser gun was involved in the murder? On closer inspection, nothing about the gun looked particularly strange. Had it even been used, I'm pretty sure taser guns dispense some kind of wire when fired. Nearby were some yellow pieces of plastic on the floor. They were the same shade of yellow as the taser gun. Had these originally been attached to it? I can't tell where they would fit on the gun though. Never mind. What's the point of making guesses when I could just get him to confirm? After all, someone who's a pro at wielding guns should know them better than anyone else. A pro at wielding guns? I mean, then that would be Desmond, right? Shrapnel. Chunks of something red were floating nearby the generator. It almost looks like metal, or maybe plastic. Were these originally part of the generator? The colors and material don't seem to match, though. Okay. Oh, maybe I should do this. Eh? There's a cord in the water. Judging by Tozu is your cutie cutie cookie. Yes, Illuminati is right. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord, but what the hell happened to the other end of it? There was no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the cord been burnt? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms, maybe. It wasn't always in this condition, that's for sure. All the items we've been provided so far, light bulbs, speakers, a fridge, they've worked pretty well. Perfectly well. So what happened to this cord and why was it even in the water? Guys, if my camera freezes, please let me know. Alright, let's take a look here. I know we have to look at the body, obviously, but let's look at the actual generator. Half of the generator's internals had melted away, and what still remained was almost completely singed. Yeah, this was definitely the cause of the power outage. What could have melted the wires, though? It looks like a bomb had gone off in there. Hey, Salami. Now that I think about it, during the game tournament, taking a deep breath, I steadied my grip on the controller and pushed both joysticks as hard as I could. Kaboom, huh? All of a sudden, the world around me turned pitch black. There had been a loud boom right before the blackout happened. Hi, Dayton. What's up? Similar to a firework going off or someone firing a gun.
That's...
Did I overhear the sound of the generator being destroyed? Nothing else near the dining hall could have made that kind of noise, I don't think. Generator has been added to the truth bullet section. If my assumption is correct, the generator would have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. That's suspicious as hell. There's no way the two events aren't connected. But I'm also working purely off my memory of the boom, so to be absolutely sure, I need to know when exactly the blackout occurred. Is there any way for me to find that out? Alright, let's look back here at this knife. A knife? Why was the knife floating in the water? On the blade and in the surrounding water, I could make something out. The unmistakable color of blood. There's no doubt about it, this knife must have something to do with the murder. Why the knife was here and not actually on the platform, I had no idea. Thank you, Neo. Thank you for the lurk, I appreciate it. Use the lurk command if you want. I'll inspect the rest of the scene first before I go near his body. Okay. Probably have to talk to everybody is what I'm thinking, because we looked at all this. Yeah, so let's just talk to everybody.
Hello?
Thank you, Jason. Winona, you're still here?
Seriously?
Is there a problem with that? Why does she need to frame everything I say in the worst light? I'm preparing to hold a one-on-one session with Ulysses. I was consulting him about something important before we were interrupted by the announcement. Is that what you were doing before the blackout? Repeat that?
It's simple.
The blackout. Were you still with Ulysses when it
Come on.
happened? You're not speaking any sense. There was no power outage. Eh? She can't be serious. Oh, maybe they weren't in this building. They could have been, like, outside. That blackout affected the entire building unless...
Anyways.
Let me rephrase. Where were you when the murder happened? Where were you? at Cassidy's game tournament in the dining hall. Really? Not what I expected.
Let me see.
Thank you, Neo. Ulysses and I spent this morning by the large tree. We stayed there up to and including the time of Wolfgang's murder. Sounded like she had an alibi then. As for the location she mentioned, I assumed this entire building complex connected to the one generator, but it made more sense for that tree area to have its own separate system. Hi, Lynette. Thank you so much. I'm doing well. How are you doing? Hence, why it didn't lose power. What about the courtyard, though? Was anyone there at the time of the blackout? Sveta. Okay, let's talk to Ava. Aren't you going to investigate Wolfgang? Me? Who else? Back when we mistook that dummy for a body, you poked it pretty nonchalantly. That's different. I never thought it was real. Now that we were finally advancing in the investigation, her cool composure had all but vanished. Typical, I guess. She can only keep up an act for so long.
Terrible.
The generator over there is partially submerged in the water. I think it would be wise to say on this platform. Was he worried about the water being electrified? Ava and I managed to stand in it way back when. I don't see why now would be any different. Then again, the generator wasn't damaged last time. Yeah, since Wolfgang is kneeling in the water, we should avoid touching him. You don't know for sure if the water's unsafe. Huh?
Listen to me.
Before you start making conclusions, you should experiment first. Saying that, Ava walked over to a pile of boxes and pulled out a light bulb. Oh, I see what you're doing. Sure enough, Ava went straight to the edge of the platform and threw the light bulb into the water.
Look.
See, it's not lighting up. That means the water is safe.
Well,
I see. Then I suppose it's safe to inspect Wolfgang. Are you going to? I think I will observe from afar instead. Now isn't the time to be listening to your nerves. I am moving and being scared. Oi, take a whiff of the air. Ain't there something off about it? I followed his instructions and sniffed the air. It smells like burnt rubber. Because of the busted generator, yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about. There's another scent, a real bitter one. You might actually be onto something. It's almost like cereal and rubbing alcohol. Indeed, I'm suspecting a mighty chemical reaction at work. I've had my fair share of travels across the sea, and I'm no stranger to foul play. There's no stench worse than one of a disastrous combustion. Thing is, I got no idea where it's coming from. Really? The smell is supposedly that of a chemical reaction. Where else could it be coming from besides the busted generator? Unless Jean's conclusion about the smell is wrong, I wouldn't put it past him. He's always talking shit about Jean. Okay, period with the Smirnoff. Odd smell has been added to the truth bullet section. I like this picture. This is so cute. Welcome back, Neo. Welcome back. Okay, let's check him. I'll inspect the rest of the scene first before I go. What the fuck else is there to inspect? Okay, maybe I'm like insane. And don't tell me, guys. Let me be stupid and find out on my own, please. Thank you. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you. Come again. Shrapnel body. Cord generator. We've looked at the blood. Are we supposed to look at... Hold on, let me see. Maybe look at this again? Did I overhear the sound of the generator being destroyed? If so, the generator might have been destroyed around the same time the murder was committed. Maybe we should talk to him?
Hi.
Why did you move over here? I feel it is highly important we investigate anything and everything we can. That's why I moved over here to investigate. More like he didn't want to be near Wolfgang's body. And what was the first for the investigation? Something other than fear appeared on Ulysses' face. It was curiosity. What is it? Look at the floor in front of the door. This? Yes.
Seriously?
This is just a small piece of scrap metal.
Do you think?
Even so, is still a part of the crime scene. It necessitates documentation.
That's not important.
Seriously, something this small means nothing. It could have come from the generator or the pipes above us. Ingrid could have been carrying it for all we know. This guy, there's so much here he could actually document, and instead he's focusing on some flimsy piece of metal. All the more reason to rely on myself. That's a bobby pin. That's a bobby pin. Alright, it feels like I've given the boiler room a good rundown, which means... Oh my god. Just yesterday, Wolfgang was talking with us, eating breakfast with us, and now he's dead. Who had the resolve to commit such a needlessly brutal murder? To go so far as to mangle his body? I couldn't unpack it. I didn't know how to. This wasn't just some dummy I had to investigate. This was a real person. It was so far out of my expertise, let alone my comfort zone. Do you want to inspect him? Holy crap, did she really have to scare me like that? Yeah, I do want to inspect him. It's just the idea of getting close to him. I'll investigate with you. It'll be easier for both of us that way, right?
Right.
I fucking can't, bro. I feel so bad for laughing, but that shit funny. Wolfgang laid completely still, his face frozen in a look of horror. His once bright eyes were shrouded in darkness, and his mouth was open as if he'd been killed mid-scream. It looks so, like, realistic, too. Like, I don't know. It just looks crazy. Ava's expression said it all. Wolfgang did everything in his power to make us outcasts and make the worst of us. At times, I even hated him for it. But this brought no relief to either of us. Wolfgang, what happened in his final moments that left him so terrified? Was it the realization he was about to die? Mulling over the what-ifs won't bring me any closer to solving Wolfgang's murder. Right now, my focus should be to find evidence, and that begins by investigating his body. With the way Wolfgang was slumped over the platform, it almost looked like he'd fallen on top of it. Let me see if his palms are scratched. As I knelt down to take a closer look, trickling out from under the cuff of Wolfgang's sleeve and onto the rest of his hand, a strange injury that looked a lot like tree sapling. Was this a burn mark? When I looked at Wolfgang's other hand, I saw the same thing. Markings that seemed to extend down the arm. Ava, look at this.
Hello.
Let me see. Yeah, burn marks. That's really horrible. They look like gross little veins. What inflicted them? There's a taser a little ways off from where we're standing, but I couldn't find anything to indicate it's been fired. So the only thing I can think of is the generator.
Is that really true?
Why the generator? The thing has clearly been destroyed by something. Maybe Wolfgang got caught in that something and that's how he died?
Sure.
The generator seems too far away from where Wolfgang is lying to cause burns like
Look
these.
At this.
Plus, the room's water isn't conductive, so electricity couldn't have traveled through it. You're right. Anything able to melt the generator's wires would have burnt his suit to a crisp, too. Exactly. I think Wolfgang received these burns outside the boiler room. There's just nothing here that could leave these markings. As for the actual place he got burnt, guess we'll have to try and find it ourselves. That is, if such a place even exists. While it's possible the generator may not have been involved in the murder, it seemed unlikely that Wolfgang made a detour for the boiler room after being severely burned. After all, burns like his would definitely paralyze someone. As for Wolfgang's palms, they didn't have any markings on them. Still, he must have fallen somehow. Why would he be lying on the platform? Is it going to show us the same thing on this end? Checking his palms, they didn't seem to be scratched at all. There were, however, burn marks. What caused these burns? It couldn't have been the generator, that's for sure. There didn't seem to be any strange markings on Wolfgang's face. However, along the back of his neck was a massive bruise. That looks like a really bad injury. Almost his entire neck is discolored. Right, how did he get this on the back of his neck? Nothing around it seems to have left it. This might sound morbid, but what if it's a sign of his body decomposing? Can a body really decompose this fast? It could or it could not. It probably depends on the environment. As in the temperature? Correct. Cold places are generally better at preserving things than warm, humid areas like this boiler room. Kind of like dairy products. That's a good comparison. A tone-deaf one, but sure. Wolfgang didn't have this bruise yesterday at the very least. If he did, it would have been super noticeable. Yeah, true. Turning my attention back to Wolfgang, I caught something else on his body, near the mark on his neck, but not directly overlapping it. A red dot? Is that a beauty mark? Doesn't look like it. That looks like where he might have been tased. The skin around the dot seems to be inflamed. It reminds me of a popped pimple. The sort of wound you could easily inflict on yourself. Then you don't think this is related to the murder? It might not be, but
Must be something.
judging by the lack of scabbing, this was inflicted pretty recently, so we may as well keep it in mind. It says his blazer. Wolfgang's suit was completely crumpled, a far cry from his once clean appearance. Water had seeped into the pants, completely ruining the fabric. As I leaned in close, I spotted a folded piece of paper sticking out from his back pocket. Though it was soaked, it wasn't completely destroyed. I really don't want to touch him, but with my thumb and index finger, I snatched the paper out of his pocket, taking care not to bruise my hand against his body, or brush my hand against his body. I gingerly folded open the paper, aware that some of the wetter spots could fall apart immediately, and found a message written inside. What is it going to say? Meet me in the boiler room. That's some very ugly handwriting. Do you recognize it?
No.
A lot of the text is unreadable. Whoever wrote this probably used a low-quality pen. Although, at the bottom of the page, fragments of the message were still visible. Secret, 8:15 a.m., boiler room, close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? It seems like someone wanted to arrange a private meeting with him here. Could that someone be the culprit? 8:15 a.m., that's a long time before the time of death, though. Maybe there was a struggle, or maybe Wolfgang arrived
Must be
late.
something.
Either way, this message is definitely a valuable clue. It's our only insight into Wolfgang's movements before his death. Well, now I really want to know where everyone was at that time. I woke up at 8:30 a.m. this morning, so I was asleep when this meeting was scheduled to happen. A tall glass of milk. It's only 35 minutes before the tournament. Cassidy, Jet, Mark, and I would have already been in the dining hall. Right, setting up equipment. As for the other students, directly asking them where they were at 8:15 a.m. might be risky, because they would wonder where we got the time from. Exactly, and I prefer to keep this note between the two of us. I love how they work together. At least for now. Alright, suspicious note.
Anyways,
Anyway, this thing about a secret, what do you think that means? Well, I'm not really sure. It could be referring to anything. Anything, huh? You know what it means.
I know.
I have an idea. The author of this letter might be talking about Wolfgang's blackmail. Huh? If they claim to have it, they could have baited him here without much issue. After all, Wolfgang asked us to meet with the person whose blackmail we had. A derelict boiler room is a pretty ominous place to meet someone, though. It would have been Wolfgang's first time here, too, assuming he didn't explore this floor beforehand.
What could it be?
Either he didn't see the super obvious danger in meeting her alone, or he did realize and just didn't care. Right, does that change anything about what I said? Yeah, Sveta. That's a good thing to know for sure. My baby Mew. Well, duh. If Wolfgang knew the warning signs, his reason for coming might have less to do with integrity
You see?
and more to do with desperation. Desperation? To know the details of his blackmail, it would stand to reason. If only Wolfgang had hidden this note somewhere safe instead of bringing it here, it would have been valuable evidence. I doubt he could have envisioned something like this happening. He was never really on his guard during this killing game, except around you and me, I guess. I think that's everything with him, right? Like, let me see. Yeah, hands. I don't see anything else. I've got a nagging feeling I overlooked something. I should keep investigating. What the fuck? A huge mark ran down the back of Wolfgang's neck. It looked like a bruise or maybe a sign of decomposition. There was also a strange red dot, the skin around which looked inflamed. I'm assuming this dot is some sort of wound. Oh, his body. Now that I think about it, the place where Wolfgang laid was odd. What were the chances he would end up here between the only opening of the fence, the one spot where he could kneel over like this? Was it possible he'd been trying to climb onto the platform before he died? It's strange why he didn't use the stairs though, and even stranger that he was even in the water. That seemed to be everything I could gather.
Hello.
Hey, Damon, since we've inspected the boiler room, we should find the students who left and ask them for their testimonies. They went upstairs to investigate Wolfgang's dorm, right? Yes, because of what I said earlier. The victim's last known whereabouts are the best places to search for clues.
Okay.
Alright, let's see what they've been up to. Apart from collecting testimonies, there were two other matters on my mind. One, getting Desmond to inspect the taser gun, and two, pinpointing exactly when the blackout occurred, in case it happened at the time of the murder. I walked over to the boiler room door, which had been left slightly ajar, but as I began to pull it the rest of the way open, I noticed it. The doorknob. Something about it looked different. Hey, Ava. The doorknob. I think it's been flipped. Flipped? Are you sure? Take a look for yourself. The first time we woke up here, I'm pretty sure this lock was on the inside, not the outside.
Is that really true?
How would someone be able to flip a doorknob, though? By unscrewing it, probably. Okay. Why didn't you say something earlier? What do you mean? This is the first time I've noticed it.
Really true?
Really? You didn't notice it back when you entered the boiler room with Kai? No, not even then. It must have been because of the darkness or my own nerves. But back then, I wasn't paying attention to small details like the doorknob. All I wanted to do was enter the boiler room. Oh my gosh,
Anyways.
I know that makes me sound stupid.
Listen to me.
It's okay. I mean, I probably would have noticed the doorknob had I been there, but that's besides the point. Alright, anyway, this discovery paints an interesting picture. Not her trying to shit on him. Since the lock was now accessible from the hallway, you could technically lock the boiler room shut without ever stepping foot in it. Meaning that if you want to lock someone inside the boiler room, all you have to do is lure them in and close the door behind them. Boiler room doorknob has been added to the truth section. Come on, we need to collect people's testimonies before the investigation ends. Right, let's go. Yes, sir. Let's get up out of here. As a million questions rattled away in my mind, I followed Ava out of the boiler room. Actually, Ava, before we go upstairs, it's probably worth checking out the storage closets first. Why? I found something in the boiler room that might be related to them. Judging by the length, I think it's an extension cord. But what the hell happened to the other end of it? There was no internal plug, just a frayed tip lined with a black substance. Had the internal end been severed off and the cord burnt after? I didn't see this cord in the boiler room earlier, so it probably came from someplace else. One of the storage rooms, maybe. That extension cord, we should confirm if it did indeed come from a storage closet. Okay.
However,
But first, I want to talk to
Come
Cassidy.
again.
You want to talk to her? Yes, I want to talk to her. Is that bad? She wasn't much help last investigation. Well, any help is better than no help. Alright, I'll talk to Cassidy first, and then I'll investigate the storage closets on this floor. Oh my gosh, of course her annoying ass is conveniently standing right here with this ugly ass hat and these ugly ass pants. Cassidy was pacing around the hallway with a finger on her chin, seemingly doing nothing.
yo!
Oh, hey guys! Sorry for not noticing you sooner. I was performing a super sweep down of this here hallway. That's a lot of words for wandering around aimlessly.
Listen to me.
Can you put your sweep down on hold? I have a really important question. Let's hear it. Just don't drag it on too long, okay? Gotta finish my sweep down before time's
You
up.
see,
Do you remember who attended the tournament? The game tournament? Huh. Everyone who was slated to join kept their word, so we had a full house.
what about...
There were 8 people in total. Jet, Mark, Grace, Jean, Kai, and the 3 of us. Something on your mind? Well, since the murder happened in the boiler room, wouldn't that mean everyone in the dining hall has an alibi?
Ooh.
That's a good point. Oh my gosh. Manchester, don't fucking remind me. Oh, that was one of the funniest murders ever. That shit had me rolling. I didn't even think of that. She's totally right. Also, since we split into pairs while investigating those rooms down the hall, every pairing can vouch for each other. Right, we all split up. What were the groups again? Jet and I explored Storage Closet B. Storage Closet B?
Check it out.
That's what it's called on the map. Does she mean the map of the toes on the Tozu trinket? I activated my trinket and sure enough, see, storage closet B. There's also storage closet A, storage closet C, and storage closet D. Those are definitely the rooms we explored.
I see.
In that case, Kai and I must have explored storage closet C. I remember it clearly. The two of us checked the closet above and opposite the one Cassidy searched. Why are you laughing, Salami? According to this map, the only closet to fit those perimeters is storage closet C. Grace and I investigated the storage directly next to Damon, so we must have been inside storage closet A, which leaves Mark and Jean with storage closet D. Yeah, that makes sense. Storage closets has been added. You know, Damo, since you're here, what's the deal with you in the boiler room? What? When Kai told us party peeps about Wolfie, he said you two went inside the boiler room.
Ow.
The heck did you do that for? You were supposed to check out the storage closet. You're not casting suspicion on me, are you? Me? No way. As far as Cass is concerned, everyone is innocent until proven otherwise. I investigated the storage closet with Kai. We just didn't find anything inside.
Anyway.
Although we did hear someone run down the hallway.
Hearing you right?
Huh? For real? Man, unlucky. All that work for nothing. What's the plan now? Do we just, like, go back outside? Let's check out how the people next door are doing. Pat, pat, pat. Huh? Suddenly I heard frantic footsteps echoing from the hallway outside.
Doubt it.
Weird. I don't remember any
It's the
footsteps.
truth.
I do.
Really?
Ava, did you really? I heard them while Grace and I were investigating the storage room next to yours.
However-
I just brushed it off as my imagination, though. Guess me and Jet must have been talking over them. Were those footsteps the reason you entered the boiler room, Damo? It's Damon. And yeah. They came from the direction of that room, so I wanted to see what the person was running from.
Really?
Hi, Nomad. Welcome in. Phooey, really? I would have just chased after the footsteps. I mean, entering the boiler room after something like that, you weren't scared a murderer was hiding inside? What I actually discovered wasn't much better. True, true. Then whose footsteps could those have been? I don't know why anyone would want to be running around those spooky hallways, let alone in the dark. Unless, ooh, maybe they were also looking for a backup
That's not
generator.
important.
I doubt it's that innocent. Considering the place this person ran away from was the crime scene, those footsteps were probably the killers. You mean fresh off committing the murder? Fresh off the murder or a bit after, depends what time we went downstairs. Either way, whether it was immediately after the murder or not, for a brief moment, the only thing separating us from Wolfgang's killer were the storage room walls. That's creepy to think about. That is fucking creepy. Thus, bit by bit, the mystery slowly unravels. No need to thank me. 'Tis all in a day's work. She didn't even do anything. She's so fucking annoying. I can't stand this bitch. Alright. Oh, that shit's strong. Let's talk to Ava. Boo.
Interesting.
Wow, that was
What the
easy.
hell?
Why did you do that? To see if you were nervous.
Seriously?
Of course I'm nervous. You were nervous earlier.
No.
Earlier, yeah, but not
Moving
anymore.
on.
Anyway, you shouldn't be so nervous. If you're too nervous, you won't be able to think straight, so you should calm down. Easier said than done.
Well,
We've already investigated the really ugly stuff, right? You don't need to think about that stuff for now. Just focus on collecting people's
Listen to
testimonies.
me.
I can keep reminding you if you want. I'll be fine. Okay, let's go down diddly over here. Heading upstairs would be a bad idea. There are things in this hallway. Oh, fuck. I forgot. We have to go into the storage closets to see if there are any extension cords.
interesting.
The map says this is storage closet B. Right, the closet Cassie and Jet explored.
Look,
Do you see that? See what? The box in the corner over there, look. Confused, I turned to where she was pointing. Eh? This is... I think I know what it is. A generator, right? The one you were referring to during the blackout?
correct.
Yeah, exactly. Since I've explored these rooms before, I knew one of them had a backup generator. If this closet has the backup generator, wouldn't that mean the ones who restored the power... Well, if Cassidy and Jet were the only people who entered this room, then they're the people who brought the power back. Damn, I'm surprised those two actually knew how to navigate a generator. Damon be talking shit in his head, bro. That seems to be all there is to this closet. Alright, I guess we better back on up out of here. Bounce that ass up out of this bitch. This is the one we need to go to now. Damn, why this one's so fucking bright?
Hmm.
Okay, this is storage closet A. Yeah, let's take a look around. As I begin to inspect the shelves, the glint of something shiny caught my eye. Ava, look! There's a rolling pin here and handprints on it too.
Strange.
What are you implying? That someone used this recently and not for its intended purpose. Look, can you see how the handprints are at the base of the pin? You aren't rolling much dough if you're wielding this thing like a tennis racket, are you? The pin is also really dusty. If it came from the kitchen, it would be clean like the other utensils there. Yeah, agreed. Not only that, right, there's a dent on the pin too. Really? On the end opposite the handprints. Can you see it?
Weird.
Okay, yeah, I can see that. Handprints and a dent. That's definitely not a coincidence. Could this pen have something to do with that mark we found on Wolfgang's neck? If it was used to knock him out, it would not only explain the dent on the pen, but the bruise on Wolfgang's neck. How did it make its way into this closet, though? What do you mean? How did the pen make its way into the closet after the killer used it? Oh, I mean, if the footsteps Kai and I heard were the killers, they probably chucked the pen in here on their way out.
Absolutely not.
No, that's not what happened. If the killer entered this closet and hid the rolling
Listen to
pin,
me.
Grace and I would have seen them. Crap, of course, she and Grace were investigating this closet at the time. What if the killer placed the pin in here before any of us came downstairs?
Save it.
If they were out in the hallway, why didn't they use that as their chance to escape? Damn it, she's right about that too. Could this rolling pin really be unrelated? But it lines up so well with the other evidence.
Moving on.
Oh gosh, this is about to be a shit show. Okay, I don't think there's anything else in this room. Let's keep investigating. One moment she's speaking nonsense, the next she's totally coherent. I don't think I'll ever understand this girl. This is so stressful for me. Oh my fucking god.
Look.
This is storage closet D. Yeah, Mark and Jean explored this one. Let's see what I can find here. Is there anything weird about this room?
That's...
I think I see something behind this pile of boxes. I stood on my tiptoes to get a better look in.
Jeez.
So they really are here.
Well,
What's here? What the extension cords, a whole bunch of them.
strange.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, these are definitely the same type of cord I saw in the boiler room. Only difference is these still have their other half intact. Huh, the internal plugs are pretty slim compared to other kinds of cords. The fact that these cords match the one in the boiler means the killer must have rummaged through these closets for equipment. For what reason they need the cord, I had no idea, but this was still a step in the right direction. Besides that box of cords, nothing else about this room is standing out to me.
So,
Do you want to move on?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. Do. I'm like super uncomfortable right now. I need to get comfy. My god. Alright, what's this one now? This is the one. This was the closet Kai and I explored. It was hard to get a good look at its contents in the dark, but seeing it now, there doesn't seem to be anything important here. I think we can move on. Okay. We've looked through all the closets now.
So-
Did you find everything you needed? Yeah, I did. The rolling pin and that stack of extension cords, there's no doubting their relevance to this case. At least based on what I've investigated so far.
Anyway.
Ava, let's go upstairs and collect some more testimonies. Finally. Bitch, you better show some respect in this motherfucker. So what are you guys doing tonight? How's everyone's Friday going, chats? How's everyone's Friday going? Did you guys have a good day? Hope you guys had a fantabulous day. There are things I still need to explore. Fuck, we need to explore in this motherfucker. We went in all these shits already. Oh my god. Up. And now, there's dried blood on the floor. For some reason, it seemed to pull around, right around this particular spot. Dried blood, like in the boiler room. You notice the blood in there?
correct.
I noticed you noticing it.
So,
Who do you think left all this blood behind? Well, it can't be Wolfgang, can it? Considering the sort of injuries he sustained, it wouldn't make sense for him to have spilt a lot of
There has
blood.
to be something.
Which means the only possibility we're left
What
with
could
is
it be?
the blood belongs to someone else? Yeah, exactly. If I did notice the blood here, would you have pointed it out to me? I would have pointed it out to you if the roles were reversed. That way you know not to step on it.
Right.
Sure, I'd point it
Thanks.
out. The fuck? Don't you ask us no cryptic ass questions again. Now I'm sussing your ass. How about that? Alright, now we should be good, I think. Okay. We are going upstairs. Do 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 do. As Ava and I emerge from the basement, on the lookout for anything which could aid us in our investigation. Oh my gosh, this bitch and her fucking cake she wants to bake. Make sure you guys leave a like on the stream, by the way. Give some thumbs up in the chat if you left a like. Right in front of us, a flustered Eloise was huddled with her back to the wall, standing next to her. Sup, you guys. Might want to lower your voice around here. Some stuff has happened.
What could it be?
Is something wrong? Sorry, Eloise had a bit of a frightening experience recently.
You think?
I think we all have.
No kidding.
Well, yeah, the scene downstairs is bad, but I'm talking about something else. After Tozu left, we tried going inside Wolfgang's room to look for clues, but the moment we stepped in, she suddenly pounced on me. She? She dragged me out and Desmond ran after us. I haven't been able to get my heart to stop beating so quickly since. Not Grace beating her ass. Hold on, this she you're referring to? Yep, it's Grace. She's been guarding Wolfgang's dorm ever since she kicked us out. Oh my gosh, I forgot that Grace has like a crush on Wolfgang or some shit. Grace was blocking access to Wolfgang's dorm? What the hell? We can't let her bar us from entering his room. The class trial could start at any moment. That's what I tried telling everyone, but they pretty much gave up. Jet and Mark went to the dining hall, Diana went to the laundry room, and Toshiko and Ingrid went to the courtyard. Eloise and I, though, we're not going to let this slide. We gotta get inside that dorm room, so we've been brainstorming other ways to approach
Think
Grace.
about it this way.
And we've landed on something. Performing a brief inquisition. Inquisition? If Grace doesn't want to cooperate, we'll start badgering her with questions, poke at her ego until it eventually
Safety
retreats.
first.
If you want, you can join us. A debater must be good at dishing verbal beatdowns, yeah? I did come here to inspect Wolfgang's dorm, so I might as well. If that's the
I'm out.
case, I'll go to the dining hall and ask Jet and Mark for their testimonies. You're not coming along?
Where?
Grace isn't someone I'd like to be around right now. You three can handle her. Something tells me she's just afraid of her talent being
Right.
mocked. No sweat. Have fun with Jet and Mark.
Goodbye.
Not Mookie and Salami. Ava left in the direction of the laundromat, clearly taking the long route to the dining hall. Should we approach Grace then?
Totally.
She said Grace dragged her down the hallway or some shit. Yeah, let's not waste any time. Right, okay. Do you want to take the lead, Damon? Oh, sure. I wasn't going to admit it to either of their faces, but their plan seemed pretty half-baked. Not because I was going to face off with Grace, but because she was too. How could a bumbling person like her be of any help in a verbal showdown? If anything, she'll probably make us look uncoordinated. Guess I'll have to do most of the heavy lifting here. Since Grace was guarding Wolfgang's dorm, she should be right around the corner. Grace, don't make me have to smack the fuck out of you, bitch. I'll smack a motherfucker. Oh, hey, girl. Oh, I love how they moved forward. I love that. Don't you two yuppies get it? You're not coming
Get
in.
mixed up.
Hang on, we're not here for that. Damon just wants to ask you a
Back
question.
off.
He isn't coming in either.
Please.
Why not? I need to investigate Wolfgang's dorm room.
Soybean.
Back off, Soybean. His room is none of your business. Except it is. I have to search his last known whereabouts, which includes his dorm room by
See
default.
that?
What if I said I've done the job
Come
for
again.
you? As in you searched the room? High and low? Want to know what I found? Nothing. For us to believe that, we need to see it ourselves.
Oi!
You think I'm lying?
Just saying.
There's a chance you could be, unfortunately. Think about it. You haven't given us any reason to believe you. Someone who's got nothing to hide wouldn't be acting so protective right now, you know? It gives the impression there's something you really don't want us to see.
Anyway.
Also, couldn't this be considered breaking the rules? Tozu wants his game to be fair, but being prevented from searching every room doesn't seem very fair.
Trust me.
Even if it isn't, what are you gonna do? I'll report it to Tozu. Huh?
You.
Ah?
Makes sense.
Nice idea. What do you say we look for him now? If Tozu agrees this is sabotage, he might call Mara to help. Oi, it's not sabotage. I'm not hiding anything about the murder. Don't try to get me involved. Desmond never mentioned Wolfgang's murder.
Anyway,
Look, just let us into the room. If you're telling the truth, we'll drop our
gotta
suspicions.
stay one step
The
ahead.
reality of the situation is we gotta invade Wolfgang's privacy if we want to know what happened to him. He would want to investigate our dorms if it were anyone else who died. Grace stood there silently, gritting her teeth. Then she stepped away from the door.
Okay.
Phew. Sweet, thanks, Grace. With sighs of relief, we entered Wolfgang's dorm. Alrighty, let's enter the dorm. Oh, his shit fancy. So was Wolfgang's dorms. While some of my expectations were correct, a lot about the room still surprised me. I anticipated the layout resembling my dorms and the decor reflecting his talent. What I didn't anticipate was how messy it was. Well, maybe not messy, just really casual. A room that had clearly been well lived in.
Oi, you.
Don't move things around when you inspect them. I want to keep the room as is. To be honest, I'm not sure why I was even surprised. What the hell? So we have a bear, the calendar, books, clothes. Clothes were scattered across the room, including a familiar-looking woman's jacket. Nothing about them looked suspicious. Bitch, you've been getting smashed in here. The fuck? A large toy bear adorned the bed. Something tells me this didn't belong in the room originally. I have to sneeze. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Alright, huge wooden bookshelves filled to the brim with a catalog of books towered over the room. Skimming the titles, most seemed to be about the intricacies of the legal system, although some were about old court cases rehashed with new evidence. Did Wolfgang really read any of these, or were they all just for show? Eloise, she's something else. Eloise. Wolfgang also had a pinup calendar in his room. This isn't what I should be focusing on during a murder investigation. Let's check the bathroom. Yes. Okay, maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe not. Sofa. An intricately patterned couch side by side with two red sofa chairs. Even the throw pillows seem to be arranged in just the right way. Thank you, Legend. Okay, okay. I'm not seeing anything too crazy around these parts. We've already looked at the books over here. Alright, let's talk to Grace.
Ugh.
We're not here for that, my ass. Hey. Normally she'd be meeting my eyes.
Quit it.
I know you suspect me. I can tell by the look on your face. But I don't know anything about his death. To be in the dark like everyone else about a person she was so close to. Damn it, get a grip on yourself, Damon. Grace can claim to know nothing about the murder, but what about everything before it?
Anyway.
So, I heard a rumor you became Wolfgang's new bunk buddy. This room seems to confirm that. How was he this morning? Grumpy? Happy? Sick? We were planning to go to the game tournament, but he woke up with an ache in his stomach. He woke up sick? If you're telling me the truth, and Wolfgang planned to attend the tournament,
not it.
why did he say the opposite yesterday? Admittedly, I am also a little hesitant about attending. I'm not sure if I will have the time for it. From what I remember, Wolfgang said he'd be too busy to attend the tournament. More like he wanted another round at the pachinko machine.
Watch and learn.
I would know. I interrogated him after breakfast. What? That's seriously what he
Yeah,
meant?
Okay.
Yeah, which is why I told him, hey, no, let's do the tournament. Oh my god, I froze again, guys. Hold on, let me fix it. Let me fix this shit. Thank you for letting me know, guys. Hold on, hold on. Oh, okay, I think I fixed it. Let me check, let me check. Okay, I fixed it. Period. Thank you guys. Alright, he was a bit finicky at first, typical for Soybean, but he eventually caved. Wolfgang was a pachinko player. I'm not sure I can believe that. Then again, some of the paraphernalia in his room looked neither golf nor law related.
Okay.
Alright, so based on what you're saying, Wolfgang agreed to attend the tournament yesterday. However, come this morning, Wolfgang remembered the pirate was attending, so he suggested I track down that guy and partner with him instead. Right, because you need to bring a partner to the tournament. Wolfgang knew I was miffed about it. His smile said as much, but I walked out the door anyway.
Dumbass.
Wolfgang said he was too sick to get out of bed, so I walked away. If Wolfgang really had been bedridden, how did he wind up in the boiler room? Either he didn't come of his own volition, or he was never sick to begin with. By the look on her face, I could tell Grace realized the same. With all that said, it wasn't like Wolfgang to hide anything. For a guy who's so gung-ho about honesty, you'd think he would confide in the person he's closest to. Did the letter I find inside his blazer pocket have something to do with it? At the bottom of the page, fragments of a message were still visible. Secret, 8:15 a.m. and close the door. Doesn't this read a lot like a command? While only a few words were legible, a lot could be gleaned from them. Hi, Sai. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. For example, that mention of a secret, did the rest of the note elaborate on it, or was the word alone enough to scare Wolfgang? Maybe he wanted to shield Grace from information he even couldn't handle. Or maybe he simply didn't want her to know. Whatever the reason, Wolfgang Akira deliberately hid information from someone. Ironic, huh? I'm gonna check something, guys. Remember they said the person had ugly-ass handwriting? Who got shitty handwriting? Her handwriting isn't that great. His is good. His isn't bad. I say so far Diana's is the worst out of everybody's we've looked at. Hers is okay. Mark's is okay, I guess. Ulysses looks like shit a little bit. Oh fuck. Deceased. Oh shit. Cassidy's is okay. Desmond, you looking a little sus, my guy. Your handwriting looks like shit. Ingrid's is kind of uggs too. I think Desmond has the worst, so I'm kind of sus of you, buddy. Okay. Let's talk to him with his shitty ass handwriting. What's up, Damon? Hey, can you check something out for me?
Easy enough.
In here
That's
or
not it.
in the boiler room? I found a taser gun in there.
For real?
I can't tell if it's been fired or not. I don't think it has, but I want to know for sure because if I'm wrong and this taser gun was used, it might clue us into the nature of Wolfgang's
No
death.
kidding.
What we're talking about is that big a deal,
Yeah.
huh? Yeah, since you're skilled at using guns, I
All
figured.
good.
No sweat. I'll see to it once I'm done here. Thanks for the heads up, Damon. Eloise was kneeling on the floor, sorting through Wolfgang's bedside ottoman with a serious look on her face. Hey, can we talk for a sec?
Wait a moment.
Okay. She closed the ottoman and stood up, now wearing the same nervous expression she always did. Is there something wrong? I want to know your whereabouts during Wolfgang's murder. When the murder happened, I was with Desmond in the courtyard. The courtyard? Yes? You can ask Desmond to confirm if you're confused. No, I'm fine. Let me just ask this. What were you doing during the blackout? Oh, blackout? Yeah, you did experience it, right? No, I don't think there was ever a blackout. We were only alerted to the murder because of Tozu's announcement. So my theory was right. If Winona never experienced a blackout in the tree room, and Eloise never experienced a blackout in the courtyard, both those buildings must be connected to an entirely different power source. Well, that's all I could find. Why was Grace so antsy about people entering? There didn't seem to be anything suspicious lying around here. In any case, since I'm done here, I should head to the dining hall. I'm pretty sure that's where Ava said she was going. Alrighty. Okay. Ooh, fast travel, period. As soon as I entered the room, Ava walked over to me. Hello, I've just finished talking to everyone here. Anything important? Nothing important. I don't think Jet and Mark are taking this seriously. Of course they aren't. This might end like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they're doing. Does she really think so? While that information definitely didn't bode well for me, I couldn't afford to be discouraged by it. Not unless I want to die in this game.
Focus.
I'll see if I can make those two talk. Good luck. Hi, Mystic. Mark had returned to his position by the equipment. Hey, Desmond and Eloise told me you plan to investigate Wolfgang's dorm. Grace isn't guarding it anymore, so you can go inside now. Let me guess, you don't want to investigate?
It's nothing.
I just came here to make sure my interface wasn't damaged. He don't give a fuck. This investigation could spell the difference between life and death, yet his priority was his stupid music equipment? Don't you think it looks suspicious what you're doing?
What?
I heard people are already giving Grace a side-eye for being uncooperative. What might they say if they found out you ditched the investigation? Yo, hold on. Jet called out to us from the other side of the room and ran over. Can't you see Broski isn't feeling well? Give the guy some space.
Important.
I don't care. I'm working on a time limit. Who are you to talk anyway? Yeah? Judging by the look on Broski's face whenever you guys are together, out of everyone here, I think you know the least about personal space. What? No way. Sure, Mark might not talk a whole lot, but if he wasn't having fun, do you really think we'd be hanging out so much? Come on, broski, back me up here. Not Salami being tired of Mookie. Oh yeah, it does, Spidey. I see that. Time. Huh? What time did the murder happen? 9:35 a.m.? Check this. He pointed to a small digital clock at the top of the music pad.
That's...
Huh? This is the time of the murder. It was like this when I came back here. I think the clock got screwed over by the blackout, so now it's frozen on whatever it was displaying before it lost power. Then that confirms my suspicions. The blackout, and by association, the destruction of the generator occurred at the time of Wolfgang's murder. DJ Padclock has been... DJ Padclock is crazy. Nice going, bro. You hit the jackpot. Bet it's because I was here with you, huh? Sheesh, this was getting hard to watch. Why does he love him so much? Kai, what's your stupid ass gotta say? Shit. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout himself? Is the maintenance of this place seriously our responsibility?
Not okay!
The fridge and pantry are restocked every day, though. Can't things just be consistent? Whining aside, he made a good point. Why didn't Tozu fix the blackout? Thinking back on his spiel from earlier, the tablet's information has been divulged in such a way that both the killer and the spotless have equal chance of success. Did Tozu abstain from fixing the blackout because it was important to the killer? They could easily make their escape if no one could see anything.
Wait.
Oh yeah, Damon, since you're here. I've been thinking really hard about those footsteps we heard.
Again.
When we were in the storage closet?
No, seriously.
Yeah, they were soft, right? Like the person was wearing socks. Now that you mention it, it did sound like socks on a hard floor. Of all things to be right about, it has to be this. What do you mean?
Man.
I mean, why didn't the killer just wear shoes? Think about it. The sound of something like heels would be pretty distinct, right? Or what about sneakers? They get really squeaky on a smooth floor. And
Don't say
what I'm
that.
saying is you could totally figure out the shoe from the sound it makes. And if you know what shoes the killer had on, you could just look for the person with the matching pair. But socks? Anyone can be wearing socks. The person probably removed their shoes for that reason.
Sucks.
Just our luck. Is it me or is there something funky about this
again.
place? What? I don't know, man. Everything feels kind of off. I can't place why, though. And it's bugging the crap out of me. Sounded like he just felt uncomfortable being here. I guess I can't blame him. With the turn things have taken, the tension and excitement of the tournament was all but a distant memory, and this room was now a reminder Wolfgang died right under our noses.
Where?
This might end like the mock trial where only a couple people know what they're doing. Alright, we've already talked to her. We talked to him. I don't know what to say to y'all motherfuckers. I've got a nagging feeling I overlooked something. Oh, maybe we could look at... Can we look at this? No, we can't. Fuck. Like, oh my god. Oh, wait. I can't hear the whir of the generator anymore. Okay, it's not that. Let's try talking to Mark again, I guess. The digital clock on Mark's DJ pad is frozen at 9:35, which Mark suspects is due to the blackout, which means the blackout, and by association, the destruction of the generator, occurred at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Okay, we've already concluded that. Like, what the fuck? Maybe the kitchen, perhaps? May as well skim through the kitchen just in case. Looking inside the cabinets, there didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary. Except, this knife block had a knife missing from it. For a kitchen knife to go missing at the same time a knife is found floating in the boiler room's water, that can't be a coincidence. Oh, period. Maybe we can show Ava? Okay, she don't give a fuck. This bitch don't give two fucks. Okay, saying the same shit. Okay. With the turn things have taken, the tension and excitement. Okay, we already saw all that, and I doubt Mark wants to say anything to us. So what the fuck? Okay, there's probably... I'm thinking there is... Can we look in the kitchen again? For a kitchen knife to go missing at the same time, a knife is discovered floating in the boiler room's water. That can't be a coincidence. Let's see. I feel like there's other shit. Other items that we could be looking at. What about the pantry? Let's look at the pantry. This was where that loud golfer girl, Grace, woke up. It would have been funnier if she was shoved into the refrigerator instead. Maybe the whiteboard? Cassidy had clearly spent a lot of time doodling this. She must be upset that we didn't even finish a single round. The first time people have a get-together and they're interrupted by a murder. Thinking back on it, the game tournament and the murder happened really close to each other. The former began at 9 a.m., while the latter occurred at 9:35. That's within the same hour. Taking another look at this whiteboard. Yeah, I can see why the killer chose to attack so soon. 8 potential witnesses all situated in one place, too preoccupied with video games. Thanks for the lure. To notice the world around them, there couldn't be a more perfect time to strike. Oh my, would you look at the time? I dare say we ought to get this trial started soon. How does 20 minutes from now sound? Great, great. Please continue to investigate until then. See you later. 20 minutes? What the fuck? Don't you give me extra time again. I was excited. There's only 20 minutes until the trial. Damon. Jeez, how does she keep scaring me? The investigation's almost over. We need to find the other 3 and hear their testimonies. The other 3?
I was saying,
Toshiko, Ingrid, and Diana. Alright, calm down. Desmond said they were in the courtyard, right? And Diana's in the laundry room. Then let's talk to Diana first, since the laundry room is in the same building. In the meantime, don't panic, okay? I'm not panicking. As she said that, she motioned for me to follow her over to the door. Ava might deny it, but the anxiety which had been bubbling up inside her was clearly starting to boil over. Although, with how fast my own heart was beating, I guess she's not alone. Okay.
get to the point.
Hurry up. Bitch, don't talk to me like that again. I'll smack the fuck out of you. Smack those glasses off your face. Christina versus Rima style. Fuck out of here. Wait, where are they at? Hold on. Wait. Diana's in the laundry room. Okay. The laundry room. Alright, if Desmond's telling the truth, then Diana should be in here. This can't be happening. This can't be happening. Diana was standing with her back pressed up against the wall, arms wrapped around herself in a tight embrace. She's in even worse shape than before. Diana, I need to ask you a question. Please give me a moment. It's been kind of tough. The investigation is going to end really soon. We can't wait. Okay, sorry. Where were you during the blackout? Oh, the blackout right before the body was discovered. I was just in my room alone doing my makeup. You don't have any makeup on, though. I was experimenting with new combinations, so I wiped it all off already.
See.
So you were alone in your room the entire morning? Yeah, I just wasn't feeling up to it.
Sorry.
I'm feeling a little sick all of a sudden. Do you mind if I go back to my dorm? I've asked all the questions I wanted to. Thanks.
So,
Do you think she was acting weird at all? No weirder than the others. Anyway, since Diana gave a testimony, I can cross her off my list now, which means the only people I still need to speak to...
where?
I hope Ingrid and Toshiko are still in the courtyard. We won't know until we see for ourselves. Alright, let's go before this investigation ends. Yep, let's get up out of this bitch. Alrighty. Alrighty. We need to go back over here. Let's go outside, and we should see Toshiko and Ingrid. I was about to say, who the fuck is this third person? Toshiko and Ingrid have retreated under the bandstand at the center of the courtyard. The larger girl was comforting the smaller girl, who'd completely hidden her face behind her fan. Her face always hidden behind her fucking fan.
Hello?
Hey, have either of you been investigating? Investigating? Toshiko lowered her fan to reveal a pair of puffy eyes. I don't know. What are you expecting me to do? To look for clues. Clues? How am I meant to do that? It's not like I've had to solve a murder before, you know. My hands have been a bit full, so no luck finding any clues. I can see why. Okay, well, did you at least notice anything suspicious this morning? It could be a person acting odd or a strange sound. That's what most real-life testimonies talk about anyway. A person acting odd? Maybe not at the time, but looking back, it definitely seems a little strange. Do you want to tell him, Toshiko? Okay, fine. This morning I saw Wolfgang. Huh? When did you see him? In the dorm hallway, on my way back from the pharmacy. The dorm hallway? Just as I was about to enter my room, I saw Wolfgang leave his. Oh, Wolfgang. What a coincidence running into each other like this. Are you already on your way to the tournament, Miss Kayura? It's rather early. Of course not. A professional like myself knows better than to attend some silly party. Right, my apologies. What about you? Are you going to the tournament? That's correct. I'm going to the tournament. I'm just heading to the laundry room right now. There's a batch of clothes I accidentally left behind in there.
That's...
Wolfgang said he was going to attend the tournament? Yesterday he told everyone he was too busy to attend. I assumed he changed his mind. I had no reason to question him. I heard bits and pieces of their conversation from inside my dorm. The whole thing couldn't have lasted longer than a minute.
Bit complicated.
Toshiko and I are bunk buddies, by the way. Thought I'd mention that in case Damon didn't know. Okay, thanks. Anyways, when I heard what Wolfie said, my first thought was leftover clothes. I don't remember any leftover clothes. That's what I was thinking. I was like, I feel like Ingrid wouldn't have left clothes there. She doesn't seem like the type. But I figured I must have been misremembering, what with my aching head and all. Aching head? I was suffering a terrible headache this morning. Couldn't even see 2 steps in front of me, let alone get up from my bed. That's why I had gone to the pharmacy. I was hoping to procure some medication for Ingrid. Not my proudest moment, I'll admit, but I knew I could trust Toshiko with the job. Do you know what time the interaction with Wolfgang happened? 10 past 8, I think?
How should I put it?
The conversation happened just a little after the morning announcement. That I can tell you with confidence. Yes, 10 past would make sense. When the announcement initially played, I was just about to leave the pharmacy. Then she was already inside the pharmacy by 8 a.m. So Wolfgang, he looked totally fine when you saw him?
Sure.
Yes, nothing seemed awry. Huh. Doesn't that call into question what Grace told me earlier? Either Grace lied to me about Wolfgang calling in sick, or she was telling the truth and Wolfgang just got outed as a liar. Or Toshiko's lying. Yeah, that's also a possibility. I can probably deduce an answer if I know what time Grace left Wolfgang's dorm. If she left before 8:10 a.m., then she would have already been out of the picture by the time Wolfgang made his move. Hence why she only remembers him in bed. However, if she left after 8:10 a.m., then she would have been there for Wolfgang's encounter with Toshiko, which means she lied about Wolfgang being bedridden during the period of time she was in his dorm. Funny how she never gave me a time. Toshiko's fetch quest. What else happened after Toshiko saw Wolfgang? That blackout sure gave us a spook. Toshiko and I decided to stay where we were until the lights turned on, though we did watch you and your buddies pass by. You saw
How
that?
should I put it?
Heard it first, then took a peek. I would have said something, but I still wasn't feeling my usual self, so we watched you up until you all went down the stairs. That must have been how you found the crime scene, right? Yeah, that's
Too
right.
much for me.
Such a terrible sight. I can't believe someone here may actually be behind it. Let's just hope we can solve it. Oh, I didn't even notice that, Spada. That's cool. And that's... Alright, everyone, that's time. Please drop whatever it is you're doing and proceed over to the Tree of Ignorance. Don't make me wait too long. Otherwise, you'll be in for a shocking surprise. Get it? Because your trinkets can zap you. Anyway, just gonna move on. It's time.
Fingers crossed.
You two go on ahead. Toshiko and I'll
Listen
catch
to
up.
me.
Okay, let's go, Damon. Right. Yeah, I didn't even notice they made, they put Toshiko, like, in the corner, like she was the protagonist, when she was, in her flashback when she was talking to Wolfgang. Ava and I made the short trek to the room with the tree. Once there, we waited for the others to arrive. Eventually, everyone had shown up. So, how are you guys feeling? Words wouldn't do it justice. I'm feeling pretty bad. I can't tell you how I feel when I don't even know what I feel. I'd rather we save the talking for the trial. The trial. In just a few moments' time, we're going to be down there in the trial room, fighting for survival, using only our words. Damn it, Damon, get a grip already. Before the door in the tree opens, I need to ask Desmond if he has any new information about the taser gun.
Hi.
Hey. Hey. His voice was steady, but his eyes kept darting around the room. Did you check the taser? Right, I did. Any findings? Just one. The gun's blast doors were missing. Blast what?
Eh?
All of a sudden, the ground. Oh no, not again. Hold on. Hold on to something, everyone. The Tree of Knowledge, a symbol of sentience, intuition, and understanding, exists here only as a barren replica. The Tree of Ignorance emulates the wonder of nature but does not achieve it, and justly so, for ignorance often aspires to be seen as wisdom. Damn it.
Shit.
Well, guess we gotta cut this conversation short. I'll explain everything during the trial. Let's not keep this goat guy waiting.
Holy.
Oh man, this is really happening. We're so screwed, we're totally gonna die.
That's how it is.
If you go in expecting to fail, chances are you will.
Over, man.
I'm gonna think of failure even more because you said that.
Yours is.
Look at it this way. Who here are the cards more stacked against? 14 people working together to solve a murder, or one person trying to lead everyone else
Are
astray?
we ready?
If anyone's in for a struggle, it ain't the group of
Do you
14.
think?
You make a good point. Statistically, the odds are in our favor here.
It'll be okay.
Exactly. Luck will be on our side.
not.
If luck was on our side, we wouldn't be in a killing game to start with. Can I say something first before we go? Oh, what is it? It's a message for the
What
killer.
did you say?
A message for the killer? The person here who killed Wolfgang. Whoever you are, can you please step forward? Huh?
I want to help.
We don't have to do this class trial. If you could just find it in yourself to step forward and bring this whole thing to an end already, then please. Despite Diana's pleas, no one came forward.
Come on.
If someone's determined enough to commit murder, they won't back down because of one person's pleas. Since we're on the subject, I also got a message for the killer. Don't forget that the punishment fits the crime, asshole! Enjoy the fucking death penalty! Grace spat out those words and disappeared into the opening of the tree. Co-signed. Yo, broski, wait up! One by one, people began to follow suit. I guess if it's time to go. We knew where the stairs would take us and where the elevator afterwards would deliver us. But everything beyond that was shrouded in uncertainty. There was no mock trial awaiting us, no faux murder designed to waste our time with a stupid mystery. This was undoubtedly real. Come on, Damon, get a hold of yourself already. Taking a deep breath, I approached the opening in the tree and descended into the darkness. It was the same elevator, the same slow churning of metal and echoing sounds of clunky machinery. And yet something was different. Someone was gone. Someone who I never held in high regard, but who was still a person nonetheless. a person with feelings, a person with aspirations, a person with a family, a person who I will never hear speak again. Not a single word. This is fucking crazy. Am I ready for this? Was what I did during the investigation the best I could have done? Will it be enough to carry me through this trial? Will it be enough to lead me to Wolfgang's killer? I won't know until I do it, until I face this trial head on. There's no way I can place my faith in the other people here. There's no way they'll come to the correct conclusion. Our survival depends on me. I love how, like, confident he is. Like, it's just, it's so refreshing. The elevator began to slow, snapping me back to reality. I adjusted my tie and stood up tall, and my movement stopped completely. The doors in front of us opened.
Rise and shine.
Somebody call an ambulance. I think I've caught a case of deja vu. Oh my god. I love deja vu.
Isn't this lovely?
It feels like only yesterday we were playing detective with the corpse of a crime scene. My, how insouciant and chipper so many of you used to be.
Interesting.
After all, that back and forth over a simple how-done-it mystery. I'm truly curious what today's trial will yield.
Yeah,
Just to remind myself, our names are on the podiums, right? Eager to start, are we? Yes, to find your podium, just look for where your name is written.
Show must
Come on now, hop to it. I'm so excited. I can barely wait a second longer. I really don't want to do this.
Oh, crud.
We gotta do as he says, though. Otherwise, that enforcer lady might get mad. Not Grace still being salty about getting shot at. Knowing we were powerless to disobey Tozu, we began to disperse and locate our podiums.
Hey.
It's okay, everyone. If we work together, we can do
We
this.
can't give up.
Right, guys? If we work together, we can solve this case. So come on, let's do this for Wolfgang. Although her words elicited nods from the other students, the expressions on their faces told a different story. It was an expression I couldn't help but feel conflicted over, in a moment where I shouldn't have been focusing on my feelings, an expression of unmistakable fear. Period. For days now, I've been angry over the mock trial, angry at how much people resented me for telling the truth, how they twisted my words and assumed my intentions. I'm angry, but that didn't mean I wanted to be right. I would have been happy for reality to prove me wrong, for no one to buckle under the pressure of the killing game. But good endings like that only exist in stories. Reality was apathetic to what we wanted, and the events of today proved we were at its mercy. Now his shit being gray now. Oh, shit. So I stood there at my podium, conflicted. To think this tragedy could have been avoided had people just listened to me. But who was it that encouraged everyone to turn on me? Who was it that encouraged everyone to trust each other? If Wolfgang hadn't been so naive, if he'd just told people to protect themselves rather than each other, then maybe he would still be here. Damn, Damon. Regardless, I can't let myself be consumed by the what-ifs. Although the others may have failed at preventing Wolfgang's murder, I, at the very least, can solve it. I'll uncover this killer, let them face the consequences of their actions. I'll solve this case and survive. Damon said, if y'all had listened to me, this motherfucker had listened to me, his stupid ass would still be alive. God damn. Let me view my trinket. Oh my god. Truth bullets. Oh my god, there's so much shit. Now he's great. Okay, blackout. At the time of Wolfgang's murder, Winona and Ulysses were by the giant tree. Winona does not recall a blackout happening. The same goes for Eloise, who spent her morning in the courtyard with Desmond. Blood spots. Drops of blood were scattered around the boiler room door. They were also scattered in the outside hallway. Boiler room doorknob. The doorknob has been flipped so that the lock is now on the outside. Wolfgang's hands. There were burn marks all over Wolfgang's hands. DJ pad clock. The digital clock on Mark's DJ pad is frozen at 9:35 a.m. Mark believes the blackout... Hi, Lumen. Oh, no worries. Welcome in, though. It's okay, Manchester. You don't have to tell me. I'll see you when I play. The digital clock on Mark's DJ pad is frozen at 9:35 a.m. Mark believes the blackout caused some kind of internal damage to his DJ pad, and the clock is frozen on the time it last displayed before power was lost. Extension cord. A tattered extension cord floating in the water. There was no internal plug, only a frayed tip lined with a black substance. A collection of similar-looking extension cords were discovered in storage closet D. These ones were fully intact and the internal plugs were particularly slim. Footsteps. When Kai and I were exploring storage closet C, we heard someone run past the closet. The footsteps sounded like they were moving away from the boiler room. Based on how soft the footsteps were, it can be inferred the person was not wearing shoes. Game tournament timeline. The game tournament began at 9 a.m. and was attended by 8 people. Of those 8, 6 competed in the tournament: Kai, me, Jet, Cassidy, Jean, and Grace. The first match was between myself and Kai, but our game was cut short by the blackout. Generator. Half of the generator's wires were melted and what remained intact had been completely singed, like a bomb went off inside the machine. Grace's testimony. Wolfgang was going to attend the tournament with Grace, but had to cancel this morning after waking up with a sore stomach. He encouraged Grace to attend the tournament with Jean instead. Knife. A knife found floating in the water. On the blade and in the surrounding water was the unmistakable color of blood. While inspecting the kitchen, I discovered a knife block inside one of the cabinets. This block just so happens to be missing a large knife. Odd smell. The air in the boiler room smelled like an odd combination of cereal and alcohol. Jean believes the smell is a result of a chemical reaction. Shrapnel. Chunks of an unidentified material were floating in the water near the generator. Steel rolling pin. A dusty rolling pin discovered inside storage closet A. On one end is a small dent, on the other 2 very clear handprints. Storage closets. The underground floor has 4 storage closets. During the blackout, the tournament attendees who were searching for a backup generator agreed to enter these closets in pairs. Ava and Grace entered storage closet A. Jet and Cassidy entered storage closet B. Kai and I entered storage closet C, and Jean and Mark entered storage closet D. Jet and Cassidy found the backup generator inside storage closet B and returned power to the building. Suspicious note. A note discovered inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. The paper was damaged by the water, smudging most of the ink beyond readability. However, a few words can be made out at the bottom of the note. Secret, 8:15 a.m. and close the door. Taser gun. A taser gun found at the scene of the crime. Thin piece of metal. A small thin piece of metal discovered near the boiler room door. Toshiko's fetch quest. Toshiko left the dorms before 8 a.m. to fetch Ingrid some medication from the pharmacy. On her way back, she briefly encountered Wolfgang in the hallway. Ingrid overheard bits and pieces of Toshiko and Wolfgang's conversation from the room. She's fairly confident the encounter happened around 8:10 a.m. Tozu tablet number 2. The victim is Wolfgang Akira, the ultimate lawyer. He was discovered in the boiler room on the underground floor. He is kneeling in the water and his upper body is slumped over the concrete platform. Estimated time of death is 9:35 a.m. Wolfgang's neck. A huge discolored mark ran down the back of Wolfgang's neck. Was this the first sign of decomposition or was it a bruise left by something? Next to the discoloration on Wolfgang's neck was a tiny red dot. The skin, however, which looked inflamed. There was no scabbing, however, which suggests this dot appeared recently. Alrighty. Period. Let's get this
started,
oh,
shall we?
my bad. Hold on, let me make sure you guys can hear this because they're gonna be talking.
Welcome back to the trial grounds, everyone. Unlike previously, today will be no circus. No mockery woven with stitches and needles. A true, fair, and proper trial will commence. A battle of wits between the blackened and the spotless. I doubt I have to explain the rules to you again. But even so, you must vote for who you believe is the blackened. If the blackened receives the majority of votes, only they will be punished, and the rest of you will resume your killing game experience. However, if you vote for the wrong person,
Oh shit, I'm covering this motherfucker up.
then expect no sympathy from your hosts.
I guess I need to be moving
All
forward.
spotless students will meet a
Oh my
tragic
gosh.
end, while the blackened will be granted release from this academy.
Okay, calm down. Jesus Christ.
Happy discussing! We pray for your survival and success.
Crazy ass. Alright, let me That'd be cool.
Can someone please break this silence?
I don't want to talk about this.
Wolfgang deserves justice. But putting everyone's lives on the line like this is just cruel.
Oh, crap. Without a lawyer, we're totally screwed.
Whenever I turn my head, I keep expecting to see him at his podium.
Oh, don't cry, Toshiko. He's in a better place now, you hear?
Whichever one of you sick bastards did this, whatever it takes, no matter if I have to kick the brains out of every single person here, I'll find you.
Do you really gotta resort to violence?
Let's just stay calm, okay? Making peace with our situation is, the first step in handling it. How the hell can I stay calm when there's a killer on the loose? That bastard is watching us right now, fully content putting our lives on the line. Is that what you call peace? Being at the mercy of some dickhead silent observer?
Well, nobody knows for sure if the killer is even a silent observer. If anything, the killer might try to feign innocence through other means. For instance, pretending to be outspoken about the case.
Eloise! You're playing with fire, girl. I don't know if you should be saying that. Huh?
What the? Are you accusing me of something?
I mean, what you did during the investigation seems really suspicious.
What did Grace do?
She stood in front of Wolfgang's dorm room and wouldn't let anyone go inside.
Got her snitching.
Intentionally or not. It really hindered our investigation.
Y'all both get out of here. She gonna beat your ass after.
Because of Grace, almost everyone who planned to investigate Wolfgang's dorm gave up and went elsewhere. It was only after some of us started protesting that she finally relented.
Aren't y'all
You know,
snitching?
for someone who seems so adamant about finding Wolfgang's killer, it's odd she tried to conceal potential evidence.
I'm not saying Grace is definitely the killer. I just think we should be cautious of her.
She has an alibi, though.
Huh?
Grace couldn't have murdered anyone, 'cause she went to the game tournament.
Grace attended the tournament?
Does that rule her out from committing the murder?
Well, yeah. We had to be at the dining hall by 9 a.m.-ish, which was like half an hour before the murder.
But she showed up late. Well, she was in there though, so.
Nobody left the tournament after it started either. Nobody I know of, anyway.
Yeah, she was in there.
There weren't many of us there. Had someone disappeared, it would have been obvious.
So, Grace is off the hook? Wow. That plot thread resolved itself quicker than I was anticipating.
So Jean, Grace, and Kai attended Cassidy and Jet's game tournament.
And me.
And Mark.
Damon and I also attended the tournament. We can also vouch for Grace.
You guys aren't lying, are you?
Lying about
What
Grace.
the heck? Are you seriously doubting 8 testimonies?
If the 8 of you were really together when Wolfgang was discovered, then Kai, doesn't that contradict what you said before the investigation?
Oh, about how they had split
You
up?
told everyone you and Damon found Wolfgang first. How is that possible if you guys never left the dining hall?
That's a good point, but he doesn't know that they like split up to go investigate and shit. What happened here? Damon and me, we just found him like this.
I never said I didn't leave the dining hall.
But earlier you told us you were with the other attendees.
That's because us partygoers left the dining hall together.
When the blackout struck, the tournament folk joined arms and headed straight downstairs.
I heard them through my dorm room door.
I would know. I saw him.
There
Thank you
was
for
a
the hearts,
blackout?
guys.
You don't remember?
Actually, I don't recall a power outage either.
How could that be? Did an alternate timeline converge with ours?
She's so fucking annoying. Oh my god. I cannot. You're so annoying. Why is it that some people can recall a blackout but not others? Thinking back on the testimonies I've collected, I can probably make an educated guess. Because some of them are outside. Blackout affected one building, blackout affected no buildings, blackout affected one building.
I got it.
I got it! No, that's wrong!
The reason not everyone experienced a blackout is because only the building containing our dorms was affected. If I had to guess, the courtyard and tree area are connected to separate power sources.
So the tournament attendees were affected, yet they left the dining hall? Why not stay put until the power returned?
Because we were the ones who brought it back.
It didn't seem like the power was being restored anytime soon, so we took up the challenge of fixing it ourselves. And just our luck, boom! We found a spare generator lying in one of the storage closets. Of course, then we found Wolfgang.
She's right. The 8 of us split into 4 pairs and inspected a storage room each.
Then we found Wolfgang is nuts.
Because of the toaster trinket map, we know which ones too. Eva and Grace check storage closet A. Jet and I check storage closet B. Damon and Kai check storage closet C. And Jean and Mark check storage closet D.
Yeah, I was with Grace. She can confirm being with me too. Yeah, we were together.
Oh, I didn't realize. I'm so sorry for what I said earlier.
Sorry? You're sorry for accusing me of murder. Sorry doesn't cut it, you conniving two-faced bitch! If you really want my mercy, then get on your knees and beg for it!
Okay.
Whoa! Uncool, dude.
Hang on. Even if you aren't involved in Wolfgang's murder, you must know something about his last known whereabouts.
What makes you think she'd be privy to that?
You see, there's proof Grace spent last night with Wolfgang.
Grace and Loya Man? Talk about an unexpected pairing.
When I investigated Wolfgang's room, I saw a bunch of golfing equipment inside. Also, there was a blue woman's jacket tossed over the mantle of Wolfgang's bed.
Ugh.
He's right. I also saw the equipment and the clothes.
The clothes are understandable, maybe. But why was golfing equipment in the room?
Yo, little history dude. Wolfgang must have spilt the beans with you, right?
Why would Ulysses know anything?
Common courtesy. If you're gonna have a one-night stand, you gotta let your roomie know in advance.
Common courtesy also says you should watch your mouth around children.
Yes, ma'am.
So if I'm getting this right, Ulysses is bunking with Wolfgang?
Well, we only shared a dorm for one night.
You aren't bunking with him anymore?
Let me provide some context. As you may remember, after Desmond suggested everyone bunk together, the male students were directed to the dining hall. Once there, we played rock, paper, scissors to determine who would partner with who. Jet partnered with Mark, Desmond with Jean, Damon with Kai, and I with Wolfgang. Those were the pairings at the time. However, the following day, Grace and I agreed to swap rooms.
Yeah? Why'd you do that?
For reasons.
Totally not suspicious.
It was a win-win situation. I get Grace out of my hair. She gets me out of hers.
You two were originally bunking together?
The pairings were decided via a game of tic-tac-toe. I wasn't big on my partner being chosen for me, so when the opportunity arose to change that, I took it.
Thus, I became Winona's roommate, and Grace became Wolfgang's.
Can confirm. I watched the whole thing play out.
Since the room swap happened the night after we implemented the bunk buddy system, that would mean Grace and Wolfgang have been bunking for about a day and a half. Ugh, gross.
In that case, Desmond was right about those two being together last night. Grace, did Wolfgang act strange at any point? Like, maybe he said something that stuck out to you, or... oh, maybe he had trouble getting to sleep.
No. Nothing weird happened last night. Nothing happened last night, but...
But...
The morning of the murder, this morning, Wolfgang told me he felt sick. Sick?
Hold on, guys. I'll be right back.
Does what she feels. She's gonna do her. She gonna keep it real, cause she is variety. Variety, cause she is variety. And she will be our bee. She will be our bee. Oh yeah, variety princess, princess. Oh yeah, variety princess, princess. Oh yeah, variety princess, princess. Variety princess, princess. Does what she wants.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, I don't want to know anything. Like, if I don't ask, I don't want to know. I don't want to know that there's gonna be like a hard mini game. I don't want to know any of that. I always say that at the beginning of my streams, but for those of you that weren't here at the beginning or anything, like, I don't want to be like prefaced with like, oh, this is coming up. I just want to let you know, because I'll see it when I play it, you know what I mean? So I don't need any like foreshadowing or anything, even if it doesn't like blatantly spoil anything in the game. I don't want to know about any difficult mini games or anything. Like, if I get stuck, which I'm probably gonna get stuck because I'm a little slow, what I usually do is I'll try the mini game or try whatever portion we're on for the trial multiple times, like over and over and over again. And then if I get stuck, I'll ask you guys. Like, I always do that. So
With
I
a
don't
stomachache.
need you guys to tell me in advance.
It hurts so bad he couldn't get out of bed.
Cap? He definitely got
I was
out of
gonna
bed,
cancel
girl.
my plans for today, but he convinced me to attend the tournament. So I left his room right after the morning announcement. And yes, I'm talking about the game tournament.
Yeah, I'm probably
the
gonna
same
get
one
stuck on
Wolfgang
that.
acted all
But if
hesitant
I
about attending.
need help, I'll ask you guys, which I probably will. But just like when we get there, right? You know.
Newsflash, I changed his mind after breakfast yesterday.
Hold on a sec. That ain't what you told me this morning.
What did Grace tell you?
Simply put, she felt like competing. Grace knew I planned to compete as well, so she asked me to be her sparring partner, since you needed one to enter the tournament.
She withheld information.
Aye, that she did.
Why is she being
Course.
sus?
Since I now know Wolfgang's condition at the time, I can't say I blame her. If someone you cared for was in a vulnerable position, would you go around and admit that in a killing game? No.
That's a good point.
You would try to protect that person by saying nothing at all.
When you put it that way, man, sounds rough.
I think it's obtuse.
Huh?
Say we assume the best of Grace. She withheld information not to trick anyone, but to protect someone she cares about. What then should we make up the glaring contradiction in her testimony?
What the hell do you mean, contradiction?
If your bunking partner was too ill to make the short trek to the dining hall, how did he walk all the way to the boiler room?
Good point. If Wolfgang really were bedridden, he would have stayed in his room.
Now that you mention it,
You're feeling
to
mysterious.
reach the underground floor, wouldn't Wolfgang need to descend like 4 flights of stairs? It's nothing for a healthy person, but for a guy who's supposedly really sick.
It's not my fault it doesn't make sense. It's just what Wolfgang told me.
Yeah, that really isn't her fault, though.
Yeah. Didn't we decide Grace wasn't the killer anyway?
That's not to say she doesn't know more than she's letting on.
I'm not withholding anything else. Leave me alone.
Is there more to the story than Grace is telling us? Too many people are letting their emotions cloud their judgment. I need to solve this mystery and set things straight. Oh shit. Okay. I need to focus, guys. Tashiko's fetch quest, blood spots, supposed to be tablet number 2.
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
There's a major discrepancy in Grace's testimony, but is she necessarily at fault for that?
Why don't you tell everyone the truth, Grace?
I've got nothing else to explain. The
Hold
last
on,
I saw
it's either-
Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay,
Thanks,
hear me
Jesus.
out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not helping.
Stop talking.
Why don't
I
you
think
tell
it's-
everyone the truth, Grace?
To explain. Last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace.
Is it this?
Maybe,
Maybe Grace has some kind
Grace
of
has some
reason
kind
for
of
lying
reason
about
for
Wolfgang
lying.
said.
How? If anything,
Yeah, she wouldn't have been
Why
for
don't you tell
lying about
everyone the
this, though.
truth, Grace?
Let me see. Hold on.
I've got nothing else to explain.
I need to look at my shit again. Let's see. I need to look this through again.
The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out.
Oh my gosh, can we
Secret
just speed past her
hallway.
part? Ew.
Would have found those.
Maybe
Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
I mean...
That,
Oh no, I was
or
trying to
Wolf-
agree. Oh my gosh, I'm such a dumbass.
Why don't
I'm
you
such a dumbass, guys. I'm gonna fucking get kicked out of this.
I've got nothing else to explain.
He was in our dorm room.
Hear me. Secret
This is the game tournament time,
We would
maybe.
have.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
What if Wolfgang was in the tree?
Why don't you tell everyone
Yeah,
the truth?
he definitely
Grace?
lied. Hold on. Let's see. The game tournament began at 9 and was attended by 8 people. Of those 8, 6 competed in the tournament. Which match was this match? I think it. Okay, let me try this.
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out. Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
She's so annoying.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the killer.
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie about what he said.
I don't agree with that though. I don't want to agree with that.
What if Wolfgang used the elevator in the tree?
You're not.
Hold on. I need
Why
more
don't you
time.
tell everyone the truth, Grace?
Oh my gosh, time's running out, guys.
I've got nothing. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay, hear me out.
Oh, my camera froze? Okay.
Secret hallways.
I'll change it soon. I need to focus right now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried by the
That, or Wolfgang never told Grace he was sick.
I wouldn't lie
Carried by
about
the
what he
killer.
said.
Hold on. Carried by the killer. Oh. Hold on. I think I might be onto something. I'm gonna fix it, guys. Hold on, give me a second. Disagree with. Let me see. What are my truth goals again? Hold on. That fast! Oh my god, I hate my life. It was because time ran out.
Why
They
don't
need to
you
be
tell
nicer to
everyone the
me.
truth, Grace?
Oh, I see. Let's go.
I've got nothing else to explain. The last I saw Wolfgang, he was in our dorm room.
Okay? Secret hallways.
We would have found those by now.
Maybe Wolfgang was carried
by the killer.
Maybe this? Yeah! No, that's wrong! Period! Okay, hold on. I'm fixing my camera now, guys.
It's true Grace's testimony is inconsistent with where we found Wolfgang's body. But that's not Grace's fault. The only person we should be blaming is Wolfgang himself.
What the heck? Why are you blaming him?
Simple. Because he lied about being sick.
Seriously?
You can cooperate. Can't you, Toshiko? During the investigation, you told me you saw Wolfgang in the hallways at 8:10 a.m.
That's after I left.
Yes, I remember now. Ingrid. She developed a headache, so I went to the pharmacy to find some medication. The trip itself went fine, but when I returned to the hallway, I found myself face to face
with Wolfgang?
Hold the phone! Toshiko actually saw Wolfgang?
We had a normal, pleasant exchange. He appeared perfectly healthy
Why is she
and
just
even
not
mentioned
mentioning
going to
this?
the tournament. Of course, he never made it.
I don't want to be that guy, but can anyone confirm this?
Mm-hmm. I heard them chatting a while in my room. Though I was bedridden like a sitting ghost, I could still make out their voices here and there.
Strange. He told Grace he wouldn't attend the tournament, but then said the opposite to Toshiko.
Sounds like he was telling fibs to conceal his actual intentions.
And what's his true plan supposed to be?
To go to the boiler room. Most likely.
I'm lost. What business would a guy like him have down there?
Why did Wolfgang go to the boiler room? Because of the note.
This is it. During the investigation, I found this note tucked away inside Wolfgang's blazer pocket. A lot of it is water damaged. The paper looks like it was ripped from a notebook, and the handwriting was done in ink. But some parts are still legible.
Secret 8:15 a.m. boiler room close the door.
This mentions the boiler room.
Exactly. The fact we found Wolfgang in the boiler room, and this note in his pocket, it can't be a coincidence. This note must be the reason Wolfgang went there.
That mention of a secret sure is suspicious. I'm willing to bet Wolfie's reason had something to do with it.
Agreeing to meet a stranger in some spooky dark place? Wolfgang had nerves of steel.
Ulysses, Grace, do you remember Wolfgang getting delivered a weird note?
Hi, Sniffy. Happy New Year. How are you?
No. The only time I recall him receiving anything was when Tozu distributed those envelopes.
I don't know anything about a note. Really? Wolfgang shared nothing with you guys?
Guess he didn't want them to know what it said.
Right. And if Wolfgang wanted to keep this note a secret, he would obviously want to keep the meeting a secret too.
Then the reason he told Grace he felt sick
Was to remove her from the picture. Yeah, once she's not in the room, Wolfgang has his opportunity to sneak out and head downstairs. That's also why he encouraged her to attend the tournament.
Didn't this same guy ask us to share our blackmail with each other? Talk about double standards.
Right.
Are we sure he wasn't just trying to protect Grace? Maybe he knew he was meeting someone dangerous, so he thought it would be safer not to involve her.
That does sound like something Wolfgang would do.
Not to interrupt, but on the subject of blackmail, did Wolfgang ever confront the person he had?
Oh? You don't know whose blackmail he got?
Well, if you recall what Wolfgang said originally.
For that reason, I implore you all to speak with the person whose blackmail you have and them only. Even if the contents of the envelope seem horrible, give the person a chance to explain themselves. So he never even went to the
Regardless of the
person.
blackmail's contents, it would be treated as a matter between the recipient and the subject of the blackmail, and no one else. Which makes me wonder, could whether or not Wolfgang confronted his person clue us into what had originally been written on that note?
I'm not picking up what you're putting down.
If that person somehow realized Wolfgang carried their blackmail, but never came forward about it, they could have demanded Wolfgang show it to them. Hence the mention of a secret. However, if Wolfgang did confront his person, I don't see why that same person would then send him a threatening note. Not least act coy about information they both know.
If the person being blackmailed wasn't the one who wrote the note, who was?
Obviously, it would be the student with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, I knew that.
Yes, the secret in question may actually be a reference to Wolfgang's blackmail, not the sender's.
Is there any way to figure out whose secret it is?
They're about to start blaming
We'd
Dan
probably
and
need to know whose blackmail Wolfgang had first.
Oh, I've got just the idea. Yo, person who Wolfgang had blackmail on. If he gave you your blackmail back, can you
She's
say
so
something?
annoying, bro. Can we kill her off? Can we kill her
Don't
off?
forget the person with Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, right. Hey, person who's got Wolfgang's blackmail. If you're innocent, say something already.
If I'm innocent, I should say something. Would telling everyone I have Wolfgang's blackmail really guarantee my innocence in their eyes? Please don't let me choose. Please don't let me choose. I don't know. Although everyone may follow my direction during the trial, since they can't ignore the evidence on my side, when it comes to me of all people owning Wolfgang's blackmail, how do I know they won't suddenly change their tune? They might chastise me for not revealing his blackmail sooner, or maybe they'll think I'm confessing and accuse me of murdering him. It's not like I wouldn't be able to refute their arguments, but do I really want to subject myself to all of that? Does the trajectory of this trial really depend on whether or not
I was hesitant to admit it, since I knew it would put me on the spot. But I'd rather be suspected than be the reason this trial comes to a standstill.
Whoa, hold on. I still think Kai is more annoying, though. They're both, oh my gosh, they're both, like, I mean, Kai's, like, I don't know. At least his outfit isn't ugly. Like, I don't know. I'm just trying to, like, find different reasons. Like, I don't know. They are both super annoying, though. This is throwing me off. I'm interested to hear this.
Are you confessing? Do you have Wolfgang's blackmail?
Nah, not his.
Then what the fuck are you talking, Jean?
Seriously? Way to be anticlimactic.
However, it's thanks to him that I have my own.
Your own?
Wolfgang approached me the same day everyone received an envelope.
Oh, so
Funnily
he did show
enough,
the person that
It
he
happened
had-
right after I'd finished speaking with my own person. He and we had a good talk. He gave me his envelope and asked me to take care of it. If you need the proof.
Ah, Wolfgang's envelope had the same signature.
Aye. I held on to the letter for safekeeping. This should have all been said sooner. I realized that. I suppose my pride was stronger than my rectitude.
I thought he was about to say that he had Wolfgang's blackmail. That was about to throw me for a loop.
My mistake for stringing everyone along.
I mean, at least you're honest.
Truth. Thanks for letting us know, bud.
Indeed. To recognize, to acknowledge one's own misdoings is a most virtuous feat, I believe.
She always tries to use big words to sound like she's older. Like, girl, we know you're 14. It's okay.
Right. It's very noble.
If I revealed my blackmail right now, would everyone here treat me the same? Would they be just as
I
forgiving?
take it our other blackmail person isn't gonna step forward?
If nothing happens, let's just have everyone recite whose blackmail they got one by one.
Huh? You sure that's a good idea?
No one's reciting shit.
It was only a suggestion. Calm your farm.
Even if we knew who had Wolfgang's blackmail, that doesn't necessarily mean they're his killer. It's annoying they won't speak up, sure, but unlike John, they would actually need to reveal Wolfgang's blackmail to prove they have it. This person might just want to respect Wolfgang's request to keep the blackmail between two people, especially now that he's gone.
Right, Damon's so
I don't
smart.
know. Is it really okay if we never find out?
Circumstantial evidence alone can't prove something beyond a reasonable doubt. If we want to solve this case, we need indisputable evidence.
Yeah, it's like doing a jigsaw puzzle without the box art to help you.
I love Ava too. Ava knows, and she didn't rat him out. I really fuck with her.
The cases?
Loyalty is everything to me. So the fact I forgot that she knows because Damon had told her, but she just sat there and was quiet. So I love her.
Obviously, the case.
And she's backing him up
The
right
more
now.
pieces you connect, the clearer the image you're constructing becomes.
Thank you for the hearts,
The
guys.
clearer the image, the more you can assume about it. Do you see what I'm saying? Once we know how Wolfgang died, the rest of this case should fall into place.
You certainly talk a lot stranger than you used to.
He's very smart.
But I think I get it.
Well, I don't want to be the one to start, but we can all agree Wolfgang was stabbed to death, right?
Are you fucking serious, Jet? Where the fuck did you see that he was stabbed? Stabbed?
When I was in the boiler room, I saw a knife bobbing around in the water near him.
Jet's slow as shit. He saw a knife, so he instantly assumed, oh, he was stabbed.
And on the ground, there was blood. Dried blood. On the boiler room floor and on the hallway floor.
That's gotta be Wolfgang's blood, right?
The knife was bloody, so...
Huh. Seems like a brawl happened in the hallway. While poor Wolfie was minding his own business, he was confronted by the killer, who attacked him and chased him into the boiler room.
I was wondering the same thing, but I didn't want to say anything. I was like, I don't give a shit. I'm just confused. Like, why? Who's trans? Like,
that would line up with how we found him.
oh man. Lumen, I can't. The killer stabbed Wolfgang in the hallway, then followed him into the boiler room? No, that's not what happened. I need to show everyone where they've gone wrong. No, that's wrong.
Is this really how you guys think Wolfgang died?
Oh shit.
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
Okay.
It was floating in the water right next to him.
Jet is so slow, guys. I can't.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler room floor and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, it was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind, and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, the killer entered the boiler
She is.
room after him.
She got them blacksmith
Which was when
arms.
they, you know, ended
She's a
it.
fit bitch.
It all makes sense.
Okay, there's actually quite a few people I'm not agreeing with. Whatever story they're trying to spin here is definitely not the truth. Damon is so fucking funny. I can conclude as much from the crime scene.
Is this really how you guys
Okay.
think Wolfgang died?
There's two things I don't
The
agree
bloody
with.
knife is way too big of a coincidence.
And I'll tell you guys what it is.
It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that. There's blood on the boiler
I don't
room
agree with
floor
whoever said there was like a
and along the
confrontation in the
underground
hall.
hallway.
I don't agree
A
with that.
confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Like that, I don't agree with.
Yeah, It was probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind,
And I don't agree with that either.
and the rest is history.
With that knife-wielding villain on his tail, Wolfgang had no other place to run but the boiler room.
So, you guys came after him.
Guys, they literally made up like a whole ass story that makes no fucking sense. Are you guys seeing this? Like they've literally made up this really like this big intricate story about him getting into a confrontation in the hallway and getting stabbed and running to the boiler room for safety. Like where are you guys getting this shit from? You're just pulling
The
stuff
bloody
out of your
knife
ass.
is way too big of a
There's
coincidence.
no evidence at all.
It was floating in the water right next to it.
What was I about to say? I think we can use his hands.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Yeah, probably. On Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
Come on! Oh my gosh.
really
Okay,
how you
okay,
guys
okay.
think
Let me see.
Wolfgang
Blood
died?
spots.
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
Tozy
It was floating in
tablet.
the water right next
Hold
to
on,
it.
let me see something actually.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and along.
In those hallways.
Nah.
There's two things
it
I
was
wanna try.
Probably a sneak attack. The killer snuck up on Wolfgang, stabbed him from behind.
Okay, it's not that. Okay, there's another one I want to try. There's another one I want to
Really
try.
how you guys think Wolfgang died?
Let me see.
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence. It was floating in the water right next to him.
Not just that, blood on the boiler.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Okay, I'm fucking lost. Hold on. Hold on,
Is
hold
this
on, hold on,
really
hold
how
on.
you guys think Wolfgang died?
Blood spots,
The
Tozy
bloody
tablet,
knife is way
Wolfgang's
too
hands.
big of a
Okay.
coincidence.
Hold on, let me see. I gotta refresh my memory. Hold on, guys. Bear with me here. Drops of blood are scattered around the boiler room door. They were also scattered in the outside hallway. There are burn marks all over Wolfgang's hands. During the blackout, they looked for that, and then in the water, and his upper body is slumped. I think I might be onto something. I might. I'm kind of slow though. I'm kind of slow, so bear with me, guys. Oh my god, guys. Spidey, when Kyoko used to do that, oh my gosh, she used to piss me the fuck off. Makoto, why don't you just let everybody know? Bitch, you say it. Why I gotta say everything?
Is this
That shit be
really how
pissing
you
me off.
guys think Wolfgang died?
Okay, let's see.
The bloody
That
knife
shit
is
used to
way too
grind
big of a
my
coincidence.
gears.
It was floating in the water right next to him.
This might be with the confrontation.
Not just that, there's blood on the boiler room floor and
Because
along the underground hallway.
the lights went out. Am I right?
Those hallways.
Oh my god, I'm so fucking stupid. I'm having a hard time understanding how this relevant. Probably because it isn't.
Is
Are
this
you guys
really how
fucking
you
serious?
guys
It
think
is
Wolfgang
relevant.
died?
The bloody knife is way too big of a coincidence.
I'm slow, guys. Bear with me.
It was
please.
floating in the water right next to him.
Let me see. Blood spots,
Not
switch
just that,
tablet.
there's
What was the
blood
other
on the
thing? It was
boiler
the
room
confrontation,
floor
and then it was the.
and along the underground hallway.
A confrontation must have happened in those hallways.
Oh, maybe this.
Yeah.
It was probably sneak attack.
Every time he says
The
yeah,
killer snuck up on Wolfgang.
it reminds me of him.
Stabbed
again.
him from
Look at
behind.
this.
No,
Bam!
that's wrong.
Period. It's because how would they stab him in the dark? That's what I'm assuming. Possibly. I don't know. I could
Jack.
be on the wrong track.
You talk a lot about the knife and the bloodstains on the floor, but did you ever look at Wolfgang himself?
I gave him a glance. Nothing too deep.
You didn't do shit, Jet.
I
You were
figured.
just stalking Mark the whole fucking investigation.
Had you actually taken the time to look at Wolfgang's back, you would have noticed a clear absence of stab wounds. In fact,
It's okay.
none of the injuries he sustained were the type to cause severe blood loss.
how the fuck does that have anything like I get what I chose and why it works, but at the same time I don't, because I basically used the Tozu tablet against stabbed from behind, but the Tozu tablet doesn't actually say anything about cause of death. So
Seriously, we went over the same thing with Cassidy during the mock trial. Couldn't you give Wolfgang the dignity of a proper investigation?
Hey, man, it's not like I didn't try.
I know, Spidey. I know, Byakuya and fucking Kyoko used to piss me off with that. And I feel like there was somebody that used to do that to Hajime and Danganronpa 2 as well. Who was it? There was somebody that used to do that in Danganronpa 2. And I'd just be like, bruh, not this again.
It's just... this stuff doesn't come easy, you know? Nobody wakes up thinking they'll have to solve their buddy's murder later.
Aww. I feel kind of bad.
Isn't that exactly what you should be worrying about in a killing game?
Not everyone has the stomach for investigating. That's fine. That's why you got people like me to do the heavy lifting.
I don't know why Damon doesn't like Jean. Like, Jean seems like a nice guy. He seems like he has his head on straight. Like, I don't know why people are like weird about him. He seems cool. And he's kind of cute too. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god.
Since some of us here weren't able to investigate Wolfgang's
I want him
body,
to choke me.
I'll lay out his injuries. There were 2 marks on the back of his neck, a bruise and a tiny red dot.
That reminds me when Byakuya literally messed with the car. Oh my gosh. I was like, I wanted to make it more interesting and out Toko for no reason. Oh, I miss Danganronpa 1. I miss Trigger Happy Havoc. Those are my babies. I love Byakuya and Togo / Genocide Jack and Kyoko and Kodo, Hina, Hero, stupid ass.
His hands were burnt too, so
they have a very special place in
3
my heart.
injuries in total.
I thought Chiaki would do it, yeah. Oh, I love Chiaki. And yeah, Nagito would do it too. Oh my gosh. Oh, I miss the first 2 games. I miss my babies. His hands were burnt too, so 3 injuries in
Besides that, I caught nothing else.
Burns, you say?
Junior high, my dear Wilson. The killer used a flamethrower.
Can she just like... Can somebody please kill her next? Please slice this bitch into a million pieces. She's so fucking annoying. I don't really mind people being like annoying, right? I think what really pisses me off a little bit though is like the people that's like super fucking annoying during the trials. Like the people that's just like not only are they not being helpful, but they're not even being funny. Like, and I think that's what I can give Kai. Like, I feel like Kai is like he's not being like super annoying during the trials, right? Like, I feel like Cassidy's just fucking annoying all the time.
These didn't look like normal burns. Not the sort you'd get from a stove fire, or a hot iron,
Oh my gosh.
or a flamethrower,
Sean
I
is being
suppose.
so smart right now. Oh my gosh,
Contradicting my theory outright.
kind of becoming my bae.
Jeez. So this is the thanks I get for vocalizing my thoughts?
Ew, Luna, you liked Ibuki. She was super annoying. She was like Cassidy to me. I think Cassidy's worse though. But Ibuki was like, she was annoying too. Like she would say stuff. I don't like the characters that say stuff and they think it's hilarious and it's like, bitch, like that's not even funny. And I honestly kind of feel like Ibuki was annoying during the trials too. I could be wrong about that, but I don't know. I will say this though, Ibuki actually looked cool. Like she was annoying as shit, but she actually looked cool. Like her hair, she had a cool ultimate. Like she was badass, like with the way she looked and shit. I really liked her. This bitch, her pants are even ugly. Like her pants, her fucking hat. Like everything about her pisses me off. I'm so sorry, Lumen. I'm so sorry. I was about to say something to you guys. Somebody said something. At least the whole cast of Dangan 2 is alive. Why? Because it's like not real? Oh, Chiaki was my favorite, Lumen. Don't say that.
Sorry, lass.
Guys, I'm in the mood for tortilla chips right now.
Yes, if I may add on to what John said, the burns actually bore a strong resemblance to what you might see in cases of corona paralysis.
What the fuck is that? Her shirt is giving Discord mod. How do you guys feel about Ulysses? How do you guys feel about him? He's like one of the characters that I can't quite decide how I feel about. Like, part of me feels like he's like... and then another part of me feels like he's cool. Like, even though he falls asleep and shit, like he's very forgetful without his little book. He kind of like, you know, he's not like making any waves or doing anything super annoying. But I don't know. I don't know how I feel about him. How do you guys feel about him?
Chiaro... Huh?
Agreed.
Ooh, now this I know.
Oh, blacksmith bitch. Hold on, y'all. I know what this is. I bet your old ass do know what this is.
Corona paralysis. It's something which happens to lightning strike victims.
Oh, is that the name of that? Wow. I never knew that.
Getting struck by lightning is like getting kicked by a horse. The
I can't even
impact is
fucking
so
imagine
shocking.
how that feels.
Some people will lose all feeling in their limbs for a few hours.
Oh, that makes my skin crawl. I don't like it. Spidey, I don't like her. I don't like Cassidy.
I was aware of lightning paralysis.
Bro, watch. This bitch
But
Cassidy.
even I didn't know its official name.
This bitch
That's a nice
Cassidy
head you've got on your shoulders.
is gonna be... she's gonna be one of the fucking survivors at the end. Watch. It's always either the whole group is fucking annoying or like there's like a handful of people in the surviving group that's fucking annoying. Ugh! Kill me now. If you guys are gonna kill her, kill me. Ulysses looks like this emoji. They explained in the end the whole cast is still in the state on the island still open the stairs. Oh, did they? Oh yeah, you're right. Oh my gosh. And then my baby. I feel, guys, I feel like Usami. Where's she at? She right here. I feel like she just, she's so cute. Her little diaper is always like falling. I'm like, Usami, pull your diaper up. You're so cute. She's so cute. She was like kind of annoying to me too. Not Cassidy level annoying, but she was like kind of like annoying to me a little bit during the playthrough of Danganronpa 2. But I was like, oh, she's probably just trying to protect us. And she was. So I love her. Oh my gosh, Spidey, no. I go into Barnes & Noble all the time, and I'm always so tempted to get the mangas, or like the novels. I see them all the time. I always go to the section that has the mangas, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I want to buy this. But then I don't, because I'm just like, I feel like it's just going to be the same shit. Like me reading the same shit. The anime I do want to watch though. I do want to watch the animes. Oh my gosh. I just love this series, guys. Like, I genuinely have, like, this series has such a special place in my heart. Cassidy will be the Himiko or Yasuhiro of the game. Cassidy gives me... No, she doesn't give me either of those vibes though. And I'll tell you why. Himiko was like kind of annoying to me with her. She was like kind of annoying to me at the beginning. I really didn't fuck with her. She kept talking about her magic. Her magic. That used to make me irritated. But then like when, was it Korekio? I think Korekio tried to blame her for Tenko's death. Korekio. think Korekio was... When Korekio started being mean to Himiko and blaming her for Tiko's death, that's when I started to like Himiko. Because I was like, I'm protecting her, Korekio. Shut your ass up, because she didn't do this, you did. So I felt bad for her, and then I really started to, like, think she was, like, adorable. What was I gonna say to you guys? Oh, and then, Manchester. I think Yasuhiro was, like, annoying, but he was at least... I think Hiro, maybe, I don't know if you guys feel the same way, but I think Hiro was at least funny. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like he was, like, funny and, like, oh my gosh, he's a dumbass kind of way. And that's what made him funny. But Cassidy, I feel like she tries to be funny and it's not funny. Like, she's literally trying to be funny and it's not working. It's not. Like, I feel like Hiro wouldn't try to be funny. He was just stupid. Like, he was literally just slow. So, yeah. I was aware of Lightning Paralysis, but even I didn't know his official name. That's a nice head you got on your shoulders.
Lots of people tend to overlook the importance of lightning safety, especially where I'm from.
I love her accent. It's so
My
cute.
grandpappy once tried working out in the open during a thunderstorm. Pure luck's the only reason he lived to see the next day.
Sorry to hear that and all, but what does lightning have to do with anything?
Well, if I had to guess, Ulysses, did it look like a big old tree was drawn on Wolfie?
A big old tree. Yes, that's how I would describe the burns on Wolfgang.
So Wolfgang had lightning strike scars?
Huh? We're trapped inside a building, though. Lightning can't come from anywhere.
Could he not have been struck before?
Oh my gosh,
the
Korekio
killing?
was fucking weird. Like, I feel like he talks like this. Yes? Where are we going to today? And then he's like, my sister loves me so much. And I'm like, okay. Execute his ass, get him up out of here, because this is getting a little strange. Oh my gosh, I can't. What do you guys feel was the coolest death or execution? Not in this game, by the way. Like, don't tell me anything about this. Don't ruin anything for this. But for me, I can't find anything that tops what Nagito did. Like, I'm still in awe of how fucking psychotic he was and how he set all of them up to, like, throw the thing, like, throw the little, like, bomb things or whatever the fuck they were, and like cause him to die, and then they didn't know who actually did it. I don't think anything will top that. Nothing will top that. That shit was crazy. Nagito scares me, guys. For those of you that are new here, hey Zodi, what's up? Zodi knows. Zodi loves Nagito. Nagito scares the fuck out of me, guys. Guys, I think we should all rely on hope. It scares the fuck out of me. Kokichi's, really? I gotta forget Kokichi's. I know that he, like, teamed up with Kaito. Did he, like, ask Kaito to do it or something? I don't know. For me, Nagito's was insane. Because they literally had no fucking clue who did it. Like, they didn't know who did that shit. That shit was crazy. Like, I'm still in
Fate
awe.
is stronger than will, you know. Perhaps a deity decreed the glow of his altruism from their heavenly abode and felt him a threat.
Oh my gosh, and when I saw him in Ultra Despair Girls, Nagito, I would, guys, go back and watch the stream. I was scared. I was like, no, make him go away. I thought I had gotten away from him. Nagito's scary. Oh God. But he's so impressive. Like, I think from like an outsider point of view, like watching the game and being like a player of the game, he's one of the coolest fucking characters. But as like a Hajime, like being inside the game, he was just like, oh my gosh, shut the fuck up, Nagito. But like, he's definitely one of the coolest characters. I'm afraid of him, like in real life. Hi, Unseasoned. Kokichi got so pressed. Oh my god. He did. Oh my god. Holy shit, he did. You're right. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh my gosh. What do you guys think was the funniest killing? I'm sorry, but the funniest for me, or at least one that's like up there, is the one where Karumi was monkey barring across the pool. I think that will be one of the top ones for me. That shit was funny. And then she was dropping shit by accident and stuff. That shit was funny.
Nay, those burns were fresh. One look was all it took for me to know that.
Ryoma getting ate up. Karumi did not. Bro, why did she monkey bark? When they revealed, like, when we kind of, like, concluded what had actually happened, that shit had me dying on stream. Like, that was so funny to me.
If he had these scars before,
because what were they doing?
Them anyway.
I forget what everybody else was doing that night. But while they were doing whatever they were doing, she was monkey barring across the pool on a... What was she on? Like a little tube thing? With Teru, with his body on there. No, not Teru, Ryoma. Oh my gosh, I keep calling him Teru because they're both short as shit. But you guys know who I'm talking about. Oh my gosh, Celestia she was insane. Yeah, wasn't Hifumi like trying to... Oh my gosh, yeah. You're right. Because Hifumi killed Taka for her. So she literally could have been like, oh, it was him. Oh yeah, I didn't really care for Celeste. I don't know. Like, I didn't like dislike her. Like, I didn't think she was annoying like Cassidy. But I just didn't, I don't know. She just seems like bitchy and not like in a fun way. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like Miyu's bitchy, but in a fun way. I feel like Grace is bitchy, but in a fun way. Celeste, I feel like she was just bitchy because she felt like people were beneath her. And it's like, bitch, you're kind of stupid. You could have set Hifumi up and then blamed him for everything. But you didn't do that.
But if those marks were recently inflicted, wouldn't it mean Wolfgang somehow went outside?
No, because it wasn't from fucking lightning.
Not necessarily.
People. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that to them because my slow ass, I be fucking up on the non-stop debates all the time.
This is only something I thought of just now.
But I just thought it was obvious. Like, I don't know. Yeah, if I get it, I feel like they should get it.
The reason Wolfgang sustained burns similar to that of lightning strike victims may be because whatever inflicted his burns was equivalent in damage to a lightning strike.
Ugh! Every time I hear this, it's like making my skin crawl back.
There's something out here channeling the power of lightning?
Shit, it's so stupid. Jet gives me hero vibes. Something equivalent in damage to a lightning strike. This idea sounded ridiculous, but when I thought back on the boiler room and what was inside it, I'll take that object into consideration. Ulysses' theory starts to put some weight. I mean, I was thinking, honestly, I didn't know if we were going to choose the taser or the generator, but the taser's not here, so.
This is it.
By the way, guys, this is
Ulysses,
super random, but like...
Since you write everything down, do you have a description of the boiler room in your notebook?
Super random, but when he says this is it, and like the sound effect that plays, it's just like so satisfying. The sound effects they chose for some of this game is great.
I do. Why?
The fuck do you mean why? Because we're about to reference
Since some people here never investigated the crime scene.
Okay, now he's starting to
They
be
probably
the
aren't as
person I don't
familiar
like.
with the room as we are.
I was trying to figure out how I felt about him. He's starting to lean a little bit towards my negative side.
So, you should read out your description of it.
Sure. The boiler room consists of a small concrete platform surrounded by ankle-deep water.
He sounds like somebody to me, and I don't know who. I don't know who he sounds like, but he sounds like somebody. He has a lisp. He sounds like somebody with a lisp. And I don't know if it's somebody from like a movie or a show or like somebody I know in real life. I don't know.
Throughout the room are boxes filled with various garbage, and in the back looks to be a generator, charred beyond belief.
Okay, period. Look at him being all descriptive in his writing.
What you just heard is a brief summary of my notes.
Hear that? There's a generator inside the boiler room.
Damon is so fucking condescending.
Of all the things which could deal similar damage to a lightning strike, doesn't a generator sound the most likely?
He's such an asshole.
Didn't Ulysses say it was destroyed?
At the time of the investigation, sure. But it wasn't always destroyed. You probably don't remember. But back when we found the dummy, I mentioned something about the underground floor.
Dining hall people, you were in this building before. Tell us what's going on. Yeah, why didn't you mention this other girl? The hell? I never even saw her. Huh? You were there too, Bargain Bin? Oh, and that's another thing. She calls Damon Bargain Bin. Like, bitch, your pants are fucking ugly as shit. Ugh. I don't like this bitch. I'm sorry. If I saw her in person, I'd slap the fuck out of her ass. There's a floor below us. That's where I woke up. I don't like her.
To be more specific, it was the boiler room I woke up inside. I hadn't been alone either. Ava was also there.
Oh yeah, who was it that, was it you, Lumen, that said that, they say Eva's name different? Somebody had said that the characters, some of them say Eva and some say Ava. Like, I think Cassidy had said Eva, but Damon just said Ava. Sorry, Lumen. We're just having fun. I feel like you have to play the free time events for them to actually start. Yeah, I kind of figured. I want to hang out with Cassidy, though. I tried hanging out with her, though. Remember, I was like the third person I run into. I'm going to hang out with them. And I tried hanging out with her. And she was like, oh, I'm on security right now. I'm on security duty because they're setting up for the tournament. They're stupid ass.
I woke up first.
Yeah. She did. Anyway, Ava, you agree the generator was in full working condition when we woke up, right?
Yeah, she's like, she calls him that. Like, bitch, your fucking pants are from the bargain bin. How about that?
So in the time since you woke up there, the generator was destroyed?
It's the only possibility.
You're having fun, Jason.
As for what destroyed the generator, well, it's hard to say for sure. My best guess would probably be...
Don't waste my time.
Okay, bitch. Period. I like Winona. She's an asshole.
Two things.
But I fucks with her.
First, destroyed is overly vague. Ulysses explained the state of the generator much better. Charred beyond belief.
Why the fuck does that matter, bitch?
Second, and more importantly, where's your proof the generator inflicted those burns?
She has a point.
What are you talking about? The generator must be involved. It's near where Wolfgang is lying.
Being within range of something counts as proof now, does it? Do you also consider happenstance as conclusive evidence? Funny how the standards shift, if so.
That?
Damn it, she's trying to make me look like an idiot. If I let this continue, the others may start to doubt me. I need to stop her before she veers the trial of attack. Oh my gosh, yay! You thought you were the only one with an injection animation? Think again. Sometimes a student will dislike your argument so much that they will initiate a one-on-one debate. We call this a rebuttal showdown. Cycle truth blades. Okay. During rebuttal showdown, your opponent will fling a flurry of remarks at you, and it's your job to counter them. Use the WASD keys to slice through your opponent's arguments. Naturally, you will slash in the direction of the button press. To slice diagonally, simply press two keys at the same time. Be sure to pay close attention to the shape, size, and position of your opponent's remarks. as these will clue you into what direction you should slice. Every time you strike white text, the green side of the screen will shift left to represent your argument succeeding. Likewise, every time you miss white text, the orange side of the screen will shift right to show that your opponent is winning. If you cut through enough remarks, you will advance to the next stage. If you haven't, you will retreat. If you're somewhere in the middle, you and your opponent will wrestle for control in a short round of crosswords. In order to gain the upper hand, you must rapidly left click. Oh, is she? I never even really noticed that, but I mean, they're roomed together now, right? Now to the meat of the dual truth blades. Similar to non-stop debates, any suspected contradictions will be highlighted in gold. Hold down right click to slice them apart with the truth. Wait, what? Okay. Then, of course, don't start slicing the second you see gold. Assess the validity of the remark and check you have the correct truth blade equipped. Now, let's not keep Winona waiting any longer to battle. I'm gonna fuck up on this the first time probably, guys, so bear with me here, okay? He is smart and useful, but only because he writes everything down. Fuck. Like, she needs to calm down.
While the
wouldn't even
generator
remember.
may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Okay, bitch. Ah! Oh my god. Oh! I didn't realize. I'm getting ahead of myself. I need to step back.
While the generator may look suspicious,
hold on. What do we
consider
have?
the time frame
Blackout?
we're working.
Bitch, shut up. Tozu tablet number 2, footsteps, DJ pad clock, blackout.
If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Bitch, you sound stupid. A certain piece of evidence which proves the 2 events are
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our kidnapping, that gives us a period of almost 4 days.
Is it that?
Day 3 and day 5 in the period.
Damn, this bitch is.
While the generator
her,
may
because she
look
really stands her
suspicious,
It's
consider
not DJ Backlog, then it's the blackout.
If the only time you saw the generator in full working
Honestly,
condition
what you're saying makes no
was on
sense.
the day of our kidnapping,
honestly, bitch,
that gives us a period of almost 4 days.
What?
Do I real? Day 1, we were kidnapped. Day 2, the pharmacy opened. Day 3, our blackmail was distributed. And day 5, in the period between days 2 and 5.
That doesn't make sense.
While the generator may look suspicious, consider the time frame we're working with. If the only time you saw the generator in full working condition was on the day of our
beat her ass on
kidnapping,
this part,
that gives us a period of almost 4 days, in which the generator might have been destroyed.
Okay, this is what I'm used
What
to.
about the blackout?
Oh
It's impossible for the generator to cause the
His
blackout
voice is so sexy to me.
if it was already broken
I want him to whisper in
prior
my
to the
ear.
tournament.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power.
Bitch.
At any point before or after the murder.
Nah.
You only assume it happened during it. Not the smartest argument from a supposed ultimate debate.
Okay, well, no, I like you, but you sound kind of slow right now.
What about the blackout? The building may very well have lost its power. At any point before or after the
Shut the fuck up, Winona. No, that's wrong. Hi, Charlie. Welcome in.
When the blackout happened, it froze a piece of equipment which had been set up for the game tournament. Mark's DJ pad.
Mark's like, don't mention me, bro.
While there was no physical clock inside the dining hall, a digital one has been built into Mark's pad.
Oh my gosh, if he had an ASMR
If you look
channel.
at what time the digital clock is
Oh
frozen
my
on,
god, I'd be so
it
excited.
matches the time of death listed on the tablet. 9:35 a.m.
Well, Mark, is this true?
There's no point in me saying anything when someone else has
Oh my
already
gosh,
said
Mark,
it better.
stop being a fucking pussy and just speak up.
Just answer with a yes or no.
You
will
look like you can beat half of these people's ass.
Yes.
In any case, the matching times are too much of a coincidence. the destruction of the generator caused the blackout. And the blackout occurred at the time of the murder. There's no way the destruction of the generator wasn't tied to Wolfgang's death.
What do you suppose happened then?
I'm willing to bet the generator's destruction resulted in the boiler room's water becoming electrified. Since Wolfgang was discovered kneeling in the water, we can reason he was standing in it at the time this happened then.
Damon, you and I both know that's not
Yeah,
true.
I was about to say. Ava said that.
Huh?
Did you forget? It's impossible for the water in the boiler room to play a role in Wolfgang's murder. Because it isn't even conductive.
Right.
It's not? After Damon and I woke up in the boiler room, I wanted to investigate the flooded area. So, I tested the water.
They have those, Lupin? I do see like the different. I haven't seen one that's like that, but I do see like the different like role playing channels, and they're kind of cool. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Ava approach a pile of boxes and fish on a light bulb. Then, without hesitation, she chucked it into the water.
I even redid my test during the investigation, since Damon wasn't sure if he should touch Wolfgang's wet clothes. In both instances, I proved the water was safe to enter. To be honest, neither result really surprised me. Water will only act as a conductor if it makes contact with two separate energy sources. The boiler room's generator is just one source.
If you're standing in the water, one outlet should be enough. Speaking from experience, large bodies of water are terrifying conductors during storms. All it takes is one lightning bolt, and the surrounding miles are scorched.
But the generator is a slow, persistent source of electricity. It's not the same as a lightning strike.
Ava is a fucking nerd.
Electricity is electricity. Doesn't matter how it manifests. The reason you two avoided electrocution is because the generator's exposed wires aren't even touching the water. If they were, you would have been scorched right from the start.
Oh my gosh, is he right?
Maybe when the generator was destroyed, some of the wiring
Oh my gosh,
fell
is
into the
Sean,
water.
like, is he right over Ava? Oh my god. He's like more of my beta.
Nah. Even in its current
Said
sorry
nah.
state,
Oh.
the generator's wires are nowhere near the water.
It doesn't make sense for the generator to pose a danger anyway. The point of the killing game is for the students to kill each other, not for the facility to kill the students. A feature of the
I know,
building
Charlie.
killing a
Hell
student
yeah.
would be a meaningless death because you can't attribute a student killer to it.
As for why the generator's been charred, sometimes electrical faults happen. Even my ship's engines have broken under particularly relentless storms. And if an electrical fault caused Wolfgang's death, then his murder is purely on the hosts, ain't it?
Of course! If we were responsible for his death, you lot wouldn't be here discussing it.
Of course! Is the generator really unrelated to the case? But the timing of the blackout is too perfect. It can't be coincidence.
Okay, since we've ruled out the generator, what else could have electrocuted Wolfgang?
It mightn't be relevant, but I did see one other thing on the boiler room floor.
The Bobby
A
thing?
toy gun or something.
Oh, the taser.
At least, that's how it came across to me.
Not a toy gun, a taser gun.
A taser? I'll shoot electricity!
She's so fucking. Oh my god. I can't with this bitch. I don't like her, guys.
I'm not sure how the taser fits in with this case, though. It doesn't seem to have been used.
Nope. The taser was definitely used.
How so? I didn't catch any sort of string protruding from it.
Not all taser guns release a string when fired. Some are completely wireless. For those types, you can tell they've been used if their blast doors are missing. Side note, blast doors are plastic panels which cover the muzzle of a taser. If a shot is fired, they pop clean off. When I was investigating the crime scene, I found the taser gun in one spot and its blast doors in another. Speaks for itself, yeah?
And here I was thinking the yellow bits were just random trash.
Where the heck did a taser gun even come from? Last time I checked, there weren't any lying around in the storage closets.
Maybe it belongs to someone here.
Huh?
Just think about it for 1 second. Everyone here has a dorm room which is themed around their talent. Mine's got DJ equipment. Jet's got car batteries. If that's what we have with our talents, what could someone with a dangerous talent have?
You guys know what I love? I love that we all collectively think Cassidy's annoying as shit.
Are you talking about, like, knives and stuff? What? Is there something on my face?
Forget this. The person I'm talking about is Desmond.
Ooh.
Huh? No way! You think the gun is Desmond's?
Yeah.
I know, Spidey. I fucking know.
Hang on.
No.
You've got it all mixed up.
Jean, do you know anything about this? As Desmond's roommate, perhaps you spotted something inside his dorm.
Alas, we stayed in my abode. I couldn't tell you if he had weapons.
We stayed in my abode.
Talk about suspicious.
He's hot.
Did Desmond agree to bunk in Jean's dorm so Jean wouldn't see the weapons in his?
Listen, I get where you guys are coming from, but that taser gun, it's not mine. I've never seen anything like it.
No, that's a lie.
A lie?
His attempt to feign innocence won't fool me, not when I know the truth. For proves he's lying. His talent, his charisma, his blackmail.
A marksman is obviously going to have a taser.
Like I said.
Oh, is it his blackmail? I forget what his blackmail is.
I got it.
Did Kai have his?
The blackmail Tozu gave us. That's my evidence.
You didn't get mine, did you?
No. But the person who did informed me of what it said.
Not Kai getting outed. Oh, Ava has it. I forgot about that. With his weapons at hand, Desmond Gar is the only one he trusts.
The writing style seems to match. I think it's legit.
That's more than a little suspicious, don't you think? Leaving a bunch of weapons unguarded during a killing game?
Don't judge me. This is the first time I'm hearing of it too.
You didn't know there were weapons in your room?
Yep, no idea.
Our rooms aren't particularly subtle in their theming. Are we supposed to believe yours is any different?
It is themed. I'm not denying that. But I sure as hell didn't catch sight of any weapons. If I did, do you seriously think I'd leave them unguarded and risk being found out?
Yeah. Desmond cares too much about everyone. He pointed out the broken doorknobs and gave us the idea to bunk together. Why would he hide weapons in his room?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside. There's no other way to explain it.
So while Desmond gets a bunch of guns, all I get is an old game console and a dead controller.
That's the first funny thing she said.
Take the bad with the good, dearest pupil. No one fears game consoles. Well, no one besides parents and the religiously inclined.
Enough talking about consoles. Why are you guys believing Desmond so easily? If the taser gun belongs to him, then he's the killer. Any argument he makes against it...
I really don't know, Charlie. I've had my suspicions, but now, now that we're getting a little bit further into the trial, I'm second guessing myself. I'm a little confused. I really don't fucking know, honestly. They said that, Lemon? Ooh, that's exciting. I like something fresh. I love how it's not like just the supporter protagonist and the antagonist being the only ones that have brains. Yeah, that's true, Rory. I'll be right back, guys. Guys, get yourself some snacks. Get yourself some drinks. Take a bathroom break. We'll come back in like a couple minutes, okay? So I'll be right back.
Does what she feels. She's gonna do her. She's gonna keep it real. Cause she is variety. Variety. Cause she is variety. And she will be our beat. She will be our beat. Oh yeah, variety. Princess, princess. Yeah, variety, princess, princess. princess. Does what she wants, does what she feels. She's gonna do her, she's gonna keep it real, 'cause she is variety, variety. She is variety. She is variety, variety, variety. She is variety. She will be our beat. 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 Does what she wants, does what she feels. She's gonna do her, she's gonna keep it real, 'cause she is variety. Variety. 'Cause she is variety. And she will be our beat. She will be our beat. Oh yeah, variety princess, princess. Oh yeah, variety princess, princess. Oh yeah, variety princess, princess. Variety princess, princess. Does what she wants, does what she feels. She's gonna do her. She's gonna.
Alrighty, guys. And yes, somebody did, Lumen's right, somebody did come in and somebody came in and ruined it for me, kind of. Like, like, I try to convince myself, like, oh, I didn't see that, but I did. And I don't know. It was just like, I was just kind of convincing myself that they lied. But it's annoying. Like, I hate when people, like, have to ruin the fun for everybody else. You know what I mean? Like, what is the point? What are you gaining from that other than getting banned? So stupid. Slow mode is killing you. I did slow mode, by the way, guys. I did slow mode because yesterday when I streamed this, you guys were talking, like, a lot in the chat, which I'm completely fine with. But, like, you guys were talking so fast that, like, I'd be paying attention to the game, and then I'd look back at the chat, and I would have missed stuff that you guys said, and I really don't want to miss stuff that you guys are saying. I want to respond to what you guys are saying, so that's why I did slow mode tonight. I hope it's not too much of a hassle.
It's just a flimsy excuse!
What the hell? Alright. Let's get our head in the game. Grace's testimony. Taser gun, blackout.
Desmond is the killer! The taser gun came from his room!
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
Because you wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard!
But...
If this is about avoiding suspicion, why did Desmond say the taser gun was fired? I don't think a killer would draw attention to their own murder weapon.
I was with Desmond.
I call it reverse psychology. You sprinkle in a little helpfulness, and suddenly everyone trusts you.
When the murder happened,
Desmond is the killer! The taser gun came from his room!
I had no idea the gun even existed. I was barely in my dorm to begin with.
You wanted to draw attention away from your weapons hoard!
But...
Is it this? Poor Eloise. Speak up, bitch.
I don't think a killer would draw
Look at how much
attention
you're
to their
talking over
own
her.
murder weapon.
I feel bad.
I was...
Yay! Thank you, Lumen. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, because it's so stressful playing this. Like, it ruins
Regardless of whether
everything
or
when
not
people
Desmond knew about the gun,
ruin
he
shit.
definitely wasn't involved in the murder. Eloise can back me up on this.
Right. Desmond and I, we were together in the courtyard at the time of Wolfgang's death.
I see. Then both of you can be ruled out as suspects.
Don't just take her word for it. She could be covering for Desmond.
Jeez, if you have a bone to pick with these guys, at least save it for when we're not solving a murder.
Yeah! Why don't you want to believe Eloise?
Ever since the investigation, these two yuppies have been on my case non-stop. They're obviously working together.
Not gonna lie, I see where Grace is coming from. When Eloise tried to single her out earlier, Desmond was pretty quick to jump in and agree.
Even so, since the topic has been brought up, I would like to mention something. During my trip to the
Did she see
pharmacy,
them?
I believe I saw Desmond and Eloise in the courtyard together.
You also said you were back in the hallways around 8-10 a.m., didn't you? That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
Yeah, I agree, Lumen. It really does. It's so fucking annoying. Somebody did the same thing for Danganronpa V3 and just came in and ruined everything. I'm just like, I hate it. That means those two were wandering around unsupervised. Either one of them could have left the courtyard.
If Desmond was the killer, what would Eloise gain from defending him? Should the wrong vote be cast, nothing about the rules suggests an accomplice of the killer would be exempt from execution.
That's right! And even if she was exempt, Eloise is too nice to be an accomplice to murder.
Grace, I realize Desmond's irked you, but that's no reason to keep steering everyone down a dead end. Let's move on.
A person who's always steering others down a dead end, huh? I guess they needed a GPS.
Every fucking time she opens her mouth, I swear to God.
Anyway, Anyway, we
Stop
should totally
talking.
thank Desmond for clearing things up now. Not only do we know he's not the killer, now we know how the killer got their hands on the taser.
Now we know how... What?
Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent, and found the taser gun hidden inside.
Yup, that is word for word what Desmond said.
Right. Good memory.
All in a day's work, baby!
Can you repeat that quote, Cassidy?
Again. But I just said it.
Yeah, but I want you to say it again.
All right. Someone must have gotten the idea to rifle through my dorm because of my talent and found the taser gun hidden inside.
But you said you've never even seen the taser gun, so what makes you so sure that a taser gun was in there?
Is there something on your mind?
If Desmond's testimony is anything to go by, then wouldn't this mean the culprit has to be male?
Not necessarily.
If I remember correctly, all the guys were aware of each other's pairings. With that sort of knowledge, a male student could try and infiltrate another male student's dorm.
None of us knew which room we'd be bunking in.
It only takes a quick peek to check if someone's inside or not. Anyone could have done that.
And who's to say the thief didn't barge in before we started bunking?
Or while people were having breakfast.
Seems there was a mountain of opportunities for our culprit to sneak in unnoticed. Doesn't exactly help us narrow things down, does it?
I know, even Jet's like, girl, what?
Well, guess this taser gun was a bust.
Look on the bright side. If it's been fired, then it's probably what electrocuted Wolfie. If trying to suss out who stole it isn't feasible, why don't we talk about Wolfie's other injuries instead? You know, the ones that weren't burn marks? Those seem like they could lead us somewhere.
Yeah. Besides the burns on his hands, Wolfgang also had a bruise and a tiny red dot on the back of his neck.
A bruise and a tiny dot, huh? Wanna try tackling them in alphabetical order?
Alphabetical order? Now, aren't you full of smart ideas?
No need to thank me. It's only common sense.
Okay, let's discuss the bruise first.
I think it's safe to say the killer didn't use a flamethrower.
Winona's sick of her
Maybe
shit, bro.
Wolfgang got into a fight? Someone might have attacked him and aimed for his neck.
If you can even reach that high.
Either way, something must have hit him. I got it.
Kai is right. Something did hit Wolfgang.
Really? Man. And I was only blurting out the first thing which came to mind. Anyway, from how you're wording things, do you know what that something is?
A rolling pin.
Eh?
Wolfgang was hit with a rolling pin.
How on earth did you reach that conclusion?
Ava and I found this pin inside storage closet A, which is just a few feet from the crime scene. Coincidentally, the pin also has a dent.
You sure that's enough to say it's involved? Could just be a flimsy pin.
No. There's something else which solidifies this pin's role in the murder. Handprints. 2 of them on the edge of the pin.
So the killer used a rolling pin to attack Wolfgang?
It certainly explains the bruising on his neck.
They must have wanted him to be unconscious so he wouldn't fight back.
Exactly. It would be easier to drag him into the water if he's not awake.
You reckon the killer purposely put Wolfie in the water?
Damn! With one electrified blow, Wolfgang is zapped to bits with the taser! Since he's lying in the water, he's definitely a goner.
Considering the logical ethos of the killer's rectitude, especially when governed under constricting pressure, leaving him catatonic would be the most facile solution.
Okay, Toshiko, you don't have to talk like this.
I guess it makes sense.
After shooting Wolfgang with the taser, what was the killer's next move? If I figure that out, I'll be one step closer to solving this case.
So let me get this straight. The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs, because the two of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator, remember?
I think I already see
Ed
what
and
I
I
need to
checked
disagree
Closet B. Damon and Kai checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Yeah, I think Mark's right.
Yeah.
Because the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
So let me get this straight.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When Eva and I were already downstairs.
Oh shit. Hold on.
So let me get this
footsteps,
straight.
it's
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet A?
It's either
When
game
exactly
tournament
did they
time or
discard
story
the pin?
closets.
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were downstairs.
Okay, so it's game tournament then. It has
So
to
let
be.
me get this straight.
Unless I'm crazy.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling
I mean,
pin,
storage closets, right?
And then
chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they
discard the pin. They couldn't have done it.
When Eva and I were downstairs.
Is that not what I chose?
Sorry.
Oh my god, guys,
So
what am
let
I
me get this
doing?
straight.
What am I doing wrong?
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin,
And then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly
did they discard the pin?
Did I not choose game
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were downstairs.
Okay, I'm fucking insane. Oh my gosh, game
So
over
let me
for
get
my
this
stupid
straight.
ass.
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin,
Let's see.
And then chucked the pin into Closet A? When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it
Hold on, let me
when
check
Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside Closet A.
Why were you inside the closet?
To find the backup generator. Jed and I checked Closet B. Damon and
Kai checked Closet C.
Eva and Grace
Checked Closet A.
and Jean and Mark checked Closet D.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
That's not true.
Yeah,
I
I
think
think Mark's
that's
right.
what it is.
Because the
No.
killer could run upstairs and go back to their room
Charlie.
immediately after discarding the pin.
No.
So let me get this straight.
It's
killer
Mark's,
knocked
I
out Wolfgang
think.
with a
Let me
rolling
see,
pin.
storage closet still open.
And then chucked the pin into Closet A?
When exactly did they discard the pin?
They couldn't have done it when Eva and I were already downstairs. Because the two of us went inside Closet A. Why were you inside the closet?
Not a bong sound. Oh, we're killing me.
Damon and Kai
Checked Closet C. Eva and Grace checked Closet A. And Jean and Mark checked Closet B.
I need to see what he says.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs.
Is it this? Game over, guys. I'm trash. I think it's definitely...
The killer knocked out Wolfgang with a rolling pin, and then chucked the pin into Closet
Hold
A.
on, let me read them. Let me stop assuming and let me just read them. I think it might be game tournament. Wait, what he's saying actually makes sense. Am I high right now? Like, hold on, let me listen to what Mark says again. Oh my gosh, Cassie, shut up.
The killer just discarded the pin. Before we came downstairs.
Okay, he's right. I'm so stupid.
Yeah. I think Mark's right. Cause the killer could run upstairs and go back to their room immediately after discarding the pin.
Oh. I know what
So
it
let me
is.
get
I know
this
what it is.
straight.
I think I know what it is. Let's go through this.
And then check the pin in the closet, eh?
I think it's on what Diana said.
The killer just discarded the pin before we came downstairs. Yeah, I think Mark's right.
Cause the killer could run upstairs.
It wasn't immediately
and go
after.
back to their room.
It wasn't immediately after.
Immediately after discarding the pin.
No, that's wrong!
Hell yeah. Let him know, Damon. Oh my gosh. It's the
Diana,
alcohol, guys. I'm so sorry.
There's proof the killer fled the underground hallway at a later time, when the tournament attendees were looking for a backup generator. Kai and I heard someone run past our room.
Huh?
I just knew because, first and foremost, what Mark said was not incorrect. What he said was correct. I don't know what my brain was like flipping what he said. It was like opposite day inside my head. But she said that they threw the rolling pin, whatever the fuck that shit's called. They threw it in the closet and then it ran away after that. But that's not true because we had already came to the conclusion that they couldn't have thrown that in there because Grace and Ava were in that closet at the time, so they would have heard it. But we definitely heard footsteps, and that was after the blackout had already happened. So.
Oh man, that's
or
right.
during the blackout, I should say.
We were just exploring the closet when, all of a sudden, we heard footsteps in the hallway. That's when Damon decided he was gonna follow where the footsteps came from and entered the boiler room.
Somebody's gonna be like, "Are you crazy, Damon? Why would you do that?"
Did anyone else hear these footsteps?
Ava
Nope.
did.
Not ringing any bells.
Yeah, Jet and me didn't really hear it over all our talking.
I heard the footsteps.
Huh? You did?
Well, I initially thought it was my imagination, so I never said anything.
Ashamed to say, I also brushed off the footsteps. Thought I was hearing things.
Oh, so John heard
However,
it too.
since other people can attest to hearing them,
Then someone else was on the underground floor with us.
Before anyone tries to bring it up, none of the tournament attendees could have been the person running.
Because they were all with
Since
somebody.
everyone explored the closets in pairs, they all have solid alibis.
I'm sure we can all vouch for that, aye?
everyone was still in their closets after Damon and I found Wolfgang. So,
Considering the footsteps were moving away from the crime scene, I think it's safe to say they belong to the killer.
Wouldn't that mean the killer fled while you guys were exploring the rooms?
Hold up! So the killer had been right next to us?
Boy, that's a given.
huh? How are you so calm after hearing that? The only thing which stood between us and a murderer was a door. What if they attacked us?
I mean, they're in the same room with you right now, so what's the difference?
Well, they did it, so I don't see what the problem is.
And there's no door.
Sheesh, you're weird.
Why not run away earlier, though? Fleeing while everyone is searching seems really risky.
Well, maybe they didn't expect everybody to go down
Maybe
there.
it was a miscalculation?
It's not impossible, I guess.
If not that, then maybe the killer returned to the boiler room after discarding the pin?
Sounds pretty meat-headed if you ask me.
Yes, you'd think a killer would use that moment to run away.
That's true, too.
For the two who heard the footsteps, describe the sound.
Sounded like socks.
It was kinda socky. As in,
Socky is
it
crazy.
sounded pretty soft. Like the person had taken off their shoes.
Saki, huh? Seems this killer was purposefully trying to keep quiet.
Well, they didn't do a good job.
Or because their footsteps were soft?
Or maybe because their footsteps were loud.
That seems like a leap in logic.
No, I get what
Oh, I
she's
get you.
saying.
Yeah, I get what
Everyone
she's
here has socks on, I'm pretty sure. So any one of us could have run down the hallway. The thing with shoes is, not everyone here has the same kind. If the killer had worn theirs, we might have been able to figure out their footwear from the sound it made on the floor. Then we just have to single out the person with that footwear. Man, it would have been so easy to find the killer.
Guys, leave a like on the stream if you haven't already, and if you've already left a like on the stream, give a heart emoji. Drop one of those in the chat.
We already can find the killer, though.
What?
Oi, are you pulling our leg?
I'm completely serious. Picture a map of the building complex in your head. The building with the dorms is on the left, the courtyard is in the middle, and the building with the tree is on the right.
So basically, it's anybody who wasn't in the courtyard and anybody who wasn't in the courtyard and anybody who wasn't in the room with the building with the tree, and anybody who wasn't at the tournament, I
Now,
guess.
try and pin everyone's locations during Wolfgang's murder. Once you do that, the identity of the killer will definitely become clear.
Is the killer someone whose position we can't place?
No, it's not about position.
Eh?
Wolfgang's killer can easily lie about their location during the murder. The only thing distinguishing their testimony from everyone else's is that theirs can't be corroborated.
It has to be you!
Diana, it's you, isn't it?
Her? The makeup girl?
She's the only one here without an alibi. Those of us who attended the tournament can obviously be ruled out. And as for those who didn't, Desmond and Eloise were in the courtyard. Toshiko and Ingrid were in the same dorm room.
What about Winona? She never mentioned an alibi.
Winona was with somebody though, I think.
Give me a break.
Winona and I were in the building
Yeah.
with the tree all morning. In fact, yes, Desmond and Eloise should have witnessed us walking over there, as those two were in the courtyard at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
In that case, Diana really is the only one without an alibi.
Guys,
if she's the person who fled the boiler room, those footsteps we heard make a lot more sense. Heels make a pretty loud clop sound on hard floors, and the underground hallway's floor is pretty hard. Diana would obviously want to take them off. Also, heels aren't comfy to run in.
Whoa! I didn't even think of it like that. You're totally right, though. Since Diana's the only one here with heels, she would have to take them off.
guys, what are you talking about? Me? A killer? Do you really think I could be a killer?
The fact you weren't at the tournament is incriminating enough.
Not just that. Everyone but you has an alibi.
But I do have an alibi, right, Ava? You woke up with me this morning, and you never saw me leave my dorm.
That doesn't matter, though.
During the brief amount of time we were together, I never saw you leave. What you did after I left for the game tournament, however, is anyone's guess.
Ava wanted to help me and Cass set up the tournament, so we told her to swing by early.
For that reason, I left Diana's dorm at 8:05 a.m. I know the exact time since her room has a clock. I probably entered the dining hall around 8:10 a.m.-ish.
So much for an alibi then.
Diana, don't tell me.
Holy smokes, it's all falling into place!
Yeah, she did do that.
Are we sure there hasn't been some sort of misunderstanding?
It's not possible. Diana can't be the killer. No! I refuse to believe it!
Looks like some people here aren't willing to face the facts. That's not a problem. I'll make them face the facts. Whether they like it or not, soon enough, nobody will be able to deny Diana killed Wolfgang. Suspicious no storage closet is still on.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could
you know
she be the
what?
one who left the blood trail?
Hold on.
Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand, and the knife in the other.
Dual wielding weapons? Holy, this killer's next level.
If it was Diana inside that boiler room, could she be the one who left the blood trail? Because if so, that might be her blood on the knife, too.
Diana's blood? Are you saying she wounded herself?
Wounded herself? What makes you think that?
I don't know! Why else would the killer's blood be on their own weapon?
Did we not already agree the killer was wielding a rolling pin?
Well, maybe they had both. The rolling pin in one hand.
No,
They
that's
already
wrong!
said that they had already put the rolling pin back and went put it back or put it in the storage closet and then went back.
No. The killer was only wielding the rolling pin during their confrontation with Wolfgang. You can tell just from looking at the pin. There are two handprints wrapped around the edge, as if the killer had been holding the pin like a tennis racket. Which makes sense, because you can swing with more force if you use both hands. And that's what a killer wants when trying to knock out a grown
Oh, it
man.
was definitely her. I kind of don't want to give in too soon, but there was a bobby pin on the scene.
Who held the knife?
It wasn't the killer, so it was most likely the only other person in the boiler room. Wolfgang Akire.
Akire. I say her hair should be.
What the hell are you talking about? Wolfgang carrying a dangerous weapon? Bullshit!
If you were in his situation, wouldn't you? Wolfgang received an anonymous message asking him to meet in a basement, all whilst in the middle of a killing game. At that point, it doesn't matter how much of an optimist he is. He'd know better than to come unarmed.
A knife isn't super hard to find, either. Wolfgang probably just stole one from the kitchen.
Besides, if Diana is the one who got stabbed, it would explain the blood trail. Think about it. She arms herself with the rolling pin and attacks Wolfgang, getting hurt by him in the process. For some reason, possibly because of the blackout, she doesn't clean the blood trail she's leaving, and returns to her dorm room after.
No! That's wrong!
Huh?
I wasn't stabbed. If I was stabbed, then I'd have an injury. But there's nothing, right? There's nothing on me.
Depends. If a vein got nipped, you'd be seeing blood no matter the size of the cut. Of course, that also means a small cut will need bandaging, which I'm not seeing on you.
Bitch, who's to say that you don't have a stab underneath those clothes? You could have easily changed. You have identical clothes.
You may not see any injuries on Diana, but that doesn't mean they aren't there.
Huh?
If she wanted, she could simply hide her injuries from view. After all, someone like her has exactly what it takes.
She's a cousin. Her cowardice.
I got it.
Talent. As the ultimate cosmetologist, Diana could easily cover her wounds.
It makes sense. With the right equipment, she could probably disguise even a bandaged wound.
As Diana's bunking partner, I've seen firsthand how many different cosmetics are inside her room. So unfortunately, I have to agree.
Well, Diana, did I get anything wrong?
No. No. But
Wait. Wait. Diana, did you just say no? As in, no, you're not wrong that I covered up my wounds? Oh, crap. You guys know what this means, right, guys? Diana basically just confessed!
A confession? Are you for real?
It makes sense, though, doesn't it? Diana got wounded, which proves she got in a fight with Wolfgang.
I don't know, though. Because I'm starting to think, what if she got into a fight with him but didn't actually kill
Which
him?
means all that stuff about Wolfgang going to the boiler room, all that stuff really did happen.
I see. I see now what you were saying. Diana. She lured Wolfgang to the boiler room by writing him that note. And when he arrived, she attacked him and killed him. And now, she's been lying this entire trial, hoping we would never suspect her. Yeah! How cruel!
Diana, It wasn't me! I promise. It wasn't me.
I don't think it was her.
To think she could preach about friendship after committing a violent crime.
And then try and sentence the rest of us to punishment.
Golly, you're right. If we voted for the wrong person, we would have been executed.
That's so fucked! Seriously, Diana? What the hell is your damage?
Can we at least hear Diana's side of the story?
Her side?
Well, Diana has, I just think it's fair we listen.
I don't think she did
What does it matter
now
what
that
she
I think
says?
about it. I think she was down there, but I don't think she killed him.
Look at the evidence. This case, it's closed. We know who the killer
Diana
is.
doesn't seem tough enough to hit him and then run back down there.
If you really want to ask for Diana's side of the story, then do it after the vote.
Even though I don't trust anybody.
No.
But vote, that's right, we have to vote for the killer. Diana, I've proven beyond a reasonable doubt that she's the killer. I've proven it beyond a reasonable doubt, so.
No.
Why is it that when I hear her cry, I get this strange nagging feeling in my chest? Why does a tiny part of me want to believe the things she's saying? Why all of a sudden do I doubt myself? I don't think it was her.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I
wanted to believe so badly that you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote! Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
I don't think so, baby girl. What are my things?
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I
An alibi.
Then you obviously did.
If this goes
on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him. That doesn't mean shit. Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to there, killed him.
Okay, might be it, girl. Might be
Diana
it.
was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But I wanted to... Why didn't I see you for who you were?
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
Waiting for them. Diana was the one who lured the room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
But I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
I think I know what it is, actually. I think.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
I know. Oh my gosh, I only have 18 seconds. Oh my god.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth.
How could you, Diana?
I'm about to run out of time.
Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
Game over. Game over for my stupid ass. I think it is,
Diana was the one.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never learn the truth. How could you, Diana? Poor Wolfie was only trying to keep us together.
I would never... Wolfgang!
Oh my god.
You seriously believe her preppy schoolgirl?
Guys, I need help.
Open your damn...
My argument is too weak.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene, hoping the rest of us would never
Guys, I
learn
need
the
help.
truth.
I need help now.
you,
I'm
Diana?
calling for...
Poor Wolfie was only trying to
phoning
keep
a
us
friend.
together.
Hi, Nick. Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi,
Happy New Year to you too.
then you obviously did.
Guys, help me.
But I
think it has something to do with the... What is it called? The weapons is what I'm thinking, but I could be wrong.
Why didn't I see you for who you were?
This is a split
If
path.
this goes on any longer,
There's two answers.
I'm gonna be sick.
Do I need to
What
like
are we
lock
waiting
onto
for?
one? These confuse me.
Diana was the
Oh my
one
gosh,
who
hold
lured
on, let me
Wolfgang to
see.
the boiler room.
Guys, these confuse me.
Then she
I did not
fled the
mean to do
crime
that. That was a
scene,
mistake.
hoping the rest of
That was a
us
mistake,
would
I'm so
never
sorry.
learn the truth.
How could you, Diana? Poor
Should've never
Wolfie
killed
was
someone.
only
Okay.
trying to keep us
Oh,
together.
the pink ones. Okay, gotcha.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
That you were innocent. Why didn't I see you for who you
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick.
What are we waiting for then? Let's get this over with and vote!
Wait, so which one would match with what Grace says? I kind of want to try the
Diana
pink
was
statement.
the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Then she fled the crime scene,
Oh wait, was it that?
hoping the rest of us would never learn the
She's
truth.
always been so nice.
How could you, Diane?
Oh my god, I'm
Poor
shooting
Wolfie
everything.
was only trying to keep us together.
What
But
button do I use, guys?
I would never murder Wolfgang.
If you don't have an alibi, then you obviously did.
But
I'm not trying to do that, guys. I'm just pressing stuff. I'm so sorry. Let me see.
That you were innocent.
Oh, absorb empathy. Okay. Oh my gosh. I get to be empathetic.
If this goes on any longer, I'm gonna be sick. What are we waiting for then?
There's one that said everyone makes mistakes. Period, Hannah Montana. I don't think he was killed immediately, though.
Diana was the one who lured Wolfgang to the boiler room. Once he got there, she killed him immediately.
Is it that?
No, that's wrong!
I think I want to go this route because I don't...
Hold on.
Let me tell you guys. The reason I don't want to go the empathetic route like I was like kind of considering doing is because I feel like being like, I mean, yes, she has been so nice, but Mikan was also very nice, and look at what she did. So, let's see. Hold on, Grace, you're overlooking a crucial detail.
Do you recall the note I found in Wolfgang's blazer pocket?
What does that have to do with him being killed immediately, though?
It asked him to meet in the boiler room at 8:15 a.m. But,
Oh.
according to the Tozu tablet, he died over an hour
That's a
later at
good
9:35
point.
a.m. That means Wolfgang didn't die right after he got to the boiler room.
What's your point?
My point is that the killer had no
Not the
reason to lure
dramatic
Wolfgang
pause.
to the boiler room and then wait over an hour to kill him. There's no guarantee another person won't enter the room during that time. It's in the killer's best interest to be in and out of there as fast as possible. When we originally discussed the note, we lacked the context to properly understand this time discrepancy. But if we go with your idea that Diana killed Wolfgang immediately, then that discrepancy becomes all too clear.
How do you know Wolfgang didn't just arrive late?
He was already on his way when I ran into him at 8:10 a.m. He must have arrived on time.
Yeah, and plus Wolfgang isn't the type of person to arrive late. He was very punctual. He's not like me.
Same goes for the killer. I doubt Wolfgang would stay in the boiler room for long if no one came to meet him. For that reason, we can assume Wolfgang was knocked unconscious soon after he arrived. But there's such a long period of time between him being knocked out and him being killed. Unless you want to tell me he and Diana were in an hour-long struggle, then I'm sure there's more to the mystery here.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh my gosh. Not the middle finger.
What the fuck is wrong with you? Don't you see this is a trick? All of Diana's blubbering and crying is just a farce to make us think she's innocent.
I wouldn't fall for a farce like that. My only concern is the evidence not adding up.
If you're still not convinced Diana is the killer, then let me show you something you overlooked. I call it undeniable fucking proof!
Oh my gosh. Okay. Grace, please don't stab me. Boiler room doorknobs. Oh my gosh, that is a lot.
I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
She would have already realized the flaws.
I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without
Okay,
an
let's just go ahead
alibi,
and get this out of here.
the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
She is like...
I don't give a damn what Diana says. Not only is she the one person without an alibi, the blood from her wounds places her inside the exact same room where Wolfgang died. How can the killer be anyone but her?
Yay!
If Diana lured Wolfgang downstairs, why would she take over an hour to kill him? It doesn't make sense. Not when there's a risk of someone else entering the boiler room.
What risk? Diana wouldn't have to worry about anyone walking in because she could just lock the fucking door.
I'll cut through those words.
The boiler room door can't be relied upon here. If Diana locked it, she would be trapping herself inside the boiler room.
What?
The doorknob has been flipped so that the keyhole faces inside, while the lock faces outside. Had you investigated the crime scene more closely, you might have realized this detail sooner.
Damon's super condescending.
In any case, locking the door would lock everyone inside the room, not outside. If Diana was the killer, she'd be better off leaving the door open.
Yikes.
How the heck do you even flip a doorknob? Sounds like something only a tradesperson could do.
Meh. You really think so? Swapping a doorknob is easy. Well, last time I did anything like it was a while ago, but everyone here knows knobs are screwable, right? If you get a screwdriver and know what you're doing, you can rotate the doorknob quick smart.
Yeah, she's definitely less lewd.
If you can swap a doorknob, then I guess anyone can.
Right on!
Mark is so
Wait, are you saying that like it's a bad thing, or...?
Is that why Diana remained in the boiler room after Wolfgang died? She had been locked inside?
What do you make of the footsteps then? If they were Diana's, it would imply she escaped the boiler room. How do you suppose she did that?
Diana's way of escaping the boiler room, huh? From the evidence in the boiler room, I'm fairly confident I can deduce a method. What is the question? How did she escape? Oh! She used a bobby pin!
This is it.
Okay, that's why the bobby pin is there.
Near the boiler room door, I discovered a thin piece
I love
of
how
metal.
they keep saying, a thin piece of metal.
At first glance, it didn't look important. But if you were to fold it in half, theoretically, it would look like a hairpin.
Ah, she used the classic maneuver, picking a lock with a hairpin. It can be done, it just takes a bit of practice.
Diana probably had this hairpin inside her makeup bag. So, she used it to fiddle with the lock until it eventually came undone. Which, judging by the timing of her footsteps, happened late into the blackout.
Messing with a lock in pitch blackness. Whew, now that would be impossible for me.
Right. Even if Diana did access light, like through the Tozu trinket, undoing the lock would still be difficult. Way too difficult of a situation to deliberately put herself in.
The boys don't understand. In which case, that can mean only one thing. Why could Diana not leave the boiler room? Someone else locked the door, someone else blocked the door, a bucket was placed on the door, but it was never locked. If it was never locked, then that doesn't make sense.
I got it.
Someone else must have locked the door.
What?
If we go with our current train of thought, the doorknob was rearranged so you could only lock it from the outside. It doesn't make sense for Diana to rearrange the lock, enter the room, and deliberately trap herself
Thank you
inside.
guys for the hearts.
Which means someone else must have locked the door.
Right.
I know this doesn't necessarily clear Diana of suspicion, but it's strange enough to warrant further investigation.
Aye. I'd rather resolve this thread before we move on to voting.
Agreed. We could easily miss something important if we turn our noses away.
So, why did this mystery person close the door in the first place?
To set her up. thinking.
What if they saw the scuffle between Wolfie and Diana and closed the door to protect themselves?
The book.
Instead of
I just noticed that. You're
seeking help? Or trying to stop the scuffle?
You say that like closing the door isn't exactly what you would do.
What kind of asshole do you take me for?
Any chance they locked it to prevent Diana from escaping?
And somehow unscrewed the doorknob without drawing attention to themselves?
Didn't you hear him? He's talking about the door being locked, not the doorknob being unscrewed.
Unless two entirely different people just so happen to interfere with the boiler room at two entirely separate intervals. The one who locked the door is most likely the one who flipped it, yes?
Yes.
Then you should be wondering the same thing. How did they unscrew the doorknob without catching anyone's attention?
Yeah, doesn't sound possible.
Not in the moment, it isn't. But what if the doorknob had
Yeah,
been
what if
swapped
it was done
beforehand?
earlier?
Say this person knew Wolfgang and Diana were coming
Thank
to the
you to
boiler
the
room.
13 watching.
They could have swapped the knob in advance, waited for Diana and Wolfgang to enter, and then closed and locked the door.
Yeah, I'm starting to think the same thing a little bit. So, because who else could have given him that note?
So the flipping of the doorknob was premeditated?
With what we currently know, I'd wager it's our safest assumption, at least until we hear Diana's side of the story.
Speak up, Paul.
Diana, since you were the last person with Wolfgang, your testimony could be our most valuable piece of evidence yet. You need to tell me what happened. If not for me, or for you, then at the very least, do it for Wolfgang's sake.
I'm sorry. I'm really I wanted to help. I wanted to make everything okay, but all I could do was be useless. All I could do was watch him die. It's all my fault. All my fault. For doing the wrong thing.
So is this a confession, or...?
No!
Huh?
I didn't kill Wolfgang. And I don't know who did, but I still failed him as a friend. I failed him then. And I failed him here. But if I told the truth, things would be worse than they already are. But now that I've said nothing...
Diana watched Wolfgang die?
It's okay, sweetheart. Come on now, take deep breaths.
Yeah.
Take deep breaths. She's so
We'll
cute.
believe you no matter what you say.
It's looking like Diana might actually be innocent. It's looking like that, but the nagging feeling in my chest still hasn't gone away. Damn it, what am I doing? Because of one girl, I've been doubting myself and jumping from one argument to another. If I can't piece together my own thoughts, how can I possibly piece together this case? I need to get a grip on myself. I need to keep sight of myself and the goal of this killer. Whatever's thrown at me next, I need to persevere. Because if I don't, if everyone else here votes wrong, I won't leave this place alive. Okay.
Has all this murder hubbub left your head in a tizzy?
Is this our intermission?
Perhaps you need a short break.
Period.
Something to lighten the mood and let you collect yourself.
Since when were they friends? I know. Diana thinks they're all
Something
friends.
like
She's
a nice cup of
very,
tea.
extremely nice, or at least appears to be.
Welcome, one and all, to the first episode of Tozu's Tea Time. If you haven't already, please sit back and relax. Here, we do not use our brains, but deal only in gossip. Now, a question from me to you. What are sheep good at, if anything? Most humans, and some sheep, tend to respond with a resounding absolutely nothing. Sheep cannot create art or invent medicine. For goodness sake, they can't even perform music! Their limited speech and quadrupedal locomotion prevents them from reaching the heights of humans. They're practically glued to the lower echelons of the food chain. No matter how hard sheep may try, They will never be anything more than their number tags. I can't say I like that answer. Too pessimistic for me. Plus, what of the sheep who still try? The sheep who realize their fate but continue to challenge it all the same. That they can be so determined to prove their worth when humans have all but deemed them microwavable meals. Isn't that something admirable? What a shame our sheep had to be so misguided. Ah, it seems that's about all the time we have.
What the fuck are you talking about? This?
Thank you again for attending Tozu's Tea Time. No need for extravagant farewells.
Charlie, you were ready for
I've an
Diana to
inkling
get
you'll
off.
be back for tea sooner than you can say Jack Robinson. Who's Jack Robinson? I have no idea. Ta-ta!
Ta-ta! It's tea time.
Diana, now's your chance to defend yourself.
Hold on, guys. I'm going to get like a snack. Okay, I'll be right back.
Does what she feels. She's gonna do her. She's gonna keep it real. Cause she is variety. Variety. Cause she is variety. And she will be our bee. She will be our bee. Oh yeah, variety. Princess, princess. Oh. Yeah, variety. Princess, princess. Oh yeah. Variety. Princess, princess. Variety, princess, princess. Does what she wants. Does what she feels. She's gonna do her. She's gonna keep it real. Cause she is variety. Variety. She is variety. Cause she is variety. 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 She is variety. She will be our bee. 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 Does what she wants, does what she feels. She's gonna do her, she's gonna keep it real. Cause she is variety. Variety. Cause she is variety. And she will be our bee. She will be our bee.
Alrighty, guys. Let's get this show on the road.
Tell me what happened.
I'm gonna put it on auto and eat my snack.
Where do I even start, though?
How about you begin by explaining why you went to the boiler room?
Why I went there? It was 'cause of a note.
A note?
Just as I thought, they were both given
2
notes.
days ago, someone slid one into my room. I never got to see who. I just heard a knock. And when I walked over, there was a note under my door.
I don't remember any of this.
Sorry. It was midday-ish, and you weren't there at the time. And I didn't show you the note later because, well, I'll just read you what it said.
Diana, as you're aware, it's our obligation to speak with those who... Hold on. As you're aware, to speak with those whose blackmail we have obtained. After receiving your blackmail and reading the information disclosed in it, I believe a meeting between the two of us is warranted. In 2 days' time, please come to the underground boiler room at 8:45 a.m. Make sure to arrive promptly and close the door behind you. To avoid discourse, do not show anyone this letter. Do not approach me about it either. Even in private, there's always the chance someone can hear.
Wolfie wrote this?
Wolfgang had Diana's blackmail? But didn't he have Jean's?
Somebody else wrote it.
Hold on a sec. If you take a closer look, the handwriting on that note, doesn't it resemble the handwriting on Wolfgang's note?
You're actually right.
Guys, Jean de la Mer.
Wolfgang's note has been water damaged.
He's exciting me.
The
He's
words
so
I can
smart.
make out were in the same messy scrawl as Diana's here.
Then someone else was posing as Wolfgang?
The killer, most likely. They must have thought his word was the only one Diana would follow.
Guess it worked, huh?
I didn't want to show this note earlier. Because I was scared of how people would try to twist it. Like saying I faked the note, or that I decided to kill because of it. I thought it would be better to just stay quiet. I know you guys think I'm stupid for agreeing to meet in a place like the boiler room. And I am. I am stupid. I just didn't want to disappoint Wolfgang in case he really did write the note, which was why I left my room around 8:40 a.m. and went downstairs.
Did you catch any strange movement down there?
No, it was just me. I did find the boiler room door hanging open a little bit, but I didn't think much of it. I just went inside and closed the door behind me, since that's what the note asked me to do.
What did you see inside the boiler room?
I thought you had called dibs on Wolfgang, though.
The boiler room was really dark.
Who actually called
So the
dibs on
first thing I
Wolfgang?
noticed was actually the security camera light. My eyes had to take a few seconds to adjust to everything else. But after that, I finally saw him. Wolfgang was lying in the water, making these weird noises. It didn't seem like he'd even noticed me entering the room. Not until... Wolfgang? Hearing his name seemed to snap him out of his trance, because he slowly rose to his feet. Wolfgang, are you okay?
It's you.
Huh?
I can't believe it. I really am finally meeting you.
What do you mean?
Please, forgive me. Please forgive me for what I've become.
Wolfgang?
Despite how hard I tried, and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. I will always be a failure.
Diana's like, what?
It's okay, Wolfgang. Look! There's stairs over here. Come over here and we can get out. I have no idea if he didn't hear me, or if he was just ignoring me. But, okay. I'll get closer to you then. I went over to the ledge of the platform, the part where the fence had a gap. Just take my hand, okay? And I'll pull you out. He slowly stumbled over, and he held my hand. I didn't really think I could pull him out. I just wanted to be there for him. It was the best I could do, because I didn't want to enter the water. Staying on the platform felt so much safer. And I really, really hate that it did. It's okay, Wolfgang. We'll get through this together, all right? I was looking at him when I said that. I was looking right at him. But somehow...
Uh-oh. Here it comes.
Somehow I didn't think to react. When he reached inside his blazer.
What the hell? What the fuck?
Bring her back. Bring her back!
What is going on right now? What the fuck?
I tried to leave the room, but the door was locked. I didn't know what to do.
That's crazy.
I started looking around for things to defend myself
They
with.
locked her in there with
and
a
that's
psychopath.
when I saw the gun.
The taser gun? Did you use it?
I took the taser, and I aimed it at Wolfgang, and I couldn't do it. I couldn't shoot him. I just backed away from him. I couldn't understand anything. Why was this happening to me? Why was I
glad
being
I got
attacked?
a snack for this, because
Why
this is getting crazy.
can't I do anything to...
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you.
Wolfgang is showing us not to do drugs.
I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until everyone knows me as...
All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me. Except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, he became pitch black.
Not him getting blackface.
And then, so did everything else.
If I was Diana, I would have been hype as fuck. Like, yes! Thank you.
Even though I didn't see Wolfgang fall over, I heard it. His body cracking against the pavement, and his knife falling into the water. I waited for the gasp of pain, for him to groan or mumble or say something, but there was nothing. There was just me and the silence. That's how it happened.
What the fuck?
That man attacked you?
Oh my goodness, Diana, I'm at a loss for words.
This is getting too much for me, bros. I think I'm gonna faint.
Holy shit. So Diana really did
I would
watch
get
Wolfgang die.
traumatized. Like,
But why was he so violent towards her? It's like he became an entirely different person.
The word you're looking for is crazy.
damn, even Mark talking. Damon's like, I told y'all. Despite how hard I tried and how much I wanted it to be true, I could never become you. Why would Wolfgang say those words in that particular moment? His
How'd
dad.
you manage to escape the boiler room after all that?
By picking the door's lock.
For reals?
I wasn't even thinking. I just started feeling my way back to the door in the dark. And then, well, my supply bag. I remembered the spare hairpins I always kept inside. So I felt around the bag and dug one out. To be honest, I have no idea how I managed to unlock the door. The whole thing was repeated trial and error.
got
Just
lucky.
minutes of me telling myself that somehow this next attempt will finally work.
If they found her in there,
Actually unlocking the
they would have
doors.
immediately thought it was her.
That's like hitting a bullseye blindfold.
I mean, they thought it was her
Now
anyways.
we know why it took so long for her to escape.
I realized why it happened. Getting trapped inside, I mean. The door's lock was on the outside. So, someone must have set the lock before I came downstairs. So that when I closed the door, I'd be trapped.
The lock is normally on the inside, too. The killer purposely flipped it, then left the door open so you would be the one to close it. As for why the killer locked the door to begin with.
It was to frame Diana, right?
Right. The killer made Diana trap herself inside the boiler room, so they could kill Wolfgang in front of her, and force her to remain by his body. Had their plan worked, Diana would only be able to escape if someone from outside entered the boiler room, by which point, that someone would be stumbling across what looks like a cut-and-dry murder case.
If the tournament folk found Diana, they would have been playing right into the killer's hands.
Speaking of which, Diana, I'm curious to know. Did you unlock the door before or after the tournament attendees arrived downstairs?
It sort of happened at the same time. Like, when I opened the door, there were already people walking down the stairs. Obviously, I couldn't stay inside the boiler room. If anyone saw me close to Wolfgang's body, it would look really bad. The hallway was a bit easier to make out in the dark. So I walked over to a wall bordering one of the storage closets and hid behind it and stayed as quiet as possible. I was still bleeding a little from Wolfgang's cut though, and some of that blood ended up dripping onto the floor around me.
Hence the blood on the underground floor! It's all coming together!
This was shortly before us tournament goers split up. And you made a run for it, yeah?
Mm-hmm. Down the hallway, up the stairs, and then as quietly as possible into my room. Since everything was still really dark, I had to patch myself using the Tozu Trinket's projection as my light. I realize this is a lot, and I know it's hard to believe without proof. So, if you guys could just give me a second.
Reaching into her makeup bag, Diana pulled out a wipe and began scrubbing at her arm.
I cleared up the blood pretty fast. Luckily for me, the cut wasn't that deep. There's still a chance it may leave a scar, though.
Oh, guys, I feel bad for her.
Crap! That's awful!
It's okay. I'll cover it back up again.
Why did Wolfgang attack you for no reason?
I wouldn't say it was for no reason.
You're being kind of insensitive, man.
Huh? I didn't mean it like that. What I'm trying to say is, Wolfgang's actions may look random from an outsider's perspective, but from his perspective, well, judging by his behavior, it seems like he saw something.
Yeah,
which
whatever
shook
was
him to
written
his
on that
core.
note of his is what had him acting like that.
There was something in the room that Diana didn't see?
That's impossible! It was only me and Wolfgang in the boiler room!
I don't believe John meant it in a literal sense.
Wolfgang literally saw something?
He thought he saw something, is my point.
You mean he had been hallucinating?
What did Wolfgang hallucinate for him to turn out the way Diana described?
You'd be surprised by the sort of things our minds can invent. I'm lucky to have never experienced anything myself, but I know some who have hallucinated nasty things. Demons and monsters. Or the feeling of being tortured. If Wolfgang went through something similar, I can see why he lashed out.
Now, what the heck is going on at sea?
Of course, these hallucinations don't just happen out of the blue. More often than not, they're substance-induced.
Substance-induced?
Just say Wolfgang took a hallucinogenic.
Hallucinogenics?
One which induced a lot of fatigue, too, judging by the way he lumbered about in Diana's account.
It would explain why Wolfgang mostly stayed in one place.
One place, which happened to be in the water.
Seems very deliberate. Aye. I reckon the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious in order to drag him into the water, but knew he would eventually wake up again. So they drugged him with something which would basically make him despondent. As for where the drug came from...
Oh no! Don't tell me the killer robbed...
I knew exploring it was a bad idea.
It? What's this it we're talking about?
The pharmacy, obviously.
Oh my god.
Why the heck did we think leaving that place open was a good idea? Now someone's stolen an item and drugged Wolfgang. Fuck! I knew our promise was too good to be true! I can't trust any of you guys! And don't say Wolfgang drugged himself! Who wants to be tortured by demons?
Well, stranger people do exist.
That's rich coming from you!
It's just as I predicted. Exploring the pharmacy ended up paving the way for murder. Should I have made more of an attempt to stop people from exploring? Back then, all I did was... With cautious yet determined expressions, the students entered the newly opened pharmacy. Giving everyone unrestricted access to medication sounded like a disaster in the making, but having already evoked the group's ire after speaking my mind before, I wasn't about to make the same mistake twice. I'll just stay quiet, let them do their thing. Then again, nobody would have listened to me, especially not with Wolfgang in control.
If we know where the perpetrator got their chemicals, I guess our next step is figuring out how they did the drugging.
Agreed. It would help us better understand the timeline of events, and potentially even validate Diana's testimony.
Sounds like you guys can leave this one to me. I'm the kind of person who knows someone back to front the moment I meet them. If you haven't already realized, I've gone and read this killer like an open book.
You're the last person I trust to reach a correct conclusion.
Just you wait! The second you hear what I gotta say, you'll be eating those words!
Pinning down how Wolfgang was drugged may validate Diana's testimony. The question is, how did the killer drug him? Let's see what the truth bullets are.
I bet the killer took a pill.
Hold on.
Forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Hold on, wait.
Just jab him at that point.
How would the killer make him swallow a pill? There was no proof they restrained him.
Didn't the killer knock Wolfie out? Maybe that was their way of restraining him.
You can't force an unconscious person to swallow a pill.
what if it was a drug you don't need to eat?
Like an inhalable substance?
Oh yeah, like a powder or something.
The pharmacy does have a large collection of over-the-counter sedatives, but there's too many for us to isolate any specific one.
I bet the killer took a pill and forced Wolfgang to swallow it.
Just jab him at that point.
I got it.
Okay, Mark. Period.
When Wolfgang's wounds were discussed earlier, it was mentioned he had a tiny red dot below the bruise on his neck. During the investigation, I thought this dot was a scab from a mole or pimple, but knowing Wolfgang was drugged, it's clear to see what it really is. A puncture wound.
Considering the timeline of events, an injection would check out if Wolfgang got drugged a little after 8:15 a.m. and was already feeling the effects when Diana arrived at 8:45 a.m. Then we're dealing with something which entered his bloodstream in under 30 minutes. Any normal pill would have taken, probably an hour to dissolve.
Whilst an injection would be much quicker. I see.
That's probably another reason why the killer knocked Wolfgang unconscious. It would have been incredibly difficult to inject him if he was still moving around, only when they had him right where they wanted. Dazed and unable to fight back, did they plunge the syringe into his neck.
With said syringe being filled with a hallucinogenic.
But if this all happened a few minutes after 8:15 a.m., doesn't that make it impossible to pin a suspect?
What? Why is it impossible?
Because everybody's got an alibi for that time. I mean, Damon and I were in my dorm room, and the other party people...
8:15 a.m. Yeah, I was already in the dining hall with Jet, Mark, and Eva.
I left Wolfgang's dorm right after the morning announcement and spent the rest of the hour with Jean.
When Nona and I were in our dorm room together.
And me and Eloise were already sitting down in the courtyard.
Toshiko was giving me the medication she grabbed from the pharmacy.
And, I stayed in my dorm room until 8:40 a.m.
Oh no. If everyone
I
can be
know,
accounted
so-
for, we really can't discern a suspect.
So, we're back to square one?
Someone here must be lying.
And
Somebody
doesn't
gotta be
plan
lying.
to stop.
Somebody gotta be lying, cause shit not adding up. What's screwing us over here? Is there a part of this mystery we're getting wrong? Or could it be we're overlooking something? It was ruled out as having no relation to the murder, but because the wires don't touch the water. But the position of it, the fact it's destroyed, the timing of the blackout, one coincidence is easy to wave off, but when it's coincidence after coincidence after coincidence, it was on purpose. Then there's something more going on. There's something more to the generator.
If everyone has an alibi for 8:15 a.m., is it
They set that shit up to
possible
blow his ass up.
the killer never actually attacked Wolfie at that time? But his little note said to come by at 8:15 a.m., didn't it?
Ingrid, do you remember what you said when we couldn't figure out who stole Desmond's taser?
To be honest, I'm drawing a blank.
You suggested we switch subjects and discuss Wolfgang's injuries instead, which we did. As a result, we ended up unraveling more about the case than if we had stuck to the original topic. Right now, we're at a dead end. If we can't get any more leads out of this current discussion, then that's a sign to switch our focus.
Switch our focus to what?
I want to take another look at Diana's testimony.
Mine?
Back when you were describing Wolfgang's death, something stuck out to me.
I won't give up until everyone knows me as... Okay. All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. You know what, though? That doesn't make sense. In those few seconds, he became pitch black. He wasn't burned though everywhere, and then so did everything else.
The flash of white Diana described must have been the generator exploding, with the darkness afterwards being the blackout.
Am I reading too much into
Think
it?
about the order of events there. In just a few seconds, the boiler room's generator explodes, and Wolfgang falls over dead. Doesn't it sound like the two are correlated?
Oi, didn't we go over this already?
We did. The generator has nothing to do with Wolfgang's death. Its wires weren't touching the water.
Indeed. Which is why the murder weapon is the taser gun.
Diana said she never used the taser, though.
Then she's lying!
What? That's not true! I never fired the gun!
It's all good. I believe you. Sure, nobody can dispute the gun was fired. What can be disputed, though, is when it got fired.
Oh, gotcha.
I wouldn't be surprised if the killer fired that gun way in advance. Like, sometime before Wolfgang arrived downstairs and left it in the boiler room for us to find later.
What? So the taser gun isn't the murder weapon?
If Wolfgang wasn't killed with the taser gun or the generator, what other options are we left with?
The taser gun is the only option which makes sense. The murder weapon can't be anything
Or it
else.
could be whatever he was injected with. Is it possible there's a third source of electricity we haven't considered yet? Am I grasping at straws by thinking something like that?
And anyway, the only proof Diana never shot the taser is her own word.
Ava! What do you mean?
All the evidence supporting your version of events is circumstantial.
Ava?
The note you showed us? That could be a fake alibi you made for yourself.
Ava?
The fact that it has the same handwriting as Wolfgang's is already suspicious.
Couldn't that just mean the same person tricked them?
If you earnestly believe Diana didn't write it, then maybe. But do you see what I'm saying? There's no proof Diana never wrote the notes. There's only her word to go by. Because if she did write them, everything about her entering the boiler room at 8:45 a.m. and being locked inside could be a total lie.
I get what you're saying. But if we run with the idea that Diana was the one waiting for Wolfgang all the way back at 8:15 a.m., then we're stuck with the issue we had last time. Why did Diana wait over an hour to kill him?
That's also circumstantial. None of us know what really went on between those two in an hour. Ruling someone out because they took a long time to murder is stupid.
Without context? Sure, I'd say the same. But since the boiler room is unlocked, anyone can enter. If Diana knocked Wolfgang out, then she took over an hour to kill him with that info in mind.
Okay, but who would enter? No one wants to make a detour down some gross, freaky-looking basement. The boiler room is probably the most covert place a person can be.
The most covert place? No, because there's a vent. Her words do make sense. After all, I chose to meet Tozu in the boiler room for that very same reason.
Diana claims she didn't write the notes, and she claims she didn't shoot the gun, but where's the hard proof she didn't do any of these things?
Damn, Ava snapping. Hold on.
The answer lies in what destroyed the generator.
Hold on.
What?
Didn't we already talk about that?
All you guys did was discuss theories, never anything concrete. Settling for a theory isn't good enough when our lives are on the line. In the same way Ava can't rule out Diana's involvement in the case, we can't rule out the generators.
That's fair.
So, we have to figure out what destroyed the generator? What should we do? Just throw out ideas?
It's what we've been doing this whole time.
Oakley dokley.
Okay.
All right, everyone, let's put our thinking hats on. If we weren't
Okay,
ready,
skipping over.
on your marks, get set, go!
She's so fucking... Stop talking. You're ruining my snack time.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator that made it explode?
Perhaps It's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop.
Probably. There's no proof anything besides the taser was involved.
In that case,
That's not
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an electrical fault.
So, a coincidence?
Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence?
Did the killer throw something at the generator? That made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge it released might have connected with the generator and created an overabundance of energy, which caused everything in the circuit to pop. Probably. There's no proof
anything besides the taser. That's not significant.
Why did the generator blow up?
Could have just been an
electrical fault. So, a coincidence? Is this the best situation? To be waving stuff off as a coincidence? Did the killer throw something at the generator? That made it explode? Perhaps it's the fault of the taser gun? The electrical discharge
It released might have connected with the generator
and created an overabundance of energy,
which caused
everything in the circuit to pop. Probably.
There's no proof besides the taser was.
No, that's wrong!
Unfortunately, Ava, I have to disagree. You say nothing but the taser could have been involved in the murder. But there's one possibility you didn't consider. The shrapnel in the water.
Do you mean those bits of red metal which were floating around?
Right. The ones that look like the aftermath of an explosion due to their proximity to the generator. It's safe to assume the two are connected.
Can't that just be debris left by the generator?
Except this debris is a completely different color. It lacks the rust the generator has accumulated. We're obviously looking at the remnants of something else. Which means an object we haven't yet identified was caught in the explosion.
And floating near was another out-of-place item. The extension cord.
This is it.
In the water was also an extension cord, half of which had been burnt away.
Huh? Did the cord get caught in the explosion?
seems that cord has the misfortune of floating around the wrong place at the wrong time.
From what I saw in my investigation, the building's extension cord supply seems to be kept inside Storage Closet D. So in a way, yeah, it was definitely in the wrong place.
Storage Closet D, huh? It was hard to make out much of it in the dark. And after the power came on, Kai came screaming for us to leave our closets. But I do recall seeing some extension cords peeking out from behind a shelf.
Since we already know the killer raided one storage closet, anyone else willing to bet they raided this one too?
The hell did they need an extension cord for?
Probably something involving the generator, given its proximity to the cord.
Same thing with the red bits, even though we don't know what they are.
The red shrapnel definitely isn't debris left by the generator, so what exactly is it? So far, nothing in the boiler room can be directly tied to the shrapnel, at least not any of the clues that have already been discussed in this trial. If I were to flip my thinking and consider the clues we haven't discussed yet, there's no proof what I have in mind is related to the shrapnel, but when all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one that hasn't. The one thing the mysterious shrapnel might be related to. This?
This is it.
Period.
Hold that thought. We may be able to identify the shrapnel using context clues. During the investigation, there was a strange smell permeating the boiler room. It took me a moment to notice, but when I did, well, the best way to describe the scent would be if you mix cereal and alcohol together.
Cereal and alcohol? Talk about specific.
Mm-hmm. 'Tis a sign a chemical reaction was at play.
Wait, you recognize the smell?
Chemical reactions can produce some pretty pungent odors. Usually something to the tune of alcohol mixed with cereal, or fruits, or eggs. I noticed the smell going into the investigation, but it had completely slipped my mind until now.
Could it be a chemical reaction was caused by the taser?
The gun never touched the water. There's no reason for it to be the source of the smell.
What about the generator?
Considering the state of it, that generator would smell more burnt than anything else.
If the chemical reaction can't be explained by what we already know, like the generator or the taser gun, we need to consider the possibility.
Yeah, I'm invested
The
too.
explanation is the one piece of evidence still evading us: the shrapnel.
Can
I know,
someone
they did a really
translate
good
this
job with
into
this. This is really good so far.
less complicated talk?
It was just a long-winded way of saying he's using process of elimination.
I know it sounds like a stretch, but if you follow this line of reasoning, a lot more questions start getting answered. Think about it. If the smell and shrapnel are linked, then whatever object the shrapnel belongs to must contain chemicals.
So we're looking for a metal object, which is also packed with chemicals?
Surely something like that would be kept inside the pharmacy.
Looking at my notes... When we originally visited the pharmacy, I recorded everything I saw. A bright red metal object would have definitely caught my eye, but I don't see one written here.
I got lots of metallic objects in the dorm room, but nothing chemical. Just big old slabs of metal.
Big old slabs of metal. Why does that sound so familiar? Hold on, that's right. What Ingrid said just now is similar to what she said the night everyone began bunking together. I guess this would explain my room too. It's littered with all sorts of fancy tools and metals. At the time, people were talking about their dorm rooms being themed around their talents. Could it be? Could the shrapnel actually have the unique device that guy boasted about having in his room? Being on the spot.
It has to be you! Jet, I need to ask you something.
What's up?
Can you tell me what's inside your dorm room?
Like, a full-on list?
Whatever works.
Sure thing. I got a pretty gnarly collection of parts and accessories. Blind spot mirrors, lithium batteries, wheels, spare brakes, you name it. Oh, I even have the legendary mantle from the 1984's Grand Prix winning Speedster.
That's what I was hoping to hear.
Cool. So, why'd you want to know? Unless... Wait, I'm not being suspected, am I? No. Don't try to rope me into this, bro. I've got nothing to do with the murder.
I know you don't. You have an alibi. The only reason I ask is because that mysterious red shrapnel may be the remnants of one of your lithium batteries.
What?
I see. A lithium battery might explain the smell in the air.
And lithium? That's an explosive substance. If it made contact with water, gosh, you'd be left with a mess and a half.
Wouldn't someone have heard an explosion, though?
I did.
Really?
During the tournament. Right before we lost power.
Oi, that's right. There was a boom.
Wait! I remember hearing it too!
I initially assumed the generator made the noise somehow. But if Jet's car batteries contain an explosive substance...
Hey, Jet! Were your batteries bright red at all?
Maybe?
You don't know for sure?
I never took the batteries out of their packaging. The packaging isn't red, I can tell you that, but the actual batteries? Yeah, I got nothing.
So it can't be proven beyond a reasonable doubt?
Pretty much.
Well, what's the reaction time of a lithium battery?
The reaction time?
When a lithium battery hits the water, how long does it take to combust? I think, once we know that, we can decide whether or not the battery is relevant to the case.
A lithium battery would be an almost instantaneous reaction, I'm pretty sure.
Lithium isn't a metal I've worked with, but it got beat into my head never to mix it with substances it doesn't like. All that electricity, the battery would have let out when it hit the water. It must have went straight in.
Good night, Charlie. Thank you for stopping by.
The warning label's on the battery for a reason.
Okay. If the reaction is instantaneous, then the battery would have entered the water only seconds before the generator exploded. That's really weird.
Is it?
According to Diana's testimony,
Yeah, nobody
when the
else was in
explosion
there.
happened, she was still holding the taser gun. In which case, who threw the battery into the water?
Huh. Good point. We can rule out Wolfgang, since the Blackens can only be a student who kills another student. And Diana.
It was only Diana and Wolfgang in the boiler room. So unless Diana herself was the one to throw the battery, then the battery can't play a part in the murder.
I didn't throw the battery. I promise.
Oh, good night, Sai. Shrapnel and generator are too close for comfort. I'll admit that Diana throwing the battery is a possibility, but that's all it is, a possibility. There may still be another way for the battery to enter the water, and until I've ruled that out, I won't settle for a culprit just yet. I feel like that vent has something to do with it. I don't know.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
Everybody's quick to say the battery was thrown, but when I consider the boiler room and which objects the killer could have leveraged, what that person considers impossible starts to sound anything
If
but.
the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
Could have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
I am enjoying it, Sai. It's really good. Come on.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator. Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related
to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water. But my arm had been cut.
Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are
pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Oh my god.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana.
That's wrong too. What?
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon, why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from.
Oh, that's me disagreeing. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh,
If the
I'm
battery
so
is
sorry.
related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen.
Could it be this? Okay, I'm just guessing at this point, guys. It's late.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
Only Diana.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere. So it must have been submerged another way. Perhaps something akin to what Eva described?
If that battery is the murder weapon,
Why is there a taser gun?
Maybe it's a red herring.
Judging by the shrapnel, the battery would have landed in the water, a few inches from the generator.
Not the hardest shot to make.
If the battery is related to the case, only Diana could have thrown it in the water.
But my arm had been cut. Lifting a battery would hurt too much.
Neo batteries are pretty lightweight, though.
The battery clearly couldn't have fallen from somewhere.
Is it this?
No, that's
okay,
wrong!
I need an explanation. Because I'm confused.
No. The battery might actually have fallen from the generator.
What makes you say that?
The shrapnel's position in front of the generator suggests there's a correlation between the two. However, it's unlikely Diana threw the battery at the generator. Not only is the boiler room difficult to see in, the generator is positioned far enough from the concrete platform that Diana, with her wounded arm, would need to stand on the platform's edge to make the shot, which would obviously put her in danger of being attacked by Wolfgang again.
Yeah. Wolfgang was really close. He could reach over to me if he wanted.
If the battery hadn't been thrown, the only other possibility is that it fell down into the water. And considering the layout of the boiler room, what else could the battery fall off of? Except the generator.
Are you saying the battery was sitting on top of the generator?
Not on top, but maybe inside. Suspended over, leaning over, teetering over.
I got it.
With the extension cord.
The battery may have been suspended over the generator.
Suspended over.
If the battery was suspended by something, then the presence of that item starts to make a lot more sense. Which is this.
This is it.
The killer could have tied the extension cord around the battery and slung the battery over the generator. If the cord and battery were tied together at the time of the generator's explosion, it would explain why half of the cord had been burned away.
The more you explain it, the more unbelievable it sounds.
What if that's the point? Maybe the killer chose a crazy method because no one would believe it.
I don't see how weaving a cord into the mix is any more beneficial than leaving it out. If anything, the cord adds extra weight.
Which would be especially inconvenient for Diana, because her arm was bleeding.
Right. It wouldn't benefit Diana to hold the cord. So, what if she didn't? Something else may have been supporting the cord instead.
Something like... Wolfgang was holding the cord, a third person was holding the cord. The cord wasn't involved in objects. If it was an object, though, what object would it have been? I'm gonna go with this one.
Yeah, like Diana.
It wasn't me!
Yeah, that's not it. Okay, there was an object holding it then.
I got it.
Oh, what object?
Throughout this trial, we've assumed the killer held the battery in some form or another. If the battery was on its own, the killer tossed it in. If the battery was wrapped with a cord, the killer held the other end of the cord. But in the same way something else can hold the battery, can't something else also hold the cord?
Ugh. My head's starting to spin.
Are you talking about something which could keep the cord in place?
Something to keep the cord in place. If I imagine the cord and the battery is tied around in front of the generator in the same spot where the shrapnel has surfaced. I'm thinking... Am I wrong for thinking the vent has something to do with this shit?
This is it.
I knew it, bruh. I fucking knew it.
The killer tied the cord to the vent.
What vent?
The one above the generator. It connects the boiler room and the dining hall.
There's a vent above the generator?
You should remember some light shining into the boiler room. That's where the vent is. The vent itself is set a bit far back into the wall. So, you probably assumed the spot was a small window or something.
If the boiler room and the dining hall are separated by one vent, does this make the wallpaper thin, or...?
There's two vents. The boiler room vent and the dining hall vent. Both are connected via a small ventilation shaft. I was able to get a close look at the boiler room vent after Ava and I woke up, which is why I know these details.
How close is close for someone under 6 foot?
Ava helped me reach the vent,
By?
letting me sit on her shoulders.
Quite the visual.
Don't rub it in.
Anyway, if the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end around the battery, they could suspend the battery over the generator.
Something like that would result in an explosion.
What do you mean?
You say the killer tied one end of the cord to the vent and the other end to the battery. However, indoor extension cords are much longer than regular cords. They can be upwards of 9 or more meters in length, as opposed to the average cord's 2 meters. 9 meters is significantly longer than the distance between the vent and the boiler room floor. If the killer wanted to tie the battery to the cord's other end, they would be tying it to something which is already submerged in water.
I see. It is an impossible setup.
Not necessarily. The killer can have greatly reduced the length of the cord by doing that. They cut that shit. It's either. I don't know.
Cut the
It's the last one.
Well,
It's the-
not
yeah.
everybody
Shut your fucking
You believe.
So this whole...
I got it.
The extension cord is pretty thin and flimsy. If the killer wanted the battery to be secure, they need to wrap a lot of cord around it. Probably to the point there wouldn't be much spare cord remaining.
So when it blew up,
Which is a good thing,
blew up part of
because this spare cord is what the battery will be suspended by. So long as the spare cord isn't too long, the battery will sit safely above the water.
Who the fuck set all this intricate shit up?
So much effort.
Agreed. How do you even submerge the battery into the water under those circumstances?
How simple, by adjusting the cord's position. All the killer would need to utilize is a certain aspect of the boiler room. What was the question? What did the killer use to adjust the cord's position? Wouldn't it be like the tip of the generator? Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Oh my god. Oh my god, it's been game over like 20 times tonight. Okay, it's the fucking vent then, no?
This is
I
it.
thought we already talked about the vent. Stop confusing me.
Like I mentioned earlier, I gave the vent a close look after originally waking up in the boiler room. Part of my inspection included opening the vent to get a better look at the other side.
The vent can be opened?
Not all the way, but far enough for the vent to cause a domino effect if then closed. In our case, a domino effect involving the extension cord tied to it. If we assume the vent must be open for the battery to remain a safe distance above the water, we end up with a pulley system. To prevent the battery from entering the water, the vent is literally pulling the entire cord backwards. Ergo, it's not just the killer's own measurements keeping the battery in place, but the vent itself. Having opened one of these vents before, I can tell you how tough they are to move.
Wrapping my fingers around the grate directly in front of me, I pulled as hard as I could.
A lightweight battery definitely isn't heavy enough to pull one shut. It takes an actual person to close one, which is great for the killer, because it means they get to maintain full control over when the battery enters the water. If they close the vent, the cord should slide forward and submerge the battery into the water. When that happens, the boiler room water becomes electrified by the battery's components, which in turn causes electricity to pass directly into the body of Wolfgang. who was standing in the water.
The way they said this,
Exactly which vent is the cord being tied to?
The boiler room vent.
Funny. Earlier, you said there's a small vent shaft connecting the boiler room vent to the dining hall vent. Assuming the killer is operating this trap from outside the boiler room, since we know there were only ever 2 people in that room, how would they even be able to reach the boiler room vent? Like you said, there's a separate vent in front of it.
Oh, she has a point. I've been assuming the cord is tied to the boiler room vent, but I failed to consider the ventilation shaft. It becomes considerably harder to reach the boiler room vent if you have to reach down that shaft first. Not just that, I never tested to see if the boiler room vent can open inwards, I only got to open it outwards. By that logic, a vent on the opposite side of the shaft.
This could only mean one
Somebody
thing.
from the dining
The
room
killer
did it.
never tied the cord to the boiler room vent. They tied the cord to the dining hall vent.
That just creates the same problem as before, but reversed. Instead of the dining hall vent making it hard to close the boiler room vent, it's the boiler room vent making it hard to reach the dining hall vent.
While the vents may seem like an obstruction, especially since they can't be opened all the way, there's a very easy workaround. All the killer needs to do is fit the extension cord between the grates of the boiler room vent.
Oh yeah, the grates. You mentioned something about them earlier. Right. When you described opening the boiler room vent.
Wrapping my fingers around the grate, everything from me, I pulled the started like this.
If you can fit your fingers between the grates, there's no damn way you can't fit a cord.
Exactly. After which, you could slide the cord through the ventilation shaft and out the opposite end for the killer to then go and tie to the...
Actually...
Better get your stupid ass.
Hello?
What is it now?
There's something I still don't understand about your theory. It's to do with the logistics of the cord.
The logistics?
Its size.
We're back to discussing this again? Never mind, I'll find a way to combat his argument, just like I've done countless times already. Oh my gosh, bruh. Ulysses, this is not the time. This is not the fucking time.
I understand the boiler room vent can be opened. Maybe not all the way, but enough to fit an extension cord through. What's bothering me, however, is that the boiler room vent was closed during the investigation, which means it must have been closed during the murder.
You're so annoying. Can you stop talking?
I don't see a problem here. The killer doesn't even need to open that vent, because they could simply slide the cord between the grates.
Damon sounds like,
Indoor
Dylan
extension
Minnette.
cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't. How can the killer fit both those plugs between the gaps in the vent grate? Either the boiler room vent was never involved, or it was open at some point, and someone else closed it. That is my issue. Indoor extension cords may be thin, but the plugs on either side of them aren't.
I'll cut through those words!
You guys going in on him.
If you insert the cord through the boiler room vent first, it's possible to fit the cord through.
I'm getting confused
You just
now.
need to start with the internal plug. The cords in Storage Closet D have a slim internal end. This can easily be slid through the gaps in the vent. Once the killer ties the cord around the dining hall vent, presumably with a knot, the cord won't be at risk of sliding back out either.
I see. When put like that, whether or not the boiler room vent was closed isn't really relevant.
How'd you figure all this out from some shrapnel and an extension cord? This is crazy.
At the same time, what he's describing sounds plausible.
Since the battery was suspended over the generator, It's no surprise the machine ended up the way it did. Fortunately for Diana, she was safe by virtue of remaining on the platform. I imagine that was also the killer's intention.
The killer kept her on the platform?
They must have known they were injecting Wolfgang with a hallucinogenic. So, it's possible they hoped his behavior would scare Diana off from entering the water. Although, even if Diana did die, the moment people realized only she and Wolfgang entered the boiler room, they probably call the whole thing a murder gone wrong.
Well, all of this certainly changes things.
Huh?
If the killer is someone who needed access to the vent, and needed to be operating from the dining hall, then everyone who attended the tournament is a suspect.
What?
No way!
One of the tournament attendees is the killer? Damn it, how did I not realize sooner? The fact the killer could even access the vent means they must have been in the dining hall at the time.
So we can reduce it down to 8 people. Damon, Kai, Grace, Eva, Cassidy, Jed,
Okay,
Mark,
Ulysses, we
and
fucking-
John.
It was probably Cassidy. She set the whole thing up.
Hey, I was only trying to improve the mood.
It wasn't me. I was playing a game with Damon when the lights went out.
I had to play music.
Me too.
You never touched my equipment.
I meant I was watching Kai and Damon play.
I was spectating as well.
Me too.
Me 3.
Everybody.
I was too focused on the game to remember who was or wasn't there.
If everyone's telling the truth, then all 8 of y'all were crowded round the same spot?
Near the right wall where the TV was set up. It's also the furthest wall from the vent.
Seems like someone is lying again.
Tournament participant who flipped the vent. I could deduce who that person is by determining everyone's position directly before the blackout. The problem is, I myself have been totally preoccupied with the game. I never got a good look at the actual people around me. Never got a good look. Wait, is that it? While I never got a good look at the others, I can still deduce their general positions, and if they were near me, from whether or not I heard them. Who and what did I hear back then? It was you, the only person I never heard. Oh my gosh, I don't remember who we heard. I feel like... Wait. This one... What's one of y'all? Why he look sus? Is it just voice that I am? I'm pretty sure you've been watching Kai and I Can Be, and he commented, that's right. I don't remember what the fuck it was. I feel like I remember seeing Grace. Well, Mark never said anything, though. He doesn't talk. Mark usually doesn't speak ever. With that said, he was definitely mixing music. Okay. It wasn't him. Kai was playing. I feel like I saw Grace standing there, though. Did she say anything? I saw her too. Was it Ava?
It has to be you!
Oh my god. There's no way.
The killer is Ava.
Huh?
Ava's the only one whose position I can't account for. Mark was mixing a track at the time Kai and I were playing a game, so I know he must have been stationed at his pad. And everyone else? I remember hearing their voices over the sound of the game. Everyone. Except Ava. In fact, the last I saw her, she was standing in the corner of the room with the vent.
So Ava flipped the vent?
Oh man! And the reason no one heard it is because the music was too loud!
Don't blame me. I was just doing what I was told.
No one's blaming you. We're all in on Eva.
Care to contribute anything, Eva?
I didn't flip the vent.
Well, Damon says you did.
Damon says a lot of things.
While you aren't technically wrong, I don't think that counts as an argument.
His theory is full of plot holes. He just refuses to point them out.
What plot holes?
The cord.
What?
In retrospect, you were so quick to accuse me that you overlooked a huge problem with the cord. If I'm the killer, how did I dispose of it?
Trick question. You left the cord tied to the vent.
What then? It unraveled by itself and fell into the water?
Yeah, you got me there.
How did Ava get rid of the cord? I'm sure it's possible if she knew to untie it at the right time. Remember my leg before the blackout. Wouldn't it be before?
You untied the cord before the blackout even happened.
Someone would have noticed me fiddling.
Okay, whatever. It was during then, bitch.
I got it. To dispose of the cord, you just untied it during the blackout.
She untied the knot during a blackout?
Being the one who set up the trap, Ava could have easily practiced untying the knot in advance. Or she just made it a really simple knot. Either way,
Oh
it wouldn't be
yeah.
any more difficult than
Because
untying your
Damon
shoelaces
was
with your
also
eyes
like
closed.
shocked that she was there to begin
If
with.
Ava untied the cord, did it also fall into the water?
Yes.
Diana's testimony says as much.
It does?
During your confrontation with Wolfgang, you recounted hearing certain sounds.
I'm not like you. I'll never be like you. I won't give up until the world knows. I won't give up until I'm known as. All of a sudden, everything turned white. Everything in front of me except Wolfgang. In those few seconds, it became pitch black. And then so did everything else.
The first sound was obviously the battery exploding. And the second, when you first recounted the story, you said it was the sound of the knife hitting the water. But
This
why
is
would
reminding
a thin
me of
knife make such a big splash?
Shuichi and Kaede.
Then,
this is reminding
do you
me
think
of
What really
Sayaka
caused
and
that
Leon.
sound?
This is
It's
reminding me
probably
of
the extension cord
the
falling
person
into
that's
the
the
water.
killer being right next to me the whole fucking
When
time.
you say it that way, it does seem likelier.
Even though Kaede wasn't technically the killer.
I should have known. The kid who lied about her talents and tried to lie about the Tozy trinkets. I should have known. I should have known only Eva fucking Sadaka would tell Wolfgang!
You're right that Eva's lied to us several times already.
But she's just a mathlete. How did someone like her come up with something this complicated?
Her talent would give her the upper hand in all that measurement
Good with numbers. That
nonsense.
shit comes in handy sometimes.
Even so, the sheer volume of items Eva had to steal, she's been under heavy suspicion these past few days. How did she sneak into Jet
I
and
was just
Desmond's
praising this
rooms
bitch, saying
without
how she
being
was so
noticed?
loyal and all this.
It's impossible. Wolfgang even got mad at me for being late to the dining hall by a few minutes. I've been watched the entire time I've been here. There's no way Jet wouldn't have noticed me taking his battery.
Right on. No one steals from me.
They already did.
And anyway, how could I enter the cord through the boiler room vent when I can't even reach the top of the generator? If anything, you should be suspicious of the taller students.
I understand why people are doubtful, but I can't let the conversation continue like this. Ava did, in fact, have a way to reach the vent. All she had to use... The boxes. Did she use the boxes?
Ava grabbed one of the boxes on the concrete platform and placed it next to the generator.
That's setting myself up. Removing a box would reduce the amount of boxes on the platform from 3 to 2.
Flexing your mathematical prowess, I see.
I'm saying Damon would have noticed if a box was missing, since there's so few of them to start, but he never noticed anything, because there were...
Couldn't you just move the...
Then the
Okay, whatever. I'm fucking wrong. What's the question again? What did she use to reach the vent? What did this stupid bitch use to reach the vent? The generator, right?
I'm not tall and...
Bitch, I don't know what you use. All I know is you did it and you can go fuck yourself because you tricked my stupid ass. I don't fucking know. Did you climb up the wall like Spider-Man? I don't know. Could it have been this?
Ava grabbed one of the...
No, that is not what I clicked on, David. I'm about to start clicking all kinds of random shit. Did she use these?
This is it.
Oh my gosh. A box is a box is a box is a
Ava,
motherfucking box.
to reach the top of the generator, you simply stood on one of the boxes in the boiler room.
Didn't I say a box the
There's
first
already
time?
a huge
Why does it
pile
matter
of them
which
near
pile?
the generator itself. You could easily push one up against the machine.
Ah. She would have known about those boxes in advance,
Bruh,
too.
a box is a box.
Since
Like,
she
why does it
explored
matter?
the boiler room
Which-
with you
Why
ahead
does it
of
matter
time.
which pile?
Okay, I could have used the boxes to reach the top of the generator.
Not her admitting it.
I could have fit the cord through both vents if I inserted the right plug.
Okay, you
I can do
self-supporting
both
now.
of those things without attracting suspicion. What I can't do without attracting suspicion is opening the vent.
Which vent are we talking about?
The dining hall one. Based on what Damon's saying, it needs to be opened for the killer's trap to work. But opening it during the tournament is asking to be caught, and opening it before the tournament is useless because Jet, Cassidy, and Mark would see it while setting up.
Oh yeah, you're
Jet is
right.
so useless.
If there was an open vent with a cord tied to it, I would have noticed for sure.
Now that Eva mentions it, I'm pretty sure the vent was closed during setup.
The vent was closed?
There's no way I can execute this trap without being caught. It's a stupid trap anyway. All the cord and vent stuff is too complicated. There's a billion ways it could go wrong. Damon's just making stuff up. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
What the? That's bullshit.
Can it, you four-eyed troll! You can't talk your way out of this one!
Shit.
The only person who would be sick-minded enough to kill Wolfgang is you, and only you! Don't you fucking try and tell me otherwise!
You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
Even if this trap was used, you can't guarantee it operated the way Damon described.
How so?
Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord, with a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes.
There's even less evidence for that!
Evidence? No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament, and now you're saying I'm a killer. You can't say I'm the murderer just because I sat near a vent.
It seems to be pretty good evidence to me.
Wolfgang exposed you for the snake you are, and you despised him because of it. You have a motive!
Perhaps our understanding of the mechanism is wrong? Maybe it wasn't closing the vent that triggered it, but something else?
Do you have any evidence to prove that?
I might get this wrong, but we're gonna see.
Operated the way Damon described.
How so? Well, the battery could have been tied to the extension cord.
With a special knot which can untie by itself. After a bit of time passes.
There's even less
evidence. No one here cares about evidence. I just happened to be at the game tournament.
No, you showed up on purpose, bitch. You didn't just happen to be there. You weren't even a part of the tournament.
No. It's no coincidence you were at the game tournament. In fact, it's not even a coincidence the tournament took place during the murder.
What do you mean?
It was impossible for me to notice this earlier. But the killer timed the tournament so it would grant them an alibi for the murder.
Whoa. Are you accusing me of murder again? I thought you said Ava was the culprit.
Nobody's talking.
The detective isn't supposed to switch suspects in the last stretch like this. You're totally throwing the audience for a loop, and not in a good way.
Except neither of you played a role in determining what time the tournament would be held. The only person to determine that was Ava.
Oh my gosh, it was her. When I was training my talent, I did most of my studying at 9 a.m. The brain is most active and ready to absorb information around that time. I think this effect could help our video game skills. A 9 a.m. tourney hall wouldn't be the first time. Screw it, let's do 9 a.m. 1 hour after the morning announcement. Oh my gosh, Ava.
Ava knew she would be in the dining hall tomorrow. So when Cassidy announced the tournament, she realized it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to create an alibi for herself.
That's insane. How could she have come up with something like that on the spot?
It wasn't just for an alibi either. Since Ava knew about the tournament, she could time the setup of her trap accordingly.
So to answer her question of why neither Cassidy, Jet, nor Mark opened the event, when I think back on what Cassidy told me earlier today before the tournament began, I can discern exactly when Ava opened the event. Maybe after stacking the furniture?
I got it.
I can't stand this bitch.
Cassidy, you told me Ava approached you yesterday and asked to help set up the tournament. What exactly did she say?
When did I tell you this again?
Before the tournament?
Oh, now I remember. Yeah, Eva wanted to see what sort of equipment the tournament needed.
She's pissing
After I
me
showed her
off.
Mark stuff and told her we were redecorating the dining hall, she offered to
because
help.
I trusted her. Like, I don't
Back
know.
when this conversation happened, you still hadn't decided
She was
what
the
time you
only-
were going
she
to
was the
start
one person-
redecorating, right?
Yeah, it's kind of embarrassing.
She was the one person I
Eva really helped me out
Kinda
though. She
trusted a
said she
little
would
bit,
stack the dining hall furniture
but
we
that
were
was
going to
my
use
own
later that night.
dumb decision.
Afterwards, we could focus purely on arranging the technical stuff in the morning.
All right. Then tell me what happened last night.
Jet, Mark, Eva, and I came to the dining hall at around 8:40 p.m. probably. We stacked the table and the dining chairs against the left wall, and the sofas we moved to the middle of the room, maybe a little more to the right. Then we all went back to our dorms. Well, I was kind of hungry, so I stayed back a few minutes before leaving.
Hold the phone. If those sofa chairs were moved to the middle of the room, why did I see one over in the corner this morning?
Because Eva pushed it there.
Eva what?
She didn't want to take part in the tournament. Just watch it from the side. That's what she told me. I never thought it was weird or anything. Some people just like sticking to the walls of rooms, you know?
We're talking about the sofa in the upper left corner, aye? The one next to the coffee table.
Yes, sir, Bob.
Yo, when the power went out, I'm pretty sure Damon ran over to that corner to look through. Yeah, a vent!
Did she move the chair there so it would be easier to reach the vent later?
Why would I when Cassidy just said the vent was closed during setup?
Because you were covering for yourself in advance.
Huh?
The vent may not have been open at the time, but I'm willing to bet that's because you were still creating your trap.
In what way?
Let's say Ava took a detour for the boiler room first, and slid the internal plug through both vents, after going upstairs and helping rearrange the dining hall furniture, during which she moves a sofa chair so it obscures the vent. She heads outside and hides until everyone else goes to bed. Then, she walks back in and opens the vent.
So Eva took complete advantage of them?
Not my fault those two are so trusting.
You think a big guy like me was gonna be afraid of some mathlete? No way!
I mean, she did lie about a lot of important things. Her talent being one of them.
She also
damn,
cried and
she
fled
is
the
the ultimate
scene after
liar, I
we
guess.
found out, no?
I just thought it was cool. She wanted to help me out.
Hey, can we backtrack a little? Like, to before all this Ava talk?
Why? What happened?
It's to do with the chair's position. You guys keep saying it was in front of the vent, but Damon stood in front of the vent during the blackout. If the chair was in the position you all say it was, it should have blocked him from crouching in front of the vent.
Ava probably just moved it during the blackout. Before the blackout, it was positioned with its back to the left wall. However, when I ran over to the vent, the chair was suddenly pushed up against the northern wall, out of the vent's range. Ava must have shifted the chair while everyone was initially panicking from the blackout. I'm guessing she hoped people would misremember its position and think it was always along the northern wall.
Oh, man! So I totally fell for it?
I also remember seeing a speaker in that corner.
Yeah, about that. This morning, Jet, Mark, and I arrived at the dining hall a little after 8 a.m., then Eva came a few minutes later. She helped us put together Mark's equipment, which was stationed in the lower right corner of the room. And then she volunteered to place speakers around the room while Jet and I set up the TV next to the fireplace.
Moving a speaker near the vent. Did Eva do that to drown out Diana and Wolfgang's scuffle?
Yeah, and in turn exacerbate the effects of the other speakers. There were almost a dozen spread throughout the dining hall. Some even sandwiched into corners they didn't need to be. Eva probably placed them that way to cover as much ground as possible.
Still, Eva entered the dining hall at 8:10 a.m., right? So wouldn't it be impossible for her to knock out Lawyer Man at 8:15 a.m.?
According to Eva, she arrived around 8:10 a.m. But it's possible she actually arrived much later. Since there's no clock in the dining hall, he just couldn't have known. In fact, that might be why Ava seemed so eager to arrange Mark's equipment in the morning. Upon realizing it had a clock, she wanted to ensure it would only be powered on after she arrived.
It seems the setup of this trap occurred across 3 phases. Phase 1 took place in the boiler room and involved tying a lithium battery to an extension cord. The cord was then slid through the grates of the closed boiler room vent, presumably until it almost poked out the other end of the ventilation shaft. Phase 2, by contrast, was carried out in the dining hall. The aforementioned cord was tied around the dining hall vent, which was then left open. This must have happened after Cassidy, Mark, and Jet were already done redecorating. For the third and final phase, the battery was carefully suspended over the generator. All these steps combined created a pulley system, which could only be triggered by closing the dining hall vent. Is there anything I'm missing?
How I closed the vent.
Huh?
No one has explained how I closed the dining hall vent. Obviously, I didn't do it during the blackout. According to Damon, the blackout can only happen after the vent is closed. So, I must have stood up, gone behind the chair, and closed the vent during the tournament. That's stupid. Someone is definitely going to notice that sort of conspicuous movement. It doesn't matter if that someone is on the opposite side of the room. They're going to notice.
How did we overlook such an obvious
But
discrepancy?
everybody had their backs to you. Ava's right. Standing up would look really suspicious, which is exactly why she used that to circumvent the problem. Wait, what is the question? What allowed Ava to close the vent without attracting suspicion? Is it the TV?
Hey, the tournament equipment is in his...
Bruh, I thought it was because they're facing that way. That's what I was thinking. Maybe the music? Or is it something stupid like, oh, the chair?
This is it. The location of your chair bypasses this problem entirely. To close the vent, all you need to do is set the chair to recline and reach behind you.
That's what I was just thinking. I'm like,
Set the
did she
chair to
recline it?
recline?
All the dining hall chairs have the ability to recline. Some were already set to that position at the start of the tournament, including Ava's. With her chair in recline, Ava can easily reach down and close the vent without shifting from her position. It's not perfectly inconspicuous, but it's subtle enough to not catch most people's attention, especially those focused on watching a video game competition. Well,
Don't be looking crazy.
am I wrong?
This isn't funny. Just because I was sitting in front of the vent doesn't mean I was the one who triggered the mechanism.
No one can sneak up
Okay,
behind
then
you without
noted.
drawing attention, especially when all the lights were still on.
That's just dumb! Where I was sitting shouldn't make me a murderer.
Even so, with everything we've spoken about...
Everything? Did you already forget what was said earlier? Just look at all the items I would need to set up this murder. The battery, the extension cord, the rolling pin, the taser, the syringe, and the supposed drug used with it. How could I have collected all of those things? Wolfgang and everyone else hated me because I lied about my talent. They were on their guard whenever I was around. You think Jet and Desmond would just let me walk into their rooms and take their stuff?
That's true. We still haven't explained how she robbed 2 people's rooms without being caught.
Unless you can prove I had the chance to get all this stuff, you can't make me out to be the killer.
Fine. I'll show proof. Only you could obtain the items necessary for this murder.
Ava had my blackmail, Ava had Desmond's, Ava asked nicely, Ava had a hunch.
I got it.
Oh.
Ava, you were well aware of the existence of those items. For starters, everyone heard about Jet's battery. It was common knowledge due to his boasting.
Wait, so it's all my fault? Ouch.
Since the dorms aren't locked, you could have easily snuck in and grabbed the battery while no one was inside. The battery is lightweight too, so you wouldn't have trouble carrying it. For the rest of your plan, the syringe and drugs are both readily available in the pharmacy. And as for the taser, you may not have known about its existence right away, but you still had every incentive to search Desmond's room because you received his blackmail.
Eva? You knew my blackmail this whole time and never said anything?
So what?
Huh?
So what if I knew? I wasn't the only one. Damon knew your blackmail as well.
Oh, yeah. He read it out loud to everyone earlier, didn't he?
Damon knew almost everything I did. He knew where the items used in this murder were stored. He knew the layout of the boiler room and the storage closets. He knew all sorts of things. The only thing he didn't know is the one thing more important than any piece of physical evidence.
The hell are you talking about?
See, you still don't know. You still don't know that we never saw eye to eye.
Huh?
Eye to eye... on the not killing each other stuff?
On Wolfgang.
Eh?
Damon saw the way Wolfgang scolded me and treated me like a bad guy, and he thought I hated him the same way he did. But unlike Damon, I never wanted Wolfgang to die.
What the?
Whoa! That's a loaded accusation!
Not a first for this trial.
If you thought you saw the worst of Damon after the dummy trial, you underestimate just how low he can stoop.
Now
I
she's trying to
practically
pin it
risked
on
my
him.
life pretending to be his ally. But in return, he let me see the extent of his deceitfulness, which is why I can tell everyone that Damon has Wolfgang's blackmail.
Oh, gosh.
Oh, wow. This bitch is smart.
Any reason you didn't tell us this earlier?
Well, I didn't think it was incriminating at first.
Not even when he refused to come forward about it?
That was weird, but I didn't want to make accusations
Winona's
at the
like,
time
why didn't you say
because
this
it could have
before?
just been his ego talking. Only after watching him reject the taser gun over this dumb mechanism he made up did I realize I had potential evidence
Good night,
on my
Spidey.
hands.
Damon,
Thank you.
do you have your
for
blackmail
being
on
here.
you? Don't worry about reading it out loud or anything. Just show the image. That's all you gotta do.
Did Ava really never trust me? Why then did she disclose so much to me? Why did she tell me? It's because I trust you. No, this can't be at the forefront of my mind right now. I'm on the cusp of bringing this case to a close. What Ava thinks about me shouldn't matter. What she thinks about me. You took my side way back at the beginning, remember? We were the only people who refused to listen to that lawyer, and you helped me solve the mystery behind the whole case. No one thanked you, though. I'm really sorry about how things turned out. The other students wouldn't have treated you unfairly if it wasn't for me. Damn it. This entire time I've been judging the others for how trusting they are and not even realizing I was blindly following the words of a stranger. And now everyone here, they're gonna hold this blackmail crap against me even more than if I had just come forward earlier. Even so, what choice do I have? No one will let this discussion continue unless I tell the truth.
Fine. I'll show it, but only the picture. As requested.
With those words, I retrieved the envelope from my pocket and pulled out the photo.
He's married?
Ingrid, Wolfgang doesn't have blue eyes.
So, who is this then? His parents?
I mean, why else would the guy look like him?
Given the year this photo was taken, these two people must be his parents. Look at what's printed at the bottom. April 17th, 2001. We know how old Wolfgang is because of the student reports. In 2001, he wasn't even born yet.
But
His young
why his
ass.
parents? Are they being held against their will?
You can't leave us hanging, Damo! You gotta read out what it says!
That's not what was asked of me. And even if I had to, I don't think someone who can't explain himself should have his secrets revealed to everyone.
Some things are better left unsaid.
For the record, I know what Wolfgang's blackmail says, but it didn't change my outlook on him. I don't think it's possible for anyone to hate someone like Wolfgang. He was always brave in the face of sheer adversity, and encouraged everyone else to act likewise. Wolfgang challenged me to be a better person. Wolfgang challenged all of us to be better people. And maybe Ava simply couldn't rise to his challenge.
Don't listen to him! He's trying to divert everyone from the truth.
Even though Wolfgang and I didn't always see eye to eye, my respect for him and his talent never wavered. Why would someone like me harm him? Me, who's been leading this trial much the same way he led the one before. I may have questioned the idea no one here would kill, but that doesn't make me someone who wants to see bloodshed.
He does! He does want bloodshed! We have all the proof he's a cold-blooded killer! Wolfgang's blackmail, which he lied about having!
Just get executed.
But wasn't Damon playing?
Nothing he says should be trusted. Nothing he says about me, or anything else.
It is odd that he placed faith in a man who does not have faith in us. So much so, these discussions are mostly led by his own conjecture.
Damon isn't the killer, though. Why would he try to mislead anyone? Like, he and I were playing a game when the murder happened, and multiple people can vouch for us.
Not to mention, the things he's been saying make a lot of sense.
Truth has no personal alliance. That's why.
Even if he wasn't here, we'd arrive at the same conclusion anyway.
Depends who you mean by we.
Then, you all still think I'm the killer?
Yes, bitch, we do.
Someone needs to be voted by the end of this.
We do think you're the killer, bitch. Yes.
Don't just say it like that.
Oh, she's about to
Yes! My ears!
How would I know? How would I know when to drop it?
Drop what?
The battery! Damon says the killer dropped the battery when Diana was already in the boiler room. But how would I know when Diana was in the boiler room?
Because you gave
it's
them
not as if I
fucking
could
letters,
listen out
bitch.
for her. The music speakers are too loud. And the dining hall has no clocks. So it'd be impossible for me to know if it was 8:45 a.m.
Right. Only Mark's DJ pad had a clock.
Maybe Ava asked Mark for the time.
She never spoke to me.
We never spoke! I never even got up from my chair! Besides, how could I be sure Diana arrived on time anyway? If you can't explain how I knew when to drop the battery, then shut up and stop accusing me!
Okay, I know your ass did it. Ava makes a decent point. How did she drop the battery in time? Did she just rely on chance? No, that doesn't seem likely. Her entire plan fails if the timing is right. Isn't this bitch the ultimate math leak? Did you probably count it on your fingers or something? Come on, think of my years of debate. If I mean anything, I need to look at this from another angle. I just take it from the top while assuming Ava's the killer. It's her fucking talent. She's great with time and shit. She heard Diana enter. She saw Diana enter. She guessed. She literally guessed.
You...
Bitch, I think you guessed. And it was a lucky one. Let me see, she heard her enter or she saw her enter. Let me see. She checked the time. How could she... Wait. Don't we have time? Don't they have time on their... Okay. She either saw her enter or heard her enter. Let's see. I don't want to just guess blindly. I mean, can't you see through the vent though? Kind of. Did she hear it?
I wouldn't be able to...
Okay, whatever. Whatever, game over. Yeah. Whatever. It's what time is it? It's almost 4 in the morning. Give me a break, okay? So she was sitting in the chair and how?
I got it.
I just feel like it would have been
The only
awkward.
way the killer would have known when to spring their trap was by seeing Diana enter the room. Any uncertainty would ruin the plan, and the dining hall was too loud to hear anything over.
So where did she watch Diana from? There are two possible places. From the recliner. She had to watch from the recliner, the vent.
trying to look into the...
Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Sorry. Okay, now I'm confused. Now I am confused. I'm so confused now. It's not the camera, is it? Oh, maybe she... No, I don't think that's it. It can't be this.
This is it.
What? How?
It's impossible to see anything from the vent, which means the only way anyone could see into the room was by using the school cameras.
Say what?
I don't understand how, but Ava must have used the camera.
Is she working with the kidnappers?
Are you kidding me? How the hell would I have access to the camera?
In order to actually see what was happening on the security cameras, what would Ava need access to? Naturally, it would have to be some sort of screen. A screen, huh? Thinking back on all the various clues we've discussed, I can't pinpoint anything which could provide an answer to that question. Feels like deja vu, doesn't it? When all other options are ruled out, I can only turn towards the one which still remains, the one thing we've yet to discuss. Ava, it's time I bring an end to what you started. For better or for worse, this one will be your final lie. What hell, it's time to solve the final piece of this puzzle. However, it won't be without a fight. Announcing argument altercation. In this game, you and your opponent battle each other in a bullet hell extravaganza. Dodge your opponent's attacks, shoot down their arguments, and solve the case. Use the WASD keys to move and the spacebar to fire noise bullets. You can also focus by pressing the left shift key, which will slow down the battle temporarily. Your opponent will fire their own bullets. So be sure to use your ability strategically to avoid damage. They will also make statements of their own, which will appear as orange text. Oh, they also start the game with a shield, meaning they cannot be damaged by any means. But worry not, you can weaken their shield by breaking their statements with your bullets. Oh my gosh, this is crazy. Breaking their statements also charges your mega bullet. You'll want to press the F key to fire that one. Why? Well, it's the only way to damage your opponent. If you miss, don't worry, just break more statements in order to recharge it. After a certain amount of hits, you will progress to the next stage of the battle, and your opponent will become more frenzied and their attacks even wilder. Once they've finally run out of HP, your opponent will then okay, oh my gosh, if you fail, you go straight over. Are losing all your HP before you restart from the very beginning, so I suggest you don't do that. This is quite a... I hope this is easier than Danganronpa V3. I have to say, okay, oh my gosh, is it that hard?
Why would I kill
Oh
anyone?
my god!
This isn't fair.
Okay, I
There's
don't
no
know.
proof I killed Wolfgang.
Hold on.
Who cares about the camera?
Oh, this is okay. I gotta fight.
It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed. There's no proof
gosh,
I killed
ouch.
Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed. Why would I kill
I'm getting
anyone?
my ass beat, guys. This is like not cute.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Oh, I gotta. Hold on.
This
I gotta
isn't
charge my shit
fair.
up. Ah!
I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious.
You know, I was starting to like her voice, but now I'm irritated.
It's Damon who's suspicious.
Now I'm a little irritated.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I didn't see anything.
Bitch, stop hitting me with your cheese. Yeah, that
I
hurt, don't
just
it? How
wanted
about
to
that?
help. There's no
How about that,
proof I
bitch?
killed Wolfgang. Why would I?
Did I die? Oh my god, ouch. Oh my gosh. Come on, you stupid whore. Bro, she cheating,
This
bro.
isn't fair.
Bro, how come I don't get
Why
like a
would
shield
I
or
kill
something?
anyone? I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof.
Oh my gosh.
It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair.
Oh wait, I
This
think I
isn't
understand
fair.
now. Oh my gosh.
This isn't fair.
I get it now.
Why would I kill? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? I thought you trusted me.
Bitch, you look scary as fuck right now.
Who cares about the camera?
Why the
I
fuck
just
did they do
wanted
this?
to help.
Okay, now they're doing too much.
It's Damon who's suspicious.
Okay.
I just wanted to
Okay,
help.
this is insane.
This isn't fair.
Oh, this is disrespectful.
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
So disrespectful.
I just wanted to help. I didn't see.
Bitch, that is
It's
not
Damon
fair.
who's suspicious. Yeah.
How am I
See what
supposed to
can
live
do?
with all of this? This is ridiculous. I have to start over. Oh my gosh, I'm going to be doing this for like 3 hours.
I just wanted to help.
How do I get my power
would
back,
I
though,
kill
guys?
anyone? Why would I kill
Oh, you know
anyone?
what? Maybe I should use that more.
I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious.
It's
There's
Damon
no
who's
proof I killed
suspicious.
Wolf. Who cares about the camera?
You better
I
shut
didn't
that
see
masculine
anything.
voice up, bitch. Crybaby ass voice.
It's Damon who's. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. Damon, I thought you trusted me.
Shut up. You literally just
I
blamed him
didn't see
500
anything.
times.
I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera?
Stop hitting me,
This
bitch. It's
isn't
so
fair.
rude.
It's Damon who's suspicious.
Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
It's Damon who's suspicious.
It's not
Who
Damon
cares
who's
about the
suspicious,
camera?
you stupid bitch.
I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Fuck, I missed that bitch. God
There's
damn it.
no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help.
Bro, that shit is not fair.
See what I can do?
That shit isn't fair, bro. This game got Cuphead vibes. This basically is Cuphead, dude. I just keep from running, so okay. Isn't that what this?
Who cares about the camera?
Cuphead bosses.
This isn't fair.
It's funny, I never wanted to play Cuphead because that shit always looks super hard.
Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone?
Bitch, you look like the type of person.
Why
who
would
kills somebody.
I kill anyone?
Just look at
Why
you and
would
listen to
I
you.
kill anyone? I just wanted to help.
You definitely get scored your vibes, bitch.
Who cares about the camera?
Look at her.
I thought you trusted me.
Fuck out of here.
There's no proof I killed Wolf. There's no proof I killed
Miss
Wolfgang.
Matthew. Fuck out of here.
There's no proof
Okay,
I
okay.
killed Wolfgang.
I hate this.
I didn't see anything.
I gotta get these.
Why would I kill anyone?
Quickly as
It's
possible.
Damon who's suspicious.
Oh my God.
Who cares about the camera? Who cares
gotta
about
go
the
fast.
camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
What am I supposed to do when that happens?
Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone?
I feel like the best strategy to stay against the back wall. Oh, really? Like this? Oh, period.
I didn't see anything. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. It's Damon who's suspicious. Who cares about the camera? There's no... I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair! Why would I kill anyone? I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera?
Oh my gosh, that bitch is right on.
There's no proof I
Right
killed
on time.
Wolfgang.
Stupid ass bitch.
This isn't fair.
I'm about to get close to her. I don't care.
This isn't fair.
Dang it,
Damon.
bitch.
I thought you trusted me.
I don't trust
This
you,
isn't
girl.
fair.
Just to be clear, I don't.
Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera?
I didn't even know, bitch.
It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill This isn't fair. I didn't see anything.
Fuck, I totally missed.
I just wanted to help.
Totally missed. Totally fucking missed.
Who cares about the camera? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's
Get her,
suspicious.
get her, get her, get her, get her.
There's no proof I killed Wolf. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help.
There we go.
Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill anyone? Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
Okay, I'm coming over here. Bitch.
It's Damon. Why won't you believe me? Who cares about the camera? It's Damon who's suspicious. I just wanted to help.
How am I supposed to avoid
There's no proof I killed Wolfgang.
This is ridiculous. How am I supposed to avoid that? That literally makes no sense.
This isn't fair. Who cares about the camera? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. It's Damon who's suspicious. I didn't see anything. I just wanted to help. I just wanted to help. Why would I? Damon, I thought you trusted me.
I can't stand this bitch, bro.
I just wanted to help. Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair.
You never figured
There's
it
no
out.
proof I killed
I feel like
Wolfgang.
there's definitely something to this, right?
I didn't see
That's the
anything.
vibe I get. I feel like there's something to
didn't
this.
see
I'm just not getting
anything.
it.
Who cares about the camera? I didn't see anything. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. There's no proof
Yeah,
I
my
killed
shit's already
Wolfgang.
going down.
Why would I kill anyone? There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. It's Damon who's suspicious. Why won't you believe me?
Hold on. Let me see something.
I just wanted to help. I didn't see anything. Who cares about the camera? Ouch! I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. This isn't fair. I just wanted to help. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. I thought you trusted me. This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolfgang. Why would I kill? Who cares about the camera? This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? This isn't fair. There's no proof I killed Wolf. It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't... Who cares about the camera? Why would I kill anyone? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? Why would I kill anyone? Why won't you believe me? It's Damon who's suspicious. This isn't fair. I didn't see anything. This isn't... Who cares about the camera? I just wanted to help. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon who's suspicious. There's no proof I killed. This isn't fair. Why would I kill anyone? It's Damon. How could I access the security camera?
It's over. Ava, we know the truth.
Let's go. Okay.
No!
Let's get past this.
Don't kill me!
Ew, what? Can they not with this? This is ugly.
What you said was true, Ava. Whether or not the trap works depends on if the killer can see inside the boiler
That
room.
was actually fun. I like that.
Which begs the question, how does the killer see inside? They can't just get on their knees and peek through the vent. Everyone in the dining hall would notice. Besides, the vent probably offers very little in the way of an actual view of the room.
Exactly! It's impossible!
Right. It's impossible.
Thank you.
From this particular angle. If I switch perspectives, your entire argument comes completely undone.
What do you mean?
Ava assumes I'm taking only one factor into account. Her position at the time of Wolfgang's murder. Little does she know that in ruling out that factor, she's led me straight to another. A certain item which could have granted her the ability to see inside the boiler room.
Oh, did I slow it?
An item that, like the chemical smell, only makes sense when all other options have been ruled out. The game console she brought with her to the tournament.
Ava had a game console?
She wanted to get in the spirit of the tournament without being directly involved. Or so she claimed. But when every other option has been ruled out, what else can we look to but the one that's yet to be addressed?
Are you saying she saw inside the boiler room using the console?
So he played live footage of the room?
Sounds like a stretch.
If I'm wrong, Ava should be able to prove her innocence. Go on, Ava. Show us the console.
Huh?
I don't think she has the console on her, dude.
She has to. She never had an opportunity to slink away and dispose of it.
Well, what about the blackout?
When the blackout first hit, people were disorientated for about a minute at most. Ava likely spent those 60 seconds undoing the cord and moving the chair. Between then and now, she's never been alone. The only exception was when she and I split up to investigate the dining hall and the dorms respectively. However, the laundry room, dining hall, and courtyard all had people in them, so I doubt she hid the console in any of those rooms.
And the janitor closet? That room has
shit was
been locked
going
for
in
days
slow motion.
now.
I'm like, what the
She
hell?
obviously couldn't hide the console there.
Which means, it must still be on her person. Like I said earlier, if I'm wrong about the console, you can take it out right now and show everyone its contents.
How did she manage to do that?
What are you waiting for? Quit hiding the stupid thing and show it!
You're just trying to make me look bad. You don't know what you're talking about. You're just jealous of me. You're jealous of me and my talent. That's all you are. Jealous.
Yeah, we're
Hey.
so jealous.
Calm down.
Why not just pull out the console?
Yes, show us the console and then you'll be done with this.
No!
Eh?
I don't have to show anyone anything.
That's the most suspicious thing you could say.
It's not suspicious.
Even Mark's
I'm
going
telling
in on
the truth.
That's obviously a lie.
Why go through the effort of mentioning Wolfgang's blackmail if you won't reveal this?
Now that I think back on it, Ava had been staring at her console the
Which
entire
one?
tournament. I thought it was weird. Coming all the way over to the dining hall when she could have just stayed in her dorm.
Well, where did she obtain this console? We should discuss those details before continuing any more with these accusations.
She said she won it from Tozu's gachapon.
Seems natural he would stock that machine with dangerous items. With this being a killing game and all.
Between 14 impossible culprits and one possible killer, there's no need to sort out the facts further. Ava, you're the only one we can vote for.
That's such twisted logic. You're going to vote for me without being completely sure I'm even guilty?
There's no need to be completely sure. If no one else can be suspected.
In case anyone still doubts Ava is the killer, I'll go through the case one last time. And once all the pieces are laid out for everyone to see, I'll prove she's the killer. Once and for all.
Oh, we're okay. I'm like, why is this doing this? Wolfgang and Diana receive. Okay, closing the vent, blackout. Mission of the core was This go here. Guess I should apologize to Grace. No, Grace, I love her. She's hilarious, but I do think she looks sus a lot throughout this trial. What occurred right after Wolfgang? Blackout. That. She did a lot of crazy shit. Like, this was a crazy ass trial. This bitch is. I'm glad we were getting her up out of here because she is maniacal and super calculated. Like, the way she set this up is kind of diabolical, honestly. Yes, Lumen, I am. I just kind of wanted to finish this since, you know, it's chapter 1, but yeah, I'm gonna jump back to Danganronpa another. Still from Jet's room. Car battery. Yeah, we have to finish the Danganronpa another trial. It's gonna kind of suck though, I can't lie. It's gonna kind of suck going from this to back to Danganronpa another. But I'm gonna make the most of it. Okay, what do we have here? The killer, the taser. Let's see. The borderline after Wolfgang. Yeah. Killer. Killer. And then the taser. And we have 2 more. I feel bad for, I don't like how they tried to blame, or I don't know, I don't like how Diana got blamed. I feel bad for her. We took it. Lumen, you're making me not want to finish it. You're making me not want to play that shit now. Red Blast. Oh, I have a newfound care for Diana and her.
This is how it happened.
Alright, I'm turning my camera off like we always do for these guys. The closing statement.
This case was directly incited by the motive Tozu introduced, in which everyone here received another person's blackmail. Amidst the chaos that spawned, the killer saw an opportunity to commit a murder. They sent letters to 2 people, Wolfgang Akide, who they planned to kill, and Diana Venezia, who they planned to frame. Wolfgang and Diana were asked to meet in the boiler room in 2 days' time. Wolfgang's letter told him to arrive at 8:15 a.m., while Diana's told her to arrive at 8:45 a.m.
The messages threatened to expose our blackmail, so we had no choice but to follow their instructions.
At this point, the killer probably knew the way they were
I
going to
never
kill
heard of
Wolfgang.
Kill Cure Lumen, but I just looked it up. It looks like it's gonna be pretty cool.
Hence, how they reacted to this next piece of information. The following morning, it was revealed that Cassidy and Jet were going to hold a game tournament.
The point was for people to spend time together and not think murdery thoughts. But little did we know, a would-be
Why
killer
the
was
fuck
lurking
is she
nearby.
talking right now? The closing statement is
And
always...
how? The killer emboldened their own plans and made
The
it so
closing
tournament would
statement
happen
is
at 9
always
a.m.
said by the protagonist. Why is she talking?
Did you just agree with yourself?
Both Wolfgang and Diana turned down the offer, which must have been music to the killer's ears, since it confirmed their plan was
Oh
working.
my gosh, will it? I need to watch a trailer of it.
The killer took this as a sign to commence the next phase of their plan. Later that evening, they went downstairs to the boiler room and began preparing the murder weapon.
Though it might be more accurate to call it a murder mechanism, the killer wrapped an extension cord as tightly as they could around a car battery, which been stolen from Jet's room. I imagine the battery must have been sitting on top of the generator. Wouldn't want to risk an explosion by bringing lithium too close to the water.
The killer avoided opening the boiler room vent for this segment, probably because they knew I'd remember it being closed originally.
A crucial part of the killer's plan would involve sliding the cord through the boiler room vent and out the other end into the dining hall.
When does that come out?
So they could then walk upstairs to the dining hall and tie the protruding part of the cord to the dining hall vent.
Funnily enough, the killer was going to be needed in the dining hall very shortly.
Yeah, to help Cass and me rearrange the dining hall's furniture. We were saving the whole thing for next morning, but they convinced us to do it that night instead.
Notice how I have no issues with anybody else talking during this
Their
except for
intentions were
Cassidy.
threefold. Create an alibi, hide the vent with a piece of furniture, and then open the vent in secret. After which, they'd return to the boiler room and suspend the battery over the generator.
Which brings us to today. Knowing better than to head downstairs without protection, Wolfgang went to the kitchen and armed himself with a knife. Toshiko didn't notice a knife on him when the two met in the hallway, so he must have hidden it in his blazer.
Wolfgang arrived inside the boiler room at 8:15 a.m., exactly like his letter requested. As he was waiting, the killer snuck up behind him.
And he got smacked right in the head with that steel rolling pin and crumpled like paper.
A syringe was then used to inject Wolfgang with a sleeping drug, ensuring he would remain in the boiler room until Diana arrived.
The killer might have, left the taser on the floor around this time.
Yeah, the taser they swiped from my dorm. They must have decided to raid the place after receiving my blackmail. If I'd heard about the taser sooner, I could have gotten rid of it, as well as whatever else my blackmail supposedly mentions.
Save the angsting for later, will you?
Anyway, back on topic. Wolfgang was left to lie in the partially flooded area of the boiler room, while the killer ran upstairs to help set up Mark's music equipment.
They didn't care about the equipment. They just wanted to put a speaker next to the vent, because it would drown out the fight which was going to happen later.
Don't forget the digital clock! They wanted to get there before that became available. Don't need people knowing what time you actually arrive.
My letter said to meet at
That sounds
8:45
cool,
a.m.
Lumen.
So that's when I got to
I
the
feel like
boiler
I've
room.
seen some of those pop up on my YouTube, but I never watched them. And yeah, Ava
I
did
made sure
slay
to
with
close
this
the
plan,
door
by the way.
behind me.
She had me
just as
second,
the message told me to.
guessing that it was her. Honestly.
Bad idea. Killer flipped the doorknob so that the lock was on the outside instead of the inside. You locked yourself in.
The room was really dark too. I didn't even see the suspended battery. Only the
I love
blinking
how Jet
security
just says, "You
camera.
locked yourself in."
He got up on his feet all of a sudden. And he started crying and saying these weird things.
I can't wait to figure... Excuse me. I can't wait to find out what the fuck was going on.
I tried
with
to keep
Wolfgang
him calm
and
and asked him to come over to
his
me.
blackmail and all that.
Which he actually did. But the very next second, he attacked me with his knife.
I didn't either.
The
I thought it was
drugs probably gave him a
Desmond.
frightening hallucination. And he
Because I feel like
perceived
I've
you as
seen
a
a
threat.
comment in passing of somebody saying something about him, so I was like, oh my gosh, they just ruined it for me.
He was screaming at me.
But
and
I was
was
actually
screaming
shocked.
back. No one from the tournament could hear us over the music. At one point, I even picked up the taser. But then I threw it
Yeah,
back
it
down
reminded
again.
me of that too, women. It reminded me of Sayaka for sure.
And that's when the killer decided it was time. Having set their chair to recline, they were able to casually reach down and close the vent behind them. This lowered the extension cord, causing the car battery to enter the water and discharge a huge amount of electricity.
Now, what if Diana actually was in the water with him? Fucking Ava.
Wolfgang, who was still standing in the water, was electrocuted instantly. The battery itself exploded upon reacting with the water, which the killer was likely banking on as a way to destroy evidence.
Oh my gosh, Soap.
All of this happened right under my nose. No one could have guessed that someone present at the tournament was committing murder.
The explosion also damaged the generator and caused the blackout. Everyone ended up stumbling around in the dark.
Yeah, Ulysses gives me Guy version of Ava.
Not for long, though.
low-key.
We quickly came back to our senses and agreed to look for a backup generator on the underground floor.
I used a hairpin to unlock the boiler room door and ran outside, but you guys had already made it downstairs.
That's when you say you ducked around a corner and out of sight. Only after everyone went inside the closets did you then dash upstairs.
It's a good thing she did. Otherwise, we'd have found her alone in her room with Wolfgang's dead body. We would have wrongly assumed Diana was the killer, and died as a result. This complicated scheme calls to mind only one person. One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair.
One person who just so happened to be sitting in a certain sofa chair.
That person is you, Ava Sunaka. It's over, Ava. We know the truth.
It's not fair. This isn't fair.
Ew.
Isn't fair.
Period.
My blood is rushing.
Wonderful, brilliant, spectacular. You have seen beyond the foul lies of the scorned mathematician and delivered the honorable truth with wit and aplomb.
Well done.
This is worthy of praise. Allow me to reward your success.
This isn't funny.
Can you shut up? Can you shut up is crazy. Without Tozu's mad ramblings, the trial room had gone completely silent. Everyone was either staring at the floor or sneaking nervous glances at each other. I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so now you... Why is this going so fast? Very well, every murder... Okay, something is wrong.
There must be something.
Hold on. I understand the reason for this frosty atmosphere. You found out who done it, so now you wish to know why done it. Very well, every murder mystery needs a motive, and I would be loath to break tradition at this stage. Just why?
Come on.
Speak up, you have nothing to lose now. The game is fucked up right now, guys. It was Tozu. Huh? Tozu made me do it. What? You've been working with Tozu this entire time? Me and her? Oh, please. If her plan was to secretly infiltrate the killing game, she wouldn't have given herself such an attention-grabbing ultimate title.
Rubbish.
I mean, seriously, ultimate liar? Talk about on the nose. No, Ava is just as much of a kidnappee as the rest of you. Shut up. You let her get away with breaking the rules. That's proof enough you're in cahoots.
Holy!
Huh? Ava broke the rules? Yeah, when she blew up school fucking property. How the fuck was I punished for chucking a rock at a camera, but Ava wasn't punished for destroying a fucking generator? Shit, is Ava the exception that rule was talking about? What? Desmond tapped the screen of his trinket and conjured a familiar square-shaped hologram. With a few swipes of his finger, he located the killing game's rules. Okay, yeah. Everyone take a look at the second rule. Students are not allowed to vandalize any official killing game property, such as cameras and the Tozu trinkets. Exceptions may apply. I was wondering what that meant. Like, I understood what it meant, but I didn't understand, like, the intricacies of it. Do you see how it says exceptions may apply then? Since Ava wasn't punished for breaking the generator, could that mean she counts as an exception?
Stop
lying! I think it's fixed now. Are you gonna explain how, or are you just trying to be a fucking contrarian?
This looks bad.
Well, if I had to make a guess, it's probably because Ava destroyed the generator while committing a murder.
What's all this about?
Are you saying Ava has special privileges? I think it's more like her method of murder was what destroyed the generator, meaning the generator is technically tied to Wolfgang's death. Which is why Ava was excused for breaking it. Yo, that can't actually be the reason, can it?
I see, I see.
And if it were... Brutal. What? I see. Ava believes she would count as an exception to the rule, which is why she didn't take any steps to avoid destroying the generator. What? She risked getting shot in the head over something she just assumed.
That ain't it.
Nah, with how confidently Ava executed the murder, she must have known for sure she wouldn't be penalized. How about it, Tozu? Did you ever share that information with her?
Me?
A desperate killer is much like a hungry seagull, ready to pounce upon the slightest crumb of substance. The mere implication of a loophole ignites their senses, and they, as desperate people always do, will shred their dignity in pursuit of confirmation. So to answer your question, yes, Ava approached me with the same questions your friends are asking now. And yes, I confirmed her suspicions were true.
Not okay!
Seriously? That's so unfair. Unfair? Answering a reasonable question is far from unfair. Have you never asked a professor for help on an assignment? Sure, your professor won't do the work for you, but they'll be happy to clear up any confusion you might have. Then why did Ava say you made her kill Wolfgang? I suppose you could say Ava and I made a deal. A deal? What kind of deal? A deal to begin the killing game.
Impossible!
Together, you're gonna choose one in the world. It says the spotless have to choose a Blacken, not the Blacken. Oh, I like that. I like twists like that. In exchange for agreeing to perform the first kill, she would receive a special perk.
Plot twist!
It doesn't say anything about accomplices either, so... The traitor perk? What the fuck?
Holy!
What do you mean traitor perk? Is it the tablet Ava has? I mean, she refused to show it to us when we asked. Mind you that a host cannot simply hand over a traitor perk to anyone who asks. For a student to be eligible for a perk, they must first earn it.
That was very...
What do you mean, earn it? Do you recall that little tidbit I shared with you about the pharmacy? You know, the one about a secret lurking inside? You see, a very interesting secret is lurking beyond this door. Don't tell me she lied. That secret, were you referring to the traitor perk? Indeed, I was. When I said a very interesting secret was lurking inside, I meant that quite literally. The only thing separating you from the perk was a few inches of stainless steel and a pin pad. Pin pad? Oh gosh, you're talking about that big door I found tucked behind a shelf?
see.
It was hiding the trader perk all along? How did Ava figure out the password to the pin pad, though? Did she enter a bunch of random numbers until it, finally worked?
Well,
A 4-digit code would have thousands of potential combinations unless Ava encountered unbelievable luck. The chances of her guessing that code in only a few days is extremely unlikely. Then how did she get access to the trader perk? The 4 numbers to unlock the pin pad, how did Ava figure them out? From that fucking shit that was hanging, probably. There's only one way. Only one way I could see her obtaining the correct answer. It's to do with that poster, isn't it? That mysterious poster in the pharmacy. What poster are you?
Done.
Ding, ding, ding. Correct. Yes, hidden inside one of the pharmacy's rooms is a poster which reveals the code to the pin pad.
For real?
No.
How can that poster reveal the code, though? I knew it had to be important somehow. None of the visuals made sense, which is exactly why it caught my attention. But I didn't know what to do with that information, how to decipher what I was seeing. Maybe is it the 1010?
Pathetic.
And that is where you fell short of your mathematically gifted peer. With her keen eyesight and quick thinking, she saw the poster for what it really was. An equation. What? Every detail is deceitful. Those exclamations of grandeur may in fact be hints towards a certain something's nature, and that large star a stand-in for a coordinate plane. I can tell, Lumen. I can tell by how you were reacting. I thought it was about to be Grace at some points. So I'm glad it wasn't her. No offense. Oh yeah, my slow ass definitely would have understood this. Well, not that it matters anymore. The passcode to that precious pin pad is, after all, being changed as we speak. To quote the words of my parents' the road to freedom must always be paved with obstacles.
Heckin' twisted!
No way, a math equation is totally up Ava's alley. Ava, you told me you couldn't understand
Why
the
the
poster.
long face?
Of course she did. That equation is the key to the trader perk. Handing it over would mean handing the perk over. So the trader perk was Ava's reward for solving the puzzle?
Anybody?
The heck even is the perk? You still haven't explained that yet. You did all of her free times? Oh no.
Who? Me?
I assure you it's a very handy thing to have. You see, this trader perk allows the owner to access the school's security cameras using a tablet. That tablet, of course, being on Ava's person right now.
Damn it.
So I was right? You accessed the camera in the boiler room, which was how you saw Diana enter.
Crud!
I thought it was weird Ava wouldn't show us the tablet, but I didn't think it was actually wired to the school cameras. Then the reason I saw the security camera's light blinking back in the boiler room is because Ava was watching me. This is making too much sense.
Nonsense.
Ava, how could you negotiate with your kidnapper? Why would you have any reason to trust him? I had no choice. I either take his deal and give myself a chance to escape, or I would die here with the rest of you. That selfish attitude is the reason why we've ended up in this mess. Didn't we promise to make it out of here together? If you hadn't murdered one of the only people who could have handled this situation, we might have made progress on escaping.
Hang on.
Even if I didn't kill, someone else would have eventually. And if they were in my position right now, they wouldn't even admit to what they've done. They'd cry and stumble and try to guilt you. They wouldn't be honest like me. Okay.
Watch it.
Honest or not, playing Tozu's game was risky. We were trapped in a small space with witnesses everywhere. That's not a gamble you should have taken.
What a joke.
We had food, we had shelter. All we had left to do was wait for our eventual rescue from this place. But
Stop it!
I would have died first. It was obvious from what was happening with Wolfgang. His constant jeering at me over the few mistakes I'd made while the rest of you followed his lead. If a class trial ever happened with him around, he would have accused me of being the killer even without evidence. And you all would have believed him. That's not...
Shut up!
Because of Wolfgang, I was isolated from everyone else. He turned me into an easy target for murder. And if I was murdered, would the rest of you even bother to figure out who killed me? There's no way you would. There's no way anyone would. You're all the worst. I hope you all rot here. That's cold, man.
You really let me down.
Even if we had some rough spots, some of us still tried to get along with you. During the gaming tournament, I was fine with you joining. You think a few games were enough to forgive everything you did to me? None of you actually care about me. None of you. I've never been anything to anyone. What do you mean? It really is the same in here as it is out there. I'm always the one that people hated. I didn't choose this talent. I was just doing what others wanted me to do. I was a prodigy student the adults wanted me to be. I thought I did everything right. But I still kept being judged. Everyone else around me resented me, hated me because they wanted the love I received or what they thought was loved. And despite all my hard work, the UTP turned me into something I never wanted to be. Even if I wanted to return to normality, it would be impossible. I'm stuck with this talent for life. And now, when I try to become something more than a sad joke, I get hit with the realization that all my efforts were for nothing. I never could be anyone else. I'll never get what I deserve. But I cared.
I don't understand.
Ava, I cared about you. I don't get it.
Why?
Ava, why did you frame me? I cared for you and stood up for you whenever I could.
Don't say that!
I wanted to be your roommate. I wanted to help you.
I don't want to.
It didn't mean anything. Why? You still agreed with everything Wolfgang said. No matter what he did to me, you kept on supporting him. Is that why you tried to frame me for his murder? Yeah, and you deserved it. Oh my god.
No.
Diana let out a sob and nearly fell onto her podium. Diana! Eloise ran over to Diana and put an arm around her shoulder.
Can you believe that?
Why did you have to kill Wolfgang in front of her? That's so cruel. She obviously knew what she was doing. Both the cause and the time of death were mentioned in the mock trial case, so it stands to reason they would be mentioned here too. When Ava realized that, she tried to leverage it against us. I'm sure receiving that little camera perk made it all too easy to time the murder.
Shut it!
Enough of this bullshit already. So Ava's a privileged little asshole who thinks her life sucks. Who cares? You took Wolfgang's life. The only thing you deserve is some fucking comeuppance.
Sheesh.
Oh my god. I doubt she's actually telling the truth. Murdering someone because they lied about their inoffensive talent? Even she must know how ridiculous that sounds.
How can that be?
If Ava didn't kill Wolfgang because she was scared, then why did she kill him?
Honestly?
Why else but to escape the killing game? I doubt any of us were ever a threat to her. In fact, it was probably the complete opposite. She thought she was smarter and better than all of us. That's why she thought she could win the class
My
trial.
thoughts exactly.
Yes, I agree with Winona. In that case, do you reckon Ava killed Wolfgang because of his abilities as a lawyer? She herself admitted he would have suspected her if he was here. Clearly, Wolfgang was the best person to kill if she wanted to escape.
Nope.
And anyway, Ava isn't the only one who's vulnerable. There are people here with even weaker bodies and weaker minds. Anyone who is looking for an easy kill would know to target them first. Not y'all sweating. It doesn't matter. Even if no one targeted me, I still would have died first. How so? Because of the perk. Huh? Tozu told me that if I didn't use the perk to murder someone as soon as possible, I was going to die.
What did you say?
What?
Nonsense!
Is this true, Tozu?
Me?
Guilty as charged.
Dude, no!
No way. Tozu never told me the number of days I had left, just that I need to kill soon. If I didn't kill soon, I'd die.
This isn't fair!
I had to do something. You can't blame me for that. If you were in my shoes, you would have all done the same.
Worthless.
It's your own fault. You were only in that situation because you took the perk. Tozu targeted me with the math puzzle. He offered me the perk when I was at my lowest point. If you guys were approached the way I was and offered a chance to go home, you would have taken the perk too.
Stop it!
You're just a bunch of hypocrites. You just want to make me look like the villain so you feel less bad about killing me. Killing her? That's right. How could I forget? If the blackened is uncovered... Enough already. I'm sick of talking to this scumbag. Get on with the fucking execution mode. Alright. This soap opera is entertaining, but I realize it's time to change the channel. Wait, don't tell me you're actually going to...
Holy!
All of a sudden, the elevator behind us began to churn alive. The whir of machinery could be heard from the other side of the doors, raw and loud and rhythmic, like a mechanical symphony. Oh my gosh, is this my bae?
The show must go on.
Do not avert your eyes, ladies and gentlemen. I hear a lot of the budget went into this. No, I don't. What's going on?
I won't believe.
This isn't happening. This isn't happening.
Blood is rushing.
To the victor go the spoils. Hail the honorable dead, avenged at last. I don't deserve this. Even if you hate me, I don't deserve this. May our charitable justice inspire fear and humility within these wretched souls.
Don't kill me!
This isn't fair. I don't deserve to die. I deserve to live. I deserve to live. And stir the hearts and minds of all those bearing witness. Ready, everyone? Let the show begin.
To live. I deserve to live. I'm going to live. I'm going to live!
Cap? And now we present the execution of Ava Suna. What the fuck? Is Mara chasing her? Enjoy the show. Oh my gosh, I can't. I can't believe how legit this looks. Oh. Not the pull. Not the pull through the doors. Oh yeah, Karumi. The way she tried to escape, that shit was funny too. Fiery Furnace of Affliction. What did that say? Oh, you got the money. Better than that. What the fuck is that? Oh. Oh my gosh. It's like all the like math shit. Oh no. Oh my god. Oh my gosh, this is like... This is fucking horrible. Is that the dummy? Oh my god. Why would they do that? That was mean. That was mean. Oh my gosh. I like how it shows everybody and like shows their reactions and stuff. Of course, Kai is the first one screaming.
I can't handle it!
My entire body had seized up. I couldn't move a single limb, couldn't say a single word. All I could do was stand and stare, my mind at a complete and
There's no
total
way.
loss. So that's what punishment entails? Let me go home, please. Let me go home.
Isn't this lovely?
Goodness, talk about a heated moment. Ava put up quite a fight. For a second there, she almost had me believing we'd underestimated
Moving
her.
on.
Just kidding.
Damned.
How can you do this, forcing these innocent people to kill each
Terrible.
other? So
Just
judgmental.
terrible.
Need I remind you that this is student on student
Get out.
warfare? Just shut up already. Ava, why? You just needed a friend. I could have been the friend you needed. Why did you do this?
I can't believe it.
I think I'm gonna be sick. I don't even know what I'm feeling anymore. I don't wanna die. I don't wanna die.
Shit!
Fucking guy, I can't. They had to redo it 3 times because it wasn't brutal enough. Well, they made that shit pretty brutal by the end of it. I'm totally gonna die here, aren't I?
Can't be like this.
No one else is gonna die here. We're all gonna be okay. Come on, repeat it after me. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. I'm here and I'm okay. This was my reality. The fear of death had already been heavy on my shoulders. ever since the Killing Game was announced, but now it had completely enveloped me. I can't do it. I can't lie to myself again.
It's all my fault.
I'm not okay. I'm never gonna be okay. I could have changed things. I could have saved her. And him, Wolfgang. If I just dragged him out of the water, I could have saved him. Why didn't I save him? Diana, you had no way of knowing what was gonna come next. He was wielding a knife too. Anyone would have done what you did. Did he really bring a knife for self-defense? Usually a comment like that would have gotten a rise out of Grace, but she stayed completely silent. I can't let it end. Wolfgang's kindness, I can't let anyone forget it.
It is how it is.
That goes without saying. I'm sure everyone will remember what Wolfgang did for us. I've never thought of the lengths my talent can go. Wait, what's corny, Lumen? The ability to change others' appearances. Oh, I'm here and I'm okay. That's almost as cringy as when they say, let's do our best. Like, please stop talking. The ability to change others' appearances to be the best version of themselves. It's always been something else who sits in front of the mirror. Someone else who sits in front of the mirror. I've never really put myself in that place. Diana, you okay? If I can't save Wolfgang, then at the very least, maybe I can live for him.
Believe me.
You didn't do anything wrong, Diana.
Pardon me.
Yeah. I can do this. I can fulfill the life he wasn't able to live. Huh? Bitch, what the hell are you talking about?
Like a chameleon, I will adapt.
Oh my gosh, can we
I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps and
Can we just
continue
not?
what he wasn't
This
able
is
to
getting super
accomplish. I'll become something new.
Alright, we should have voted her ass out and just killed off everybody. Somehow she looked determined. Oh my gosh. I couldn't understand it. She's having her Taka moment right now. Despite everything she's been through, here she was making some silly vow about continuing Wolfgang's legacy, acting like she's a hero from a storybook. Has this girl lost her mind? Guys, this is why I love Damon. He's fucking funny. Oh my gosh.
Hold on.
Wolfgang and Ava, neither of them deserve this. I won't let what happened to them happen to anyone else
We won't
here.
back down.
For both their sakes, I'll save everyone from the
You've
Killing
got to be
Game.
kidding me.
Take this seriously, will you?
What?
Everybody's just looking at her.
Can this get any worse?
Oh my gosh. It seems your peers aren't much in the mood for heroic monologues.
Moving on.
Anyhow, it's been a long day. I can't. The sudden switch. The crime scene has already been cleaned up. Unless you have any further questions for me, you're all free to return to your dorms. So, any further
Get
questions?
lost.
Great.
Desmond's sick of him. Huh? Now, where have I heard that one before? In all seriousness, I'll take that as
Good
a no.
evening.
Until next time, everyone. And just like last time, Tozu walked over to the
Isn't
throne.
this lovely?
By the way, you're safe to ride the elevator back up. We've set it back to its default mode. What you glimpsed before was simply its punishment mode. On that ominous note, he was... Oh. On that ominous note, he was lowered underground. She's using her victim card a little too generously. Hey guys, should we just go back to our rooms? It's about time we draw this day to a close. Good idea. People silently made their way to the elevator, horror and despair etched on their faces. I need to go to bed soon. I'm delirious right now. It was clear today's events would not be easily forgotten. And then there was me, everything I'd been ruminating over, the devastating images which had been plaguing my mind. Wolfgang's murder, the trial, Ava dying right in front of me, swallowed by a pit of fire, It had all retreated to the corners of my mind. The only thing I could focus on now were those 5 words. I'll follow in Wolfgang's footsteps. Please. This is all you can focus on. Hearing those words come from Diana after everything that's happened, seeing her raise her chin and act so tall and proud, just like Wolfgang once did. Oh my gosh. Please don't tell me. It pissed me off. Bro, I love Damon. I thought he was about to say something like, beneath the veil of hypocrisy. Oh, we're about to see. Oh, the numbers dropped. What was I about to say? I thought he was about to be like, she was like so inspired or something. I don't know. I thought he was about to say something positive. He said it pissed him off. To be continued. No, come back. Yes, please. Oh my gosh, please. I am not doing all that over. Oh my gosh, guys, I can't believe it's over. Oh my gosh, where are the voices? Guys, I don't want it to be over. Like, what the fuck? Now we have to wait a year for the next part. Well, I told you guys, I spoke with the developers and they actually had said that their goal is to release a chapter every year, but they said that that's their goal. So there is a chance that, it may be longer than that. And I'm just like, that was honestly part of the reason why I did not want to play this, because I didn't know how long I'd have to wait for the next part. I didn't want to like really like it and then have to wait a year. I think I didn't say it like that, but I kind of like hinted that at like to the developers. I was like, you know, I'm a streamer, some of my viewers are really wanting me to play this, but I was just wondering how often are you guys releasing chapters? Cause like, I don't know if I should wait or if I should start. But I started because Mango was harassing me. Shout out to Mango. And I don't know, I'm just gonna miss this. I'm gonna miss it. But when the next part drops, we'll jump right into it, guys. But since we finally finished this, I'm gonna switch back to the games that we were already kind of in the process of playing. Might jump back into A Quiet Place, Noner games, Danganronpa Another, mix in some COD, some Disney Dreamlight Valley, Raincode. I want to play Raincode. I need to play Raincode and finish it. Oh my gosh, this is so loud. I'm so sorry. I need to play Raincode and finish it before, what is it, 100 Line Defense or whatever comes out. I think that comes out in what, March? 100, well, the 100 Line Last Defense Academy. The initial release date is April 23rd. So like I really need to like finish Danganronpa Another 2, Raincode. I don't know. I just need to finish everything before that comes out, because I want to be prepped and ready for Last Defense Academy. Super excited for that. Super excited. Oh my gosh. So yeah, thank you guys so much for being here. Please, pretty please, if you have not left a like on the stream, please do so. We're at 36 likes right now, guys. So please leave a like on the stream. If you're watching this after the stream has ended, leave a like, please. If you're watching it now and you haven't left a like, please leave a like. I love you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Lumen, for being my mod. Lumen, I have no problem keeping you as a mod, by the way. You've done a great job. You have carried. So thank you. And yeah, good night, everybody. Go get some sleep if it's late where you are. It's late where I am. It's like 4:30 in the morning right now. So I'm gonna go get some rest. Gonna be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what I'm streaming. We'll see. But I will see you guys then. Good night, everybody.